All right, we in? Functional? Fuck yeah, guys.
Can I get it a little more audio on my...
You're the last one that needs more audio.
Check.
No, just so I can hear. Not...
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Is it better?
Whisper right
Yeah,
in
that's
your
better.
ear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Running up in that ear hole. Yeah.
Huh?
You got me.
We're off to a good start.
What's that?
All right, guys. So welcome back. In the studio today, we have my good friend Nik Hawks. We've been through a lot, although we were just chatting yesterday on kind of some stories to show for the show here. And even though I've known you a long time, we worked together at SQT for a long time. There's so much shit that I didn't even know that you did. Like sailed from West Coast through the Strait of...
Through Panama Canal, yeah.
Through the Panama Canal. Was that solo?
No, there was a guy with me for half of it and a girl for half of it.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And then ended up on... Where'd you end up going? On the East Coast?
I ended up in Florida, and I worked for a while fixing everything above water on small boats. I was just kind of a drifter, and then I sold a boat to a guy in Jamaica, and so I needed crew to go down to Jamaica with me, and so I met a German dude in the grocery store.
Oh my God. That must have been nice.
Hey, you want to go sailing? And he's like, yeah. And I think there's two things I remember about him. I think his name was Frank. Maybe a couple of things. Is one, he had snuck to the U.S. twice, so he'd gotten on a freighter, and he did it the same way both times in Germany. Hid in like a van in the freighter and then came out 15 days into the trip. And I was like, yeah, I'm here. And the first time they found him and the second time they didn't find him and he stayed there. And I think he had been there since the second time when I met him. And he had long dreads, classic German dude. And the other thing I remember about him, because I always sailed naked.
Of course you did.
It was like, because it's just more comfortable. You're not fucking cleaning clothes. It's a small boat. And
save money, save time on laundry.
Yeah, and he did as well. And I remember he
Imagine rolling up on that.
bent over one time and
hey,
he had
guys.
these fucking hemorrhoids. I was like, I'd never seen that before. It was like this big, like pink, fleshy donut around his asshole. I'm like, that's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
All right, we're off to a good start.
So I wonder where he serves his prison time. Jesus.
All right. So Nik Hawks, also a former Navy SEAL, and then you guys did half a platoon together, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a ton of stuff we're gonna get into this episode. I'm excited to dive into it. Housekeeping stuff. Patreon is still going. We are late on behind the scenes stuff. That last thing we did last weekend took me off the map as far as bandwidth. I was like,
What'd you do last weekend?
oh yeah, that house party thing. And dude,
Your birthday?
Yeah, I couldn't do shit for a couple days online, and dude, everything just kind of like ground to a halt. So we're back at it. Everything's functioning again. We are regaining momentum on there. So if you're on Patreon, I'm sorry we haven't been super active. Thank you guys for picking up and hanging out on there too. But that's where we do a lot of behind the scenes stuff, a lot more kind of in-depth stories and kind of the stuff that we don't want to say publicly, but we'll still say in like private rooms. A little bit.
Semi-private.
Yeah, semi-private. All right, cool. So as usual, we always start. Oh yeah, we need a good picture.
I don't want to picture myself. I was going to put this on Patreon. So.
Oh yeah. Perfect. So yeah, we always start at the beginning. So Nik, where'd you grow up? How was family life? Like, what was your kind of story like growing up?
Sure.
Born a poor black man in Mississippi.
No, funnily enough.
Weird.
No, so my mom was English, dad was American. They met when mom came over to do her PhD in Iowa. And I grew up super stable family, super loving family. I had like a great childhood. In the summers, I'd get shipped off to England to go live with my grandparents. And so I spent every summer until I was 18 in England for about 3 months. Born in Connecticut and then moved down to Massachusetts and then high school in Indiana. And then I joined the Navy at 17.
That's a lot of moving.
What part of England?
About 70 miles southwest of London. It's a place called Newbury. It's
Nice.
famous for horse racing. But my
cool.
grandfather was he was a charcoal maker. And so he's always out in the woods. And so you go out to the kilns with him. I've got like pictures of me as a kid, this little kid tromping around my rubber boots and big
Covered in charcoal,
kilns.
fucking blackface.
Yeah. Well,
Working in the mines.
it's not what we called it then.
Well, that's funny. You see some of the coal miners back in the day, and they're like, "Oh, those racist motherfuckers." You're like, "No, motherfucker, they're working in a coal mine."
Yeah, literally working in a coal mine.
Charcoal's black. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so brought you to high school, and then that sounds like it's pretty, I mean, not uneventful. I'm sure there's some crazy stories in there, but was it, is there anything worth talking about in there? Should we move on to
So
the
I had an
Navy?
uncle who was a SEAL, and I always liked, when I was a kid, maybe from, I don't know, 10 or something on, it's like, I'm going to be like Uncle George. And he was, to me, he seemed like a bigger dude. I meet him now, and he's the same size as whatever, you and me. But at the time, he seemed like a giant. And I remember when I was a real little kid, we'd go out to visit aunts and uncles, and him and my dad were buddies, and they would fucking have a contest to see who could throw the other dude the furthest into a refrigerator.
Jesus Christ.
And so I was like, yeah, it was kind of cool. He was just big, larger than life dude. And so I knew I wanted to be a SEAL for a long time. And there's probably only one decent story from that point, is maybe a couple. I used to go out, I was not the greatest, most ethical kid. And so me and a buddy of mine in high school would get up to all kinds of hijinks, and we'd go out at night. Friday and Saturday night was our thing. We'd just go smash into cars and steal shit and come back, and was like, oh, I'm training. Like, I've got to do this stuff. And I remember there's a couple times, one time I was leaving the house, me and this guy Nathaniel, and I had a backpack, and I had a whole system, because I was like, all right, I'm going to be a SEAL. Like, this is an operation. And so I would have the little BB gun rifle, and he'd have I think what we did is we'd walk up to the car, I'd shoot out the window and then turn and like pump the fucking BB gun back up and stand security. And he'd be in the car like getting all the shit out. And because my backpack was back to him, we'd have the lid up so he could put all the stuff in my backpack, and then we'd be out. So we had this whole thing, like, this is how
That's pretty set up smart, yeah.
That's how he did it. And I remember one time we were doing this, and it was right outside this apartment complex. And I look back on it now, like, clearly this is not the way to do things, but
To train to be a team guy.
yeah, you just don't know when you're growing up, and everything has always been like given to you, and it's easy. Like, I didn't have any super hard times, so it was just fun for me. And I remember sitting there with the rifle, and I looked up, and in the second story of this apartment complex, the curtains opened, and this lady looked out. And I knew I was going to be a fucking great team guy, because I just immediately fucking shot her. And I see the window crack. She's like, ah! And fucking falls back. I'm like, hell yeah, we got to go. And so that was my first
That's fucking hilarious.
kind of confirmation. I mean, it may or may not have been true, but that was
That's
belief in
funny,
myself
dude.
was good.
What
Yeah.
part of the town was this in? In
It's like in
Iowa?
Indianapolis.
So anybody missing shit in
Indianapolis
Indy
in
in the like
Like 90s, mid-90s.
Early 90s, yeah. I got a bunch
fucking
of your
BB gun,
I got a
fucking
bunch of tapes, yeah.
BB gun shattered their fucking.
Stealing Elton John cassettes
Yeah.
with a BB gun.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. So that was your main like catalyst for wanting to be a team guy?
Was the uncle, yeah.
Were you considering military at all aside from that? It was just to go be a team guy?
Just be a SEAL. That was it.
No.
Yeah, that
Did
was-
you do any kind of sports or shit in high school? Because I remember you were always a fast motherfucking runner and shit. At least,
yeah.
I mean, I guess in my platoon or our platoon, like anybody was faster than me, pretty much. But I just remember you were like,
you were not
fucking-
known for being the fastest runner. That's true. Yeah. Wasn't like Kevin Kent. That guy can run. I grew up swimming. I swam all my life. Was competitive. Was never super good. I'm like 10th in state in Indiana. So
Yeah.
okay, but not amazing. And then through just like a lucky series of events, which is basically my whole life, I happened to get to the West Coast when no other fast swimmers were there. And so for the period that I was there, I was the fastest swimmer. And it seemed like I was way faster than I was. But then if like actual collegiate
Yeah.
Stanford swimmers had been on the scene, it would have been like, oh, no, that guy was just good in high school. But it looked like I was super good for a while.
Well, it works.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
So what class were you?
208.
Okay. And what weren't you you
was
were
200.
200, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What year was that? 96?
1996. I graduated December 13th. Yes. 4 days ago.
Damn.
No
20 some
shit.
years ago, yeah.
That's
Oh,
fucking
man.
crazy.
Yeah.
God, it's wild how fast it goes.
I don't feel like I'm the number I am.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm still like kind of late 20s and an idiot.
Yeah, totally. I think, I guess we're all pretty old now. I just turned 48, but I think being immature helps a little bit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
Keeps you young.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we're also
Well, because you
spry.
guys are still going to fucking jump school in Fort Benning and shit, and like you guys. So you probably checked in like what, January of '97 or some shit.
Something like that. I went
February.
so I was a corpsman,
Okay.
and so I went to 18 Delta, and I did not like it at all. And then I got lucky enough to be in a car wreck, and so I flew through the front window of a 1973 Volkswagen bus and
Lucky.
fractured my spleen.
God dang.
And I did something else. The spleen was the big one. And so I woke up in the hospital, and I had just a sheet on me, and I was like, I just don't feel good at all. And people were walking by me, and no one knew I had a fractured spleen yet. What had happened, I guess, is I got thrown out the window. I was apparently conscious, although I don't remember any of this. And people would go by and be like, how you doing? And I was like, oh, I'm fine. And then my buddy, Pat Mulderrick, who came down here, went and grabbed some of the folks from the ambulance. He's like, hey, that guy's not fine. Like, at least grab him and put him in the ambulance. So they took him back to the hospital. And my first kind of memory is waking up, and I was like, dude, I don't feel good at all.
What happens when you rupture a spleen?
There's lots of blood.
You don't feel good
on the
I think
insides.
is
Yeah,
it?
I fractured a couple bones in my back.
Jesus.
L3 and L4, I think, transverse process. And so I
But
was
what
letting
does the spleen do? Is that like insulin and all that bullshit?
I think it filters out some stuff.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So in any event,
We're all idiots.
I was fucking laying there, and everyone kept walking by, and I kept saying, like, hey, can someone, like, I'm not feeling good. Can you help me or give me something? And they were walking by, and finally I just, like, took off the robe, and I'm, like, fucking waving my dick around. They're like, oh, maybe that guy needs attention.
Get this guy a tea bag.
And then they're like, oh, it looks like you're missing some blood that you should have. Like, it's in you, but it's not in the right places.
Yeah.
That's
And
kind
so
of
then
important.
Yeah.
Seems
So I
like
spent a
that would
couple days in the hospital and went up to Virginia
You
somewhere.
have a cool fucking scar?
Nope. No, they wanted to operate on me, but I had heard that if you didn't have a spleen, you couldn't be a SEAL. And I wasn't yet a SEAL, so I was like, I'll be keeping this one.
just hold on to it for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was
So
like, okay.
you
see what
capped
happens.
out on this car crash at like 40 miles an hour in a Volkswagen bus.
Yeah. Max like 38. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I've
Really?
heard a couple different stories, but I know I was in the back. It was me, Monty Sheritz, and Pat Mulderrick. All of us were drinking. None of that ever became a problem. We had a super cool commander. This is
I mean,
18,
when does drinking ever
18
become
Delta?
a problem?
Yeah. For some of us, yeah.
So you guys were 18 Delta at the time? Mm-hmm. Didn't you go to the 18 Delta? Oh, that's right. After Bud's 18 Delta, but you didn't get your trident yet until go to the team.
Yeah.
Yep. So that was the kind of short or the longer version of the story. So I got lucky enough to be in this car accident, and at the time, they're like, "Hey, we're going to delay your class. Do you just want to go?" No, this is not what happened. Then they're like, "You're gonna roll back a class," and I was like, "I don't want to do that. I'll just stick with this class." And then I was in the class, and I said, "I don't want to be a 18 Delta. Like, I just want to go straight to a team. I'm not into this medic thing." My folks are both in the medical profession, so I thought it was going to be cool, but it wasn't what I wanted. And they said, no, like, team guys never quit. Like, you're never going to do this. I'm like,
I quit shit all the time, bro.
I'm like, I'm out. And they're like, no, you can't quit. I was like, okay, well, how else do I not do this? And
Whose
they're like, well,
dick do I gotta suck to get out of this chicken
I wasn't
shit
at that
outfit?
point yet.
That came later.
Yeah, it's much later. I used to be able to suck my own dick, so that was like the party trick.
Perfect. Till you broke your back. Or is that how you broke your back?
No, that's until I broke my back, and then I lost that flexibility. So it used to be the joke, is like, because everyone was scared of being gay. It's like, I know I'm not gay because I've had a dick in my mouth and I didn't like it. It's like, but none of the rest of you guys know. So you might be.
Oh my God.
So the only way out was to fail out. So I just failed out of 18 Delta, which was not looked kindly upon. And then they sent me out to, I think there was what happened then? They had a thing at 18 Delta where none of the instructors had a great idea of how to do anything with computers. And I didn't either, but I had plenty of time, and I discovered this thing called Excel. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. Like, I can sum these tables, and I can reorder this. And I was just like a barely okay Excel guy, but to them, I look like a genius. And they're like, oh my God, you fucking I reorganized the student structure and the grading, because it'd give me some stupid task. And I did the same thing actually at SQT. I don't know if you remember the Easy Chit story. But I was like, this is so fucking dumb to go through each one of these things, and they were doing it on like a Word document. Like, oh, we can easily do this in an Excel table. So I built this whole thing and made their grading job much easier. And I think that's why they said, hey, you can have first pick of wherever you want to go. And so I chose Team 5 because I was like, oh, that's what those
Smart move,
like
dude.
suntans, volleyballs, hot chicks is going to be awesome because there's no war. There's nothing going to happen.
Kevin Kent's there.
Had I known.
Okay, Team 3.
Yeah. Definitely not 1.
So that was 18 belts, and then I came out to 5 and
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So were you guys was it your first platoon that you guys did together?
first and only for me. Yeah.
Oh, how'd that go?
It was I rolled in my second, and it was Juliet platoon, which is fucking crazy because there are so many fucking platoons that, like, I guess they're backed up or some shit. But that's when they're having all those issues with all the op tempo. Because, like, my first platoon, like, we were going into, like, 200 days or some shit. Or I was, because I was single, agreed to stay behind with a pallet. Plus, I was an ordnance rep.
It
Stay
was like
behind all this
98
shit.
roughly time frame?
Yeah.
Yeah,
98, 99.
98. And then our sister platoon, they fucking, all those dudes that were in Bravo platoon, that was Terry McCullough's platoon, all the new guys are now one platoon wonders. They went right into Alpha. It was like, I'm trying to remember, like Rob Fosnock. There's a handful of those dudes. And then for our platoon, they're like, hey, you guys are going to take extra time. You take extra pro dev period. Because back then, I mean, workups were literally about a year, and then you deploy for 6 months. There wasn't like a 6-month downtime where you go to schools period and shit. Like, you just have to go to schools during your
When you peel off from regular training.
during ULT typically, or you do your workup, and then before you deploy, like, dudes would go do shit. So, I went up. I told him, I'm like, I don't want to be an ordnance guy anymore. I'm like, I want to be the air guy, because I'm like, dude, we take guns on every fucking trip. Fuck this. So yeah. But yeah, it was a longer period because I remember I went to sniper school with Indy. So Jeff Enderlin was my shooting partner. And then, we had so many new guys. There were like 9 fucking new guys in that platoon.
So that was your second and your first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was crazy. And I had a long fucking pro dev period. Well, I had a long pro dev period. I went to rigger school, went to jump master. I went to all these fucking. Actually, I didn't go to jump master. I went to rigger school, a whole bunch of other fucking places.
Like decent schools.
Yeah, I got a lot of good shit out of that. And then we started our fucking workup. We do Nyland, and then we go up to do our SR. We're up in fucking Fort Lewis, Washington, and I fucking blow my knee out.
Was that the one on jumping?
Yeah.
Jumping, yeah.
So dislocated my fucking knee. Somebody broke their fucking ankle in the platoon. Our sister platoon,
Was it like a bad spot or something? I mean, that's unusual.
Dude, we were jumping like fucking 800 feet. And we were jumping out of 141, so it's all door exit. We throw our bundle off the fucking ramp.
This free fall?
No,
I was going to say,
fucking
that's
static
wrong.
line, bro.
God dang, bro.
No.
That's ballsy.
Dude, this was like in fucking 90.
It's like a base jump.
This is the very beginning. This was in January 99.
Yep.
So there weren't anybody that, I mean, our whole fucking platoon, there's probably one guy that was free fall, and that was probably Indy. Maybe our chief
Maybe
in LPO. JD and
Bill Davis must have been free fall
because
he was a jump team guy.
Yeah. But, dude, our OIC was a new guy. AOIC was a new guy.
So everybody got fucked up on the static line on the way in?
Yeah, a handful of guys. But, yeah, I mean, it was a fun platoon, though. I mean, dude.
I had a ton of fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you, I've been listening to you guys talk on the podcast. Like, it's funny to hear Kevin's brand of humor.
What did you think? Because you wanted to, because everybody has a different story going in to be a SEAL. What did that meet your expectations, or were you like, something's better, something's worse, or what did you think when you're like, oh fuck, I'm here now after thinking about it and growing up with it so long? Give me one of those knives. I gotta open this motherfucker up.
I would say it did not meet expectations. I had thought coming in that it would just be fucking Jason Bourne, super secret dick motorcycle.
Right.
Like down the
That's
line,
what you
like
think, yeah,
you'll
I
be
know.
sending me to fucking Vietnam to go back, clean up some business there.
Yeah.
Like no,
All Black Ops, bro.
Yeah. None of that happened. And I looked around. I'd signed a 5-year enlistment, and I looked around, and it was super cool. As a young dude, you're jumping out of planes, you're fucking girls, you're drinking, you're diving, shooting guns. Like, it's a super fun thing.
Yeah.
But I looked, and I was like, if I do this over and over again, and at the time, I don't know what it's like now, but there's dudes that have done like 5 or 6 platoons. I'm like, I'm just going to do this thing that is jumping and drinking and fucking and shooting and diving and jumping and drinking and fucking shooting.
Blowing
and
up
do it
shit.
over and over
Sounds
and over.
terrible.
Well, for me, it did, because I was like, I've done that and I saw that's cool. And I'm certainly, I'm not the best at it by a long shot. I'm as good as you get in one platoon. But there is so much more in the world for me to explore.
Yeah.
And at the time, there was no war. And I thought that's what was going to happen, is you're going to go in. I think everyone's got, maybe not everyone, has got the same general plan. It's like, I'm going to go in. I'm going to fucking be a mass chief. I'm going to get the Medal of Honor. I'm going to save a bunch of my buddies. I'm going to save America. And then I'll go like live my happy life. Like none of that happened.
Yeah.
So I looked around. And I was like, all right, I'm getting out. I did the platoon with Kevin, and had like a bunch of fun shit. I choked out my chief at some point. It's like, oh, that's kind of cool. It's like a fun, fun thing to do.
Yeah, how'd that come about?
We were up in Alaska, and I was being a jackass. I was like packing my bag super late at night and being loud, and I had on headphones and was listening to White Zombie and da-da-da. And I guess he told me to shut the fuck up a couple times. We're all in the same space, and I didn't hear him because I'm rocking out. And he came over, and he's like, hey. I'm like, dude, what do you want? You know, thinking I'm super tough. And luckily at the time, this was 98, 99. Not a lot of people were fighting. And so I'd had a roommate, Dennis Hoppy, who was way into fighting and sambo and all the rest of it. And he would bring his teachers down, and I would work with them. And I wasn't any good, but I was just slightly better. And so I managed. This guy didn't know anything about jits, didn't know anything about anything on like barroom brawling. And I look back at it now, and I've always been a little dude. I was 128 pounds when I joined the Navy.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and I was like about 100, probably 40, 50 pounds at the time of this story. And he was a bigger dude, and I think he's like, I better not hurt this guy. Like, let me pull my punches. And so I think I'm badass, and I got around behind him and just slipped in a rear naked choke and choked him out. And I was like, oh, I'm the fucking coolest guy ever. And I was so amped up, I went off to go lift weights, and the LPO came down. He's like, hey, dude, like, you can't do that again, and you were being an asshole, and like, you need to go back and we need to sort this thing out.
Yeah.
But for a while I thought I was the coolest person in the world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even knowing how to do rear naked choke in 98
Like the proper
is
way.
pretty good.
Yeah. Without like breaking somebody's fucking windpipe.
Yeah, I didn't learn that until like 5 years later. I could have used this way sooner.
Yeah, it's so useful.
Oh, that's funny, man.
Yeah, it came in useful a year or two ago. I was out with do you know Alex Krongard?
That sounds really
Yeah.
familiar.
Okay. He's
Krungar, he was like the Commodore.
he was an admiral. He ended up being
He was a Team 7 CO, and then he was a Commodore.
Shit.
Yeah, he was a 2-star?
I think 1 star. Yeah,
You choke him out too?
No. So he ended up being like a mentor, and he would come in and help my wife and I, Lee, when he was getting out of the Navy. He would just come in and see like what he could help with. And
That's
he's
cool.
a wiser dude. He's seen a ton of stuff. He had a pretty wild journey in the teams. And so he's just seen so much that even though he didn't know anything about the cookie business, he could always say like, hey, have you considered this? And we'd be like, oh, that's super cool. And we went out for...
Like, okay, good idea, Ferry. Shut the fuck up.
Beat it, Roach.
Admiral.
So we went out to dinner, and then we went to get an ice cream. And we're sitting there with our little ice creams, and we hear a commotion. And I see this dude running around the alley. And this is in Kensington, like one of the nicest neighborhoods in San Diego. And another guy runs behind him. And me and Alex look at each other, and my wife Leah's with us, and we're like, hey, let's go check that out.
Yeah.
And so we...
Hold my drink, bitch.
Yeah. It was more like hold my ice cream cone. So we get down to this little alley behind wherever it had happened, and there is this fucking enormous blonde, like Aryan god surrounded by a bunch of dudes, and apparently he had thrown a rock and broken a window. And the dudes he was surrounded by were a bunch of hipsters. And so they didn't really know what to do. And it turns out like he was pretty drunk and out of his mind. So even if he had known what to do, he wouldn't have been able to execute. But I walked up and saw that with Alex, and I was like, hey, like, hold my ice cream cone. Like, I'm going to take care of this. Cause he's like, it was like hipsters. And they're
Climb
like,
up him like a monkey
they're like,
on his
yeah,
back,
they're like
dude.
tugging at his shirt. I'm like, no, I got this. And so I got in and jumped around behind him, choked him out, and took him so he kind of fell down to the ground, and I sat down on top of him, and he started coming to. And so I grabbed the back of his head, and I'm like, hey, just be cool, and I won't smash your head in the concrete, and you're just going to wait here. Like, I'm not going to hurt
Fair deal.
you,
Yeah.
but don't be an idiot. I think the first thing I was like, I'll just put you back to sleep. And he starts struggling, and he was as big as you, taller probably, and pretty fucking ripped. And I was like, I can't
Rip
let
more
this
than
guy.
me.
Surprisingly.
Weird.
Like, I can't let this guy get up. So I put him back to sleep. And when he came up to do the second time, that's when I told him, like, hey, I'm not going to smash your head in the concrete. Like, just be cool. And he's like, okay. Just put his head down. And that was it. And Alex is kind of watching the whole thing. And he's like, that was pretty fun. I was hoping he was going to shake you off so I could get in there. It's like, oh, maybe that's not so good if both of us are involved in this thing.
But I got his wallet.
Yeah.
I fought this. It's not really a fight, but it was with Zach one night.
Mm-hmm.
So me and Nick and Zach were instructors at SQT for a long time together, teaching different various phases. I think we were mainly in dive phase for the most part. And I remember we're out at Bar Pink one night down in North Park. It's kind of like a hipster area.
Was this the big Brazilian dude?
It's right beside
Huge,
True, right beside
huge
True
guy.
North.
Yeah. I mean, this guy's like, I'm 6'1". I had to jump up to hit this guy. Like, he must have been like 6'7", something like that. Maybe bigger.
6'11".
But he's like built, dude. I mean, he's like probably 300 pounds. Fucking huge. And Zach is a big dude too. Zach's like what, 6'3", 240 or something like that. He's a big guy, big Viking looking motherfucker. And so we were at the bar, and Zach had done something that pissed off a fucking hipster. It's basically just existing, right? And so some hipster like mouthed off to him.
Stop breathing.
Yeah. So I think Zach just like face palmed the guy or something and like pushed him, and then the guy like toppled back because he's, made out of fucking graham crackers. and then they got this little tussle, and Zach's like getting surrounded by these little fucking hipster guys, and he's like, there's a lot of these motherfuckers. So he starts fucking exiting, and then this is like trail of hipsters is like starts trailing him out of the bar, and like he's running down the street, trailed by like 15 fucking hipsters. And, I forget where I think maybe the tall guy was with him or something, was chasing him too. I don't know where the tall guy came from. But the fucking hipster's like, a crime has been committed. And they're all like piling out like a bunch of fucking Lilliputians, like chasing after him. So then I'm chasing after the fucking hipsters to make sure that like, I don't know where this tall guy came from, but I'm chasing after them. They're chasing after Zach. Zach zigs and goes this way. So they had gotten a little scuffle, and then Zach left. So I catch up to the fucking tall guy. I'm like, well, fuck, now I got to do something. So I'm like, I literally have to jump to try to hit this guy. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? So I just like start hitting him in the side.
I don't have time to jump.
Yeah, I don't remember how it went, but then the fucking hipsters started surrounding me too. I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. So
Start beating you with a typewriter.
Yeah, and then, fuck, that was the night we were also.
You know how you fucking get through all of that. Dude, you always have to carry a hacky sack in your pocket. It's like, hack in! People are like, oh!
Can't resist. But that
You run away.
That night was pretty funny because we went all separated. It was actually kind of a big hubbub. Like the cops were looking for everybody. So it was me. Zach was on his own, so we're trying to like E&E evade the cops back to his house.
Jake Call was there too, or no? I thought Jake was on that one.
I don't know if it's Jake. It might have been Jake Call, but I remember there was a guy that I know Zach was friends with who I really dislike.
Yep.
And what's the guy's name?
Dave Hall.
He's dead now, yeah.
Yep.
And so Dave was somehow in the mix. I don't remember him. I just remember like walking back with Dave Hall and this other guy, and we're cruising by, and Dave like, he's a really good dude, but when he has like a couple drinks,
He's a terrible dude when he has a couple drinks. Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
such a fucking dick.
I think he was in
man.
197. He was in like class before mine.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're walking by, and he's like, there's this couple like walking their dog. We're walking
That's
through
the
a
same
fucking
guy.
neighborhood, you know?
Yep.
Wait, who?
Dave
What was-
Hall.
Dave Hall.
Yeah.
Not skinny, not smooth rig. Not the
Fuck, maybe that's
triathlete
somebody
Dave
else. I'm
No, he
thinking
was at 5. He was in Bravo.
Oh, yeah. That's right. That's
before
right.
episode
Yeah,
before.
you're right.
Yeah,
100%.
he unfortunately passed away a couple years ago. But I remember we're walking by, and there's this couple in the neighborhood walking their dog, just being chill. And Dave was like, "Get the fuck out of the way!" I'm like, "Bro, we're trying to evade the cops here," and he's all being loud and obnoxious and telling people like they're definitely gonna.
They're gonna call someone.
Call the cops on this shit. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? So I'm like, bro, stop being an asshole. And so, what the fuck are you going to do about it? I'm like, bro, fuck you, you know? I'm trying not to fight this guy.
Yeah.
I'm finally, I'm like,
Try
dude-
not to get arrested.
yeah, so I'm like, fuck you guys. So I take like this little ravine down, like down the ravine and head up back to where, Zach's place was. Turns out the guy did call the cops, and they got fucking arrested. I'm like, you fucking idiots, bro. Yeah. So anyway, I had to and then I called my girlfriend at the time. She was all mad about it. Like,
he was a great dude, but man, get some drinks in him and just super funny to be able to walk away from. He would do this thing in the bar where he would come up to you and you fucking knew he was going to do it. You'd have your beer, and he had these kind of crazy googly eyes when he was drunk, and he would look left and he'd look right, and then he'd fucking smack your beer out of your hand. You're like, dude, what are you doing? What the fuck is going on?
It sounds funny, but when it happens to you, you're like, motherfucker.
Yeah, could you not do that,
Dave?
Dave?
A beer, bro. Yeah.
He did another thing. He'd be like, want to see me do a spinning back kick? I'm like, no.
Which he can't do.
He can't do.
He can't fight at all.
And he'd do this like shitty spinning back kick into some like 7-Eleven stand. I'm like, no, don't do that right now, Dave. He's like, I'm going to do it. Dude, you're a fucking idiot. So drinking, terrible, but otherwise good dude.
Yeah, he's a good guy. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Some people I think are better off not drinking.
Yeah. His pickup line was, what was it? It was good.
Suck me beautiful.
It was close. It was, he'd go up to a girl with hoop earrings, be like, you know what hoop earrings mean? And she'd be like, no. Like, green light for anal sex. I'm like, Dave, it's never going to work, dude. He's like, but if it does. I'm like, no, don't do that.
Oh, my God.
Don't fucking do that.
See, hearing the story, I'm like, this sounds like a fun guy to hang out with. Then you hang out with him, not fun.
No, not when he's drinking.
Like babysitting him all night.
Oh, dude.
Those are the worst.
Yeah. I think when I first met him,
I've been babysat a few times.
Yeah, but you're fun when you're drunk, dude.
He was a problem. He was, I remember he'd go over and there's one of our buddies, his wife was pregnant, and she was just sitting in the corner. This is right after I got out of the Navy, and I went to some birthday party. And what happens? Fucking Dave's over in the corner, like bullying this pregnant woman. I'm like,
oh, jeez.
What are you doing, dude? He's like, fucking, what are you doing getting a kid out of my buddy? I was like, we're done. You're done.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it was that kind of shit, man.
He was a problem when he drank.
How dare you?
Oh, you're fun when you drink. I remember we were down at McGregor's one night. Back when Mike and I were roommates.
Yeah.
I think it was your birthday or something. It was like a party that revolved around you. Well, most parties that you revolved around.
Yeah.
But you were like hamstered, bro. But you knew enough that, like, I think Gabby was coming. You're like, bro, I don't want to have any more to drink.
I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but you're sitting. You were sitting in McGregor's. There's like this open bar. So the bar is over here. You've got this area that's like we're sitting on the couch here, and then this open pathway, and then people are sitting on the other side of it too. So it's kind of an open kind of bar top. And so we thought it'd be funny. I think it was one of the girls we were with. They were like, oh, well, we'll get him a shot. We'll give him water, just because we knew you're fucked up. And you knew you're fucked up, too. So we're like, oh, we get these shots. We hand you one. You're like, yeah, thanks. And you go like, just throw it behind you, right into some chick's face who's sitting behind her. She's like, what the fuck? You're like, oh.
Whoops.
Yeah, but it's like, part of you is fun,
Dude. We talked about McGregor's, like 2-3 days ago. Well, my brother and my nephew were here for Thanksgiving, and my nephew winds up getting into some trouble.
The guy with the scar on his face. Yeah.
But we'd been at McGregor's earlier, but it was funny. I was talking to Ian, the owner, and he was refreshing my memory of there was like 3 days in a row where I'd been asked to leave McGregor's, and like the fourth day or third or fourth day, I come back in there and it was my birthday.
Like this guy again.
And literally, it was me and Gabby had went and got dinner, and then she's like, "Hey, let's stop and get a drink somewhere." I'm like, "Oh shit, McGregor's is right here." So we pull in McGregor's, and I'm walking up, and the fucking bar or the doorman's right there, and he's like, he's just like, it's like, bro. She's like, you've been kicked out of here fucking twice in the last 2 days. And I'm like, I'm like, bro.
It's not me. It wasn't me.
And Gabby was actually cool as fuck with it. She was just like, it's his birthday. We're just going to have a couple drinks and leave. Like, next thing you know, I'm just kidding.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
It can't be a surprise to her, though.
Yeah. No, not at all. But
that's funny, man.
Yeah, those are some weird times. Those were the times after the platoon was disbanded. This was like 05 or 04, 05 when Tage was teaching that links stuff for the shipboarding, and then I was like back and forth to Yuma trying to get my orders changed, and him and Tiny, fucking those guys were like teaching the VBSS shit, and like
Oh, yeah, I remember
every
that.
day we'd wind up at McGregor's.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
It's a
they
good
were
spot.
living at what's the place on top of the hill?
La Mirage.
La Mirage.
Yep, that was a fun spot, dude.
So it was like, holy shit, bro. Like, I know Greg Simons lived like right up the hill from there too, and there's a bunch of team guys lived around there. So it was.
Yeah, that was a really good gym. Mike and I moved in there. I lived there on and off a couple times.
Yeah.
We moved in there right. It used to be a
Where
really
was
good
this?
party spot. La Mirage, McGregor's like right up on top of the hill there. There's a big kind of.
It's like literally
Huge
if you get
hill.
off the 15, if you go 15 east on Friars.
Overlooks the stadium.
Yeah, okay, yep.
So the stadium's like the 15's here, the stadium's here. There's like a big hill
Oh,
here.
yeah, no, I know
It's all
exactly.
that
where it is.
shit.
It's called
Yeah.
something else now.
Yeah, it's literally between the 15 and Admiral Baker.
Okay.
It's-
Yep, I know exactly. where it is.
yeah.
We had some good times there though, man.
There's
It
always
was-
pool parties and shit up there, and it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty tame now though, but it was like I think it was like the 08 time frame, 09 time frame, because we had just started Forge and we moved there because we could get like modular one car garages, so we just kept stacking garages with all our shit, and that was our first like warehouse. And until we ran out of room, and then we got our first like real spot. But yeah, it was a good time, man. We had one of the best spots in the entire place because we were right on the pool deck, but we just had a gate between, so like our friends would go party at the pool, and then we just set up our bar on the patio, and then just pass drinks back and forth through the gate. It was a good time,
It
man.
was a good setup for you.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I don't want to do it again, but
Yeah.
it was fun for the time.
It's good to live
If you
through.
were 20 years younger, it would be great.
Yeah, but I think it's one of those things. I mean, we all live so much lives, and you're like, bro, I had a really good time, but it's so fucking like you party so hard, like you just end up reliving the same
Oh,
day
dude.
over and over again.
Yeah.
It's just fucking boring after
Fucking
a while.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you find a chick and they ruin it all for you.
Or make it better. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
It's generally good.
Yeah, I think. Well, how long have you been with Lee now? 25 years?
Yeah, March 26, 2001 we met.
Wow.
Well, apparently I was at your wedding.
Yeah, that was funny. So before we were recording, Kevin's like, "Oh, I think the last time I saw you, you're like camping at a beach down in Mexico." I'm like, "Yeah, that was my wedding. That was in 2005."
Holy shit.
Just shows up at the suit bag
Those
and
were
pillow.
during those fucking times I was talking about. Those McGregor times. I was back and forth to Yuma. Because what month was it?
It's been June, July, something
Okay,
like that.
so I must have just got to the airloft at the Stick, and but yeah, it was me, Tage, and Sean Fallon.
Fuck, those guys showed up, and it's like, this is my wedding, and I invited Sean. I had not invited Kevin and Tage because I knew like this is not going to be their kind of event. And my wife's parents, she's older than me, and so her mom was older, and she had mom had an older boyfriend, like older, like in their 70s. I don't think Neil was in his 80s, and I remember Neil coming to me, and he's like, 3 of your friends barged in the door, and they just wanted drinks, and they pushed right by me.
Open bar, dude.
Give me 6 schlitzes.
Like, yeah, I think I know who that is. And then I remember my sister's like, "Oh, these guys are super fun, Kevin and Tage. I'm gonna, go out drinking with them." I'm like, "Al, you probably shouldn't. Like, you're a big girl. You can do whatever you want." And she told me later, she's like, "I got in the car, and as soon as they stopped the car, I got out of the car. Like, that was the fucking most terrifying driving in my life."
They're just like, looking out like
That was just the infill.
Like they hadn't even left like the major property we were on. And she came to her senses super quick.
Ah, smart girl.
Yeah, that was weird. We drove literally. It was Ensenada, right?
It's that like island that's must be south and west of Ensenada. So
Yeah.
you have to go down this long road and then loop around and drive north to
Shit
Ensenada.
was fucking crazy. I just remember leaving the property and we were like, "Fuck, are we going back to San Diego?" And we're like, "No, let's just stay. Let's go drinking in Ensenada in the city proper."
Yeah.
Dude, I got lost. I didn't know. I
How
obviously
do you get
just-
lost in Ensenada?
Oh,
It's
dude.
like there's a giant flag.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, dude, I'm walking around. So our hotel, I'm sitting there. I had like a business card of the actual goddamn hotel. I'm literally walking around because there's like no. I mean, I'm sure there are fucking cabs. I didn't know how to speak fucking dick for Spanish. And
They're
I
like,
was,
"Donde está
yeah, I was
este
literally going,
hotel?"
"Donde?" I'm like, "Donde?" And they're like, I don't know.
Like, stay away from the pirate.
I'm sure they were like, "Where's your business card? It's in your fucking hand, stupid."
Yeah.
I literally walked around for hours that night, just like looking for our fucking hotel.
fuck.
Finally find it. I'm like, God.
probably kept
and it
you
was,
out of so
it
much
was
trouble.
right by the goddamn flag, too.
Which you had chosen,
Yeah.
so that you could find it again easily. Yeah.
Yeah.
Outsmarted myself again.
Bad idea.
Yeah. So how did you and Lee meet?
So when I got out of the Navy, September of 2000, I had a little bit of money left, and I went to Australia for a couple months and spent almost all of it just like cruising around. And I'd gone to Australia in the Navy on deployment. I was like, oh, this place is super cool. I'm going to come back here.
Were you on the East Coast, like Sydney area?
Yeah. So we did the same kind of trip. I think I had a buddy down in Melbourne, so we had Melbourne to Sydney, and then up to Airlie Beach, I think is as far north as we got, and then back down. And
You just went to Australia on a whim? You're just like, fuck it.
yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be super cool. It was super good time, and I came back from that, and I had been dating a girl in the Navy who went out to TBS, the basic school, the Marine officer stuff. And so I was like, oh, I will go out and see her, and I'll get there by sailing out there. And so,
We'll see in 2 months.
yeah, it'll be 5.5 months.
Holy shit!
And
Those
so
people take planes.
Yeah, that was less fun. My plan was to sail there and then buy one of those ultralight planes and fly back. But all I did was sail there.
Wait,
So
did you have sailing experience prior to this, or you just like fuck it, I'm gonna buy a boat and sail to Australia?
kind of. So the last 6 months in the Navy, I was on the SISM, which is Navy Pentathlon.
Yeah.
And so SISM, all you do is work out, and then at the end of it, you go and compete in, and it sounds super fancy, but maybe the athletic depth is not as big as the rest of the world. So because you just have the navies of every country, or the militaries of every country, and SISM is Council of International Military Sports. So at the end of that, you go and compete in worlds. And so our worlds were in Norway. And so you have these workouts twice a day. There's 5 events. They're all like military style events. So there's an obstacle course, there's a rowing event, there's a running event, a couple swims. And in between the 2 workouts, my roommate at the time was a professional sailor. And I was like, I'd wanted to get into sailing. And he's like, oh, I think at the beginning of that time, he's like, oh, I found you a little boat. And it was like basically a bathtub with a mast.
Fucking Moby Cat.
Yeah, it was like a Lehman 12, a little 12-foot boat. And he's like, you should buy it. It was $500. And so I bought it, and I took it. And at the time, SISM was over on NAB on the, I guess we call it the dry side.
Sism Field.
Yep, SISM Field.
That's where the Buds graduations used to be.
Is it? Huh.
Yeah.
So they had a little beach there, and
Jism
nobody
Field.
knew anything about SISM. And so once you went there, like nobody cared what you did.
Yeah, it's kind of off the radar.
It was totally off the radar. And so I had a little like beach to myself. And so every day between workouts, I'd drag this little boat out and I'd go sail in the bay and more or less kind of reinforce the lessons I'd gotten from my sailing roommate. And that was the extent of my sailing. And so
Wow.
I called one of the dudes I'd met through him, this guy, Jason Bell, is a Scottish guy. And he'd been sailing for the Scottish national team. He was teaching at a local school at J-World. So he totally knew how to sail. I was like, Jason, you want to take this trip with me? And he thought I meant like sailing for a day. He's like, yeah, sure. And it turns out it was longer than that. So
5 months.
yeah,
3-hour tour.
I think it was 2 months. So we left Coronado and then sailed down to southern Nicaragua.
What kind of boat were you in?
Is it called a J-22? It's a little 22-foot boat.
Jesus Christ, dude.
So it's designed for coastal, it's like sort of offshore racing, but it's not designed for long trips. So really small cabin. It's a performance sailboat, so they're pretty fast, but small. You could probably fit it inside here. Inside this room. So we took off and started kind of bumping down the coast, and we'd be off the coast for 3 days at a time, maybe 3 to 5 days. And it was awesome because I had just gotten out of the Navy, which is super rigid, and you know exactly what you're doing basically for the next 20 years. Like, I'm going to do this platoon, I'll do this platoon, this platoon, I'll go screen, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this, and then I'll retire from whatever fucking training command. And it went from that to like, do whatever you want. You can turn this boat in whatever direction.
Pants off, dance off.
Yeah, it was. I was like, all right, I'm fucking certainly not wearing clothes on this one.
So what started when did you realize that you liked sailing without clothes? Was that just a natural thing? Like, you know what, this feels good? Or like,
I think
was it
within like a
planned?
couple of days, like, dude, I've always been super comfortable that I'm not gay. Like, I never worried about like, oh, I might turn gay. So it's like, it's just within a day or two. And I've always been super comfortable being naked. Always been super comfortable with my body. Like, it's never been a thing where like, oh, I can't let my dick out or whatever. And so within a day or two, he's like, dude, it's just a pain in the ass to be taking shorts on and putting them off all the time and washing them. And Jason was the same way. Like,
Weren't you worried to get it caught in the rigging or something?
No. I mean, I don't have like a giant dick. It's not like this thing's like flopping all over the place.
I don't know if you can suck it.
I used to have I got in a fucking, what do they call it? Prince Albert? Like a big ring in my dick.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
Got a piercing in Australia. And I used to sit there next to the
Catch
mast
hazard.
and I was just fucking ding it on the mast. And Jason would be like, dude, could you fucking stop? I'd be like, oh, it's so cool. I'm a fucking pirate.
What a pirate, dude. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
So we sailed down.
Ding.
Yeah. I think New Year's Day we were off Isla Cedros, and it's just a super cool time because you have nothing to do and nowhere to go. And I knew that I was going to get to the East Coast and go see this girl again, but that was it. There was no schedule. And my grandfather left me a little bit of money. I borrowed money from my buddy, and so we had kind of enough to like eat every time we came in. Mm-hmm. And Jason was a great guitar player.
Cedros
and
Island's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Shit ton of fish there.
Super big fishing. To my shame, we were off Cedros on New Year's, and we came across these nets, or we came across these pots, and I'm like, bet there's something down there. I'm like, Jason, you see anyone look around? We're fucking looking for fishing boats. He's like, nope. We pulled it up and pulled out like a bunch of lobsters.
Oh, yeah.
Threw it back in, which is illegal, and you should not do that. It's a terrible thing to do. And if we'd gotten caught, it probably would not have gone that great. And we kept on going, and like 2 hours later, this fucking fishing boat comes roaring up. I'm like, oh fuck, throw the lobsters inside. And so we had like our living space is where we throw out lobsters. And these guys came up and they were super happy, like, hey guys, how's it going? Like, you got anything you want to trade anything? And they had like a bunch of fish. And
We got some lobsters to trade.
yeah, I was like, we're not bringing out those lobsters. We had like MREs because I liberated a fair amount of those. 'Cause I figured that was the thing. And so we
MREs.
traded MREs for whatever fucking fresh fish. And
That's hilarious,
What a
man.
shitty deal.
yeah. They got shorter than that one.
Yeah.
So you were
Try
going
the
from...
ham omelet.
Yeah.
Was that when you went? So you went down through the Panama Canal. So you went to the east coast of America, and then. So how is it going through the Panama Canal in a boat that tiny? Isn't that thing set up for like major shipping vessels?
Yep. Yeah, there's some cool physics to it. It's the same amount of water to raise a small boat as a big boat. Like there's no difference.
They
And
just
so-
pick it up and walk with it.
And fucking burn over carry. Yeah. No, it was super cool. So we got there, and at the changing of the tides, there's a surf break. And at the time, I was surfing a ton. And so you have like, I don't know, maybe an hour to surf like this little, maybe knee-high wave. But it's just this super cool thing that I come out of this, the rigid teams. And now I'm in this place where like nobody cares about anything. I'm like, dude, I'm fucking surfing just outside the Panama Canal.
That's
And it
awesome.
only happens once a day. It's like this really ephemeral thing. It was super cool. We also ran out of pot at the canal. And in southern Nicaragua, Jason had left me, and I was down in San Juan del Sur, which is the southernmost town in that country on the Pacific coast. And we had come across, if you think of the map, the way Mexico kind of goes down south, and then there's like this big bite out of it, and where it's really thin between the Pacific and the Caribbean is where all of the wind, not all the wind, but a lot of the wind coming across the Pacific goes through. It's this Gulf of Tehuantepec, and it's known for being super windy all the time. And for sailboats, you have this choice. You can either be so close to shore that the waves aren't that big, but it's fairly dangerous because if you get too far out, then they're really big and they'll knock you further out, and you kind of have less and less chance to avoid it. Or you go so far out that the winds are kind of blown out. And we didn't have the ability to carry enough food to go far out, so we had to go close. And so coming up to Tehuantepec, we had picked up this dude, Bruce, who had super thick dreads, like blonde hair. His dreads were so thick you could put.
This wasn't the German guy, was it?
No, that was Frank.
Oh, Jesus.
This is Bruce. His dreads were so thick you could put a film canister filled with hash in it, which he did. In his fucking dreads. And so he was high the whole time, which we thought was super cool when we first brought him on board. And then it was like, because when he came on board, he wanted to get down south, and sailing is in that manner.
Where did you bring him on board?
It's
I'm looking
super
at a
loose.
map right now. So.
Maybe Acapulco.
Oh, okay. Oh shit! Still in Mexico.
How do you?
Still Mexico,
so
yeah.
you're just on shore at a bar and you're like, hey, it's like hitchhiking. Hey, I got this little boat. You want to come on and be naked and
Yeah.
go be a pirate?
Pretty much.
That's crazy.
Yeah. that world was so different than the kind of teams where it's like, oh, everything is super structured. And like you're in this platoon, you're either in Juliet or you're in Bravo. And if you're in Juliet, then like we fuck with Bravo, and that's how it goes. And I don't know if you remember this. They had done, this is going back in time, but they had done something. I think they found a possum, and they put it, the Bravo platoon, I think Bravo's their sister platoon or something like that. They had put it on a possum in Indy's locker.
Yeah.
And so Indy opens his locker.
And Indy was living in the fucking platoon space.
Yeah, Indy, that guy. If you could have him on the podcast, it'd be a good one. He's dead now, so you're not going to get it. So the possum fucking scares him, and then he must have grabbed it, and he loved animals, and he was also a fucking savage, and so he was like walking it around the Team 5 compound on a fucking string. Yeah.
That's like, such an Indy thing to do.
Yeah. And so me and Fallon were like, oh, those guys fucked with Indy and fucked with us. And we had gone to Alaska and come back with a bunch of fish. And we had all this fish in the freezer, and we looked at each other like, dude, we can't eat all this shit. And they had left. And this was back when you had the old, not the Connex boxes,
yeah,
Quonset
huts.
Quonset huts, the old platoon Quonset huts. And they would bake in the sun. So they were gone on some trip. And so we went over, and it used to be able to jiggle the doors open. We opened the door, and we took, I don't know, like 20 pounds of fish. And we hid it under the fucking cushions of the couch. Dude. We threw it behind the lockers, everywhere in that fucking thing.
Dude,
and they were
inside the offices of these fucking Quonset huts. They typically have these drop ceilings, and dude, we would leave so much shit inside those fucking ceilings. And dudes would come back from trips and just be like, "Oh my
so
fucking
bad.
god!"
Dead
it was right
fish.
by the back gate. Juliet was on the left, and these guys were on the right. And they were gone for a couple weeks. And we did this when they still had a week to go. And after like 3 days, you'd come in the back gate and be like, what the fuck is that smell?
Oh, God.
Yeah. They weren't super happy about that. Let's see. So going down to pick up people, you would just go to a bar and be talking. And people would be like, oh, what are you doing here? Like, oh, we sailed down. Like, what are you doing? Like, oh, I'm going down to whatever, Panama. Like, oh, you want to ride? Or like, yeah, sure. And so we kind of operated. It wasn't like a party bus because there wasn't that much space. You could only take on a couple people. But we'd give people rides. It's like, oh, you pull into one place into Port Escondido and you're going down south and they want to get there. You're like, yeah, come on. It's going to be a day or two. And
oh, that's super cool.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
it was super rad.
Did you let them know ahead of time? Like, hey, by the way, this is a naked boat? Or just they find out and they wake up in the morning?
I mean, for like a day or two, I just wouldn't bother because it's not that uncomfortable. But when I got
wearing like
to
silkies or some shit.
Yeah, it was like Birdwell fucking
Yeah,
beach shorts.
exactly.
That was it. So when we got, let's see, I'm trying to think. We got past Mexico, past Tehuantepec, and then Bruce would always get high, and he was with us for about a week. And at first, we thought it was funny, like I was saying. And they would be like, hey, dude, you got to steer and like stay super close. This is crossing Tehuantepec. So you're on the beach and the waves come under you and they lift the boat up and they break just to your left. And you got to be really careful if something breaks outside. You pull the tiller towards you, you let the sail out, you go outside, you blast through it, and then you come back
and
in.
Did he know how to sail, or is you just taught him on the way?
We taught him what to do, but he just wouldn't do it. And I'd be watching him, and I'd see this fucking wave outside, be like, Bruce, wave. He'd be like, oh, yeah, man. And I'd fucking like jump over and like, yeah, totally. And after I was like, dude, you're off. Like, all you're going to do is you're just going to fucking sit on the high side and that's it. And you're just going to fucking suck. Because as you're going, the winds are coming offshore. They hit the sail. That's how sailboats work. They have this big heavy keel and it tilts over. And basically you think of it like you slip along like a little fucking pumpkin seed as the wind comes off the back of your sail. It's not exactly how it works, but it's easy enough to think about it. And you just go fucking straight. And so you need someone on the high side of the boat to keep it from tilting. Counterweight. So you see this in like the America's Cup. You'll see like 10 fucking burly dudes, and that's like their job is to sit on the high side. But it is not the most fun thing because you're eating the fucking wind
all
the whole
spray,
time. Yep. But that was all he could.
Pumpkin.
All he was good for.
Yeah. Oh my
Like,
God.
you just want to sit up there and be ballast, dude. That's it.
Fucking Frank.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure he was fine
that was
with.
Bruce.
Like,
So we get
cool
down to.
wave, bro.
Oh, he was such a dope. But he was a neat dude. His thing was he lived in New Zealand, and he would grow a fucking field full of pot. And this is back before pot was legal here. And his whole thing was like growing this fucking field. He'd harvest it, he'd sell it, and then he'd go travel until the money ran out. and then he'd come back to the little plot of land, fucking grow another field, and travel more. He's a really well-traveled guy, but super stoner. So we got past Tehuantepec, and we didn't have, I think we'd stopped in, there's a Porto, I don't know, Hualto or something at the southern end of that. And we got a little bit of food, but not much, and kept going. And I remember Jason and Bruce were like, dude, do we need more food? I'm like, no, we're going to be fine. It's going to be like a day or two. And the winds were really bad, and it took us 5 or 6 days. I've got this picture because you'd asked for some pictures. When we finally, before we got there, the winds got so bad that we're like, hey, and we were fucking cooked. Neither Jason or I was like awake enough to sail. We're like, all right, we're going to pull in right next to these cliffs. We're going to drop anchor. That anchor has to fucking hold. And we're just going to sleep for like 8 hours, and then we'll get back and get after it. And we had run out of food. All we had left were protein shakes, and they like the old Myoplex ones.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And they had gotten salt in them, and so they were pretty fucking gross, but it was the only nutrition we had. And I was like, I'll fucking eat anything. And those guys were like, I can't even eat those. I'm like, well, there's nothing else.
Yeah.
And so those guys starved, and I was like living on 1 Myoplex a day. And I remember this boat had come up to us. And they're like, you guys are you okay? Like, your little boat, you're way out of, like, back and beyond.
Mind your own business, motherfucker.
Pretty much. They're like, do you guys need any food? I'm like, nope. Like, we got ourselves into this problem. We're fucking getting ourselves out. Like, this
The other guys are like, no, bro. Yes, we need food.
Yep. But I looked at it. I was like, nope, I'm the captain. Like, this is too hazardous for them to come close enough to give us food. And this is also something we all decided to do. And so we're not going to endanger someone else because we were fucking idiots. And we weren't starving to death. We were just fucking a couple days hungry. And so then we got down to Nicaragua. Bruce left. And I remember this was rad. Just north of San Juan del Sur, there's this like epic landscape on the beach. Like the wind blows super hard there all the time, and the trees are bent over, and the water is still pretty cold. And it's like you see these it's like a giant blue whale humping up, and the boat's going up and down. It's like this really epic, and the water's clear. You can see everything. On the land, you'll see like one lonely house, and the wind's just fucking howling, and you're sailing. It's like, this is awesome. Like, this is fucking one thing I was born to do. And we turned and started tacking up the harbor into San Juan del Sur, and the weather was so bad, at least this is how I tell the story, maybe the fishermen would disagree, that none of the fishing boats had gone out. And so as we're tacking up the harbor to get to the place where we drop anchor, they're all like whistling, like, what the fuck? They're like, fuck yeah, you guys made it. And we were just like, dude, this is the most fucking badass thing ever.
Dude, did your small boat have a little motor on it at all?
We had like a little 5-horse on the back,
right, okay.
but it couldn't do anything in that wind. You had to sail. That was it. So we anchored there, and then dropped Bruce off. And
But you got some drinks bought for you that spot.
Yeah.
There's a
place called Ricardo's. It still has a website, but it's long gone, this bar there. And we had a couple things tear and a couple things break. So like, all right, I'm going to stay here for a month. I'm going to order all my parts, and I'll wait for them to come in. And this is 2000, so there's no Amazon. There's no like, you're going to get your shit tomorrow. It's like, should be there in a couple weeks. We don't send stuff to Nick and I that often. So good luck. And so Jason got an offer to go sail a Far 63, which is a really nice boat designed by this guy, Bruce Farr, who designed America's Cup boats. The keel was being laid in Sweden, and the guy was going to pay him a ton of money. And Jason's like, dude, I'm starving with you. We have to like busk for food. I'm out. I'm like, beat it.
Later, you fucking loser.
So
quitter.
He took off. And I started going in. I was just waiting for parts. So I'd go into the bar every day, and I'd say like, hey, can I just work for food? And they're like, oh yeah, they were super cool. So they let me work whatever for a fucking burger. And I would meet people at the bar and shoot the shit. And this guy came in, Colby, and everybody called him Queso for Colby cheese. And I started talking to Colby, and I was like, oh, what are you doing? And he had driven he'd driven his truck down from Washington State. And I think he driven down to the Darien Gap, which is where you basically as far as you can go in Central America before the highway stops. And then he turned around and he was driving back home. And he's like, oh, do you want to go surf? I was like, yeah, sure. Like, I'm not doing anything. The boat's here for a while. So I left all my shit with a couple locals and got in his truck, and we started heading north, and we surfed all of these rad spots in Central America. And so it was just cool. We'd drive to a spot and stay there for a couple of days, and he had this truck, so we'd camp out of the back of it.
So did you have like your own board and shit that you kept on the boat? That's cool.
Yeah. I had a little board bag and I was into surfing at the time, and then we ended up at this place called Zunzal in El Salvador, which is probably now a famous right point. And we had a little hotel right off of it. And I would just go out and surf every day. And one day I surfed and broke the board, so the board snapped in half, and I brought it in. And I would go into town kind of once a week throughout this whole trip and call my folks and be like, hey, I'm still alive, I'm good. And I would also call this girl that I was going out to see. And so I called my folks, like, hey, I'm good. And they're like, hey, we haven't seen you in a while. Could we fly you back home? And just spend like a week with us. You're not doing anything anyway. It'd be really nice to see you. And I think they were worried. I was like, oh, that sounds awesome. I'll get like a hot shower, and I won't have to fucking worry about like where my $2 a day is gonna support me. And then I called the girl, and she's like, hey, I'm actually not interested in a relationship. I was like, huh. Like, I'm not fucking turning around.
Could have told me 5 months ago.
Yeah, it would have been nice. So I flew back to Indianapolis. This is the long story of how I met my wife. And I would flip there for a week where my parents lived, and I just went fucking boozing. And that was at a time when I was still drinking a ton. And at the end of 6 days, they come into my room like the morning before I leave, and they're like, hey, we flew you up here. We haven't really seen you. You're like basically drunk all night, and then you come in and you're hungover most of the day.
Get out of my room!
Yeah.
Give me some meatloaf, Mom!
Can we take you out to breakfast? And I was like, yeah, sure, that'd be fucking great. And so we went out to breakfast, and the lady who came over and waited the table walked up. And at the time, I had long hair and I was super blonde because I'd been in the sun. I was tan. It was March in Indianapolis, so everyone else was pasty white. And I had Ugg boots and fucking bird stocks or birdwells, and totally stuck out. And she's like, oh, are you from Southern California? I was like, well, I was living there. And we started talking. And it turned out that she had also lived in Southern California, but she'd had an expedition company taking people into West Africa and doing like custom tours for National Geographic. And she had been in El Salvador, Nicaragua during the Iran Contra thing, and she'd lived in the same town I was in. So we started talking. Of course, it's Lee.
That's cool.
And I was like, oh, this chick is rad. And I'm like, I'm going to fucking bang this girl 100%. So and my folks are right there. And so I walked over and I'm like, hey, you got a number. I'm going to a bar later. And she's like, oh, and she gave me, I thought I was awesome.
She goes, number one.
Yeah. She gave me the number of the restaurant. And so I get home and I call her, and she's like not that interested. She's like, oh, that guy's cool. But I didn't realize she had just lost basically her entire company. Her business partner had been killed in Africa.
Oh, fuck.
Wow.
Like a couple months before. And so she'd gone from having this thing, they were going to shoot an IMAX with this guy, and he had this epic story, and she lost everything. And so she was like, she could see one night stand written all over.
How the
me. She's
fuck
like,
did he die? Was killed.
He's killed, yeah. So
Fuck, dude.
she had seen a movie, this is years before, about a woman crossing Australia with camels. And Lee had thought like, oh, I want to be the first woman to cross the Sahara on camels east to west. And so she starts going on this quest to figure out how to do it, and goes around and is looking for fucking camels everywhere. And she was married to another dude at the time up in Michigan. And she couldn't, she would call people out in the western United States, which is where most of the camels in America are. And like, hey, have you got a job? Can I come work with you? And they was like, no, you're fucking crazy. No. And she's like, fuck it. So she goes to the John Ball Zoo. She's like, at least I can go see some camels. And she gets there, and she's like, hey, where are the camels? And like, oh, they just left. And she's like, what do you mean just left? And they're like, oh, we rent them or we lease them. And this is how a lot of zoo animals are handled, apparently, is they're fucking leased out to different
Their passport
zoos.
was up.
Yeah, like, beat it, Roach. And so it turns out that the largest camel farm in the world at the time was in Kokomo, Indiana, which was a couple hours south of her. So she starts calling up and pestering that guy to get a job, Tom Smith. And Tom is like, nope. Don't want it. And eventually she calls him up. She's like, hey, you're going to cause a divorce, because if I can't come down and work for you and basically commute back home, I'm going to have to fly out west. And he's like, fine, come down and meet me. So she ends up working for him for a couple of years, and she's got so many stories. Like, because it was in the exotic animal business, they had 300 head of camel, and they would do all of the nativities that you've ever been to that have camels there. Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
But
Okay.
you'll go
Weird.
down to there was one down here for a while that did them. And so she's done everything with camels you can do, leading them into fucking super tight spaces, like leading them into a room like this, through halls and elevators, everything.
Wow.
And when she started...
Sure, like the fucking commercial, fucking hump day. The fucking Geico commercial. The fucking
She's
bike,
done,
bike.
I think our first job was she went out with Tom and they had gotten a call, and they would get calls like this all the time, like, hey, we've got this camel we can't control. And I think it was the Anheuser-Busch folks who had bought a couple camels and just didn't know anything. And so she gets in the truck with Tom, and she said he was like the fucking Marlboro man. He's always smoking, always like just this super weird dude. And they get out to Missouri, driven from Indiana, and they look at the camel. It's fucking going crazy, and it's the male camels, when they get all worked up, they have this big thing that comes out of their mouth. It's like I think it's a dewlap?
Tongue.
No, it's not the tongue. It's like this big thing, and it'll make this unmistakable sound. If you look at it on YouTube, it's like blah, 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 blah. And this fucking big, disgusting, like pink mass comes out of their mouth and then comes back in. And apparently the female camels think that's super hot, but generally humans don't. And so this thing was doing that, and Tom said, well, we'll just get it in the trailer. And the guy's like, how are you going to get in the trailer? He doesn't listen. He's like, oh, Lee. And he fucking backs the trailer up to the camel's thing. He's like, all right, you're going to drop the ramp, run out, get the camel's attention. When it chases you, run back in and go out the side door, and I'll close the side door and we'll close the ramp. And she doesn't know any better. She's like, that doesn't sound that good. He's like, no, we'll do this. And all the guys are watching, and that's exactly how it works. She went out and fucking ran. The camels can be super fucking fast, so she was super scared. Camel comes in behind her. He fucking closes up the door, closes up the other door, and he's like, all right, we're getting out of here. And they're like, holy fuck, that worked. So she spent the next 3 years working with camels and other exotic animals, and she's got stories like she would be in a hotel room with a lion cub and a bear cub that she was transporting, and these two things would be fucking fighting each other across the bed. And she's like, well, I hope they don't tear up the fucking covers that much.
Jesus.
Imagine the Mexican housekeeper just walks in with a
What
fucking
the
lion.
fuck is
Like,
that?
what?
Yeah.
It's like The Hangover.
How come you're not wearing any clothes?
She's like, I got this guy I'm going to meet.
What? I'm sailing.
So she had this rad backstory. We didn't meet, or we didn't end up connecting that day, but my mom, fucking bless her heart, had given Lee her business card and said, like, hey, my mom's obviously thinking to herself, like, my son thinks he's awesome, but he's a fucking idiot. If you want to, like, keep track of him, reach out to me. And so
Your mom sounds just great.
She's
dude.
fucking awesome. Yeah. She's super tough. She invented a drug. She's the head scientist on a drug called Forteo, which was $1 billion drug for Eli Lilly. And I think I've heard I forget what podcast it was on, but some guy was like, Forteo was invented by like evil scientists. Like, no, that was my mother that did that. And it ended up making Eli Lilly a bunch of money. So yeah, mom was rad. So she gave the card to Lee. Lee ended up reaching out to me. And then we had this email conversation, because every time I'd come into port, I'd go find in Korea, they were called a pishi bong, but they were internet cafes. Mm-hmm. And you fucking sit there and I'd write, and we'd write out like our stories to each other. We were both way into reading, and so we'd trade books and what we'd done. And I learned more and more about this lady. I was like, this chick's fucking awesome. And so when I finally finished the trip in Fort Lauderdale, I go out, and I was on the local swim team there. And so I go swim, and then I go to the library and write to Lee. And one day I would never wear shoes. Like I've always had a problem just wearing extra shit.
I got a story about that. Yeah. Go ahead.
And so I get off the swim practice and go to the library, and I didn't have shoes, and the library security guard's like, hey, you can't be in here without shoes. I'm like, dude, this is Florida. Like, it's not that big of a deal. He's like, get out. And I was like, this chick is so fucking rad. I should just go see her and like quit fucking around with this email thing. So I called in sick, and I bought plane tickets, and I flew to Indianapolis. And I got in at like 6 o'clock in the morning. I called her. I'm like, hey, I'm here. And,
Wait, so you just left? What happened to your boat that you left in Nicaragua? You just left it?
No, so the boat came with me all the way to Florida, and then I was trying to sell it.
Okay, so you've made it all the way up to, okay, so you flew from Florida up there.
From Florida up to Indianapolis. And then we've been together pretty much ever since.
Wow.
So that was it.
That's crazy, man.
So with that fucking story, I had a fucking flashback of like Juliet platoon in like January of '99. We get up to Fort Lewis, Washington State. It's not Southern California, and it's January. And dude,
cold.
We're all getting ready to go to dinner. This motherfucker's wearing fucking what are the
Tivas?
rainbow fucking flip flops?
Yeah.
And Birdwell fucking board shorts, and like a fucking. I sometimes get you confused with Josh Bick and Dove, because Bick would do the same shit.
Thing, yeah.
Bick would always wear the fucking, the white
wine
long
shirts?
john fucking top.
Oh, yeah.
That always had a fucking hole in it with like a t-shirt over it, but never had shoes. But dude, it was so fucking funny. And I remember Bill Davis was like, dude, the guy didn't bring shoes or a fucking pair of pants. And it was just so fucking funny, man. Like, we're getting ready to go out to, like, you know, some fucking Chili's or, you know, some fucking restaurant. He's in fucking flip-flops and board shorts, and it's
just
you
a
know.
dopey fucker.
That's awesome.
I called up Bill Davis. We ended up flying paragliders together years and years after. And I met up with him. I was like, hey, I just want to apologize for being such a shitty fucking new guy. Like, I was such a problem for you. Like, I'm really sorry. He's like, don't worry about it. He's super cool. But I look back on it, like, it was, I feel bad about what a jackass
I think he's in, is he in San Diego?
He was, and I think he moved out for a while.
He was like back and forth. He
might be
like
back
fucked
in.
himself up pretty bad on one of those and like made a full recovery. And next thing I know, he's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah, I'm still flying these fucking like whatever the fuck they are. Those
paragliders, yeah. I visited him in the hospital when he
dude.
did that.
I'm like,
I pulled his gear off the hill for that one.
no shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was, I mean, that was the things. I got out of the teams, did all this other stuff, and then I got into running long distances, and that was fun for a couple of years. And then I did the thing that I had wanted to do, and I was looking for the next thing, and I saw this video. What was it called? Rocky Mountains Traverse.
Gigolo.
Yeah.
How to be a gigolo.
Not the gigolo one. That was you and me. No, it's the Rocky Mountains Traverse. And there's these two guys who had gone 700 miles north of the U.S.-Canada line. And they're both really good paraglider pilots. And they climbed a mountain. And this is what you do with paragliders, is you go up a mountain, you launch off of it, and then you find a thermal, which is just rising air. So if you've ever been outside, wherever you are, here in San Diego, anywhere in the world, and you look up and you see the Hawks turning in circles and they're going up, they're in a thermal that's just rising hot air. And so the game in a paraglider is you find that thermal, you go up until you hit the top of it, and the top is usually marked by clouds, not here in San Diego because it's pretty dry. And so the bottom of the cloud is basically the top of the thermal that you want to go to, and then you'll go on glide, and you'll glide to the next thermal until you find it. But they're invisible, so you have to look for it, or you have to smell it, like you'll smell the smell of cow shit coming off a field, because fields are dark, and so they're warmer. And so you'll be flying along and you'll smell cow shit or pig shit or whatever, and you're like, oh, it's time to turn in this fucking circle. Or you'll see birds going up, or you'll see like bugs will get sucked up. And so it's this really crazy game in the sky. I'd seen this movie. I was like, that's what I want to do next. And so I found a lady to teach me how to paraglide. She's an EOD chick, and she's like super gnarly, and really strict. I think a lot of paragliders would have seen me coming and be like, oh, guy's a SEAL, like, we'll let him get away with anything. And she didn't let me get away with a fucking thing. She's like, nope, like, this is so dangerous. You're going to make all the right progressions. And so I flew for 4 years maybe. And then I looked around, and I had 3 accidents, one of which I'd basically fallen out of the sky. So it's just a wing, like it's a kind of like a parachute. It's just a little bit bigger. And you'll be on a mountain, you'll pull it up. Basically, your back is to the wind, back is to the mountain. You'll pull it up into the wind, you'll turn around, and you'll run off the mountain, and that's how you launch and fly. And then it's not super highly pressurized. So as you go through air that's moving at different speeds and directions, half of your wing can collapse. And that's like a fairly routine thing. Like, you wouldn't land from a thing and be like, dude, I had a collapse. Like, yeah, of
course you did.
That's part of flying.
Yeah.
And you don't typically have big collapses, but your wingtips are always fucking flapping. And I was on this really hot wing that was too advanced for me, but I thought I was fucking awesome. And I was flying at Palomar and launched and circled up, and I was with a buddy who was a little bit better than me, and we were flying. We're like, oh, let's go cross country. So we started going down the ridge at Palomar, and I just wasn't thinking. I didn't have enough experience, and so I drift further and further back from the ridge. And as the wind comes up, as the air comes up, it'll basically get to the top, and like a wave, it'll crest and roll over. And so if you're out here in the smooth air, it's really nice. It's beautiful. You have these fucking amazing views, and you are climbing with birds of prey, and you can be wing and wing with like a, red-tailed hawk, and it's fucking rad. And that thing's just like flying and looking at you, and you're looking at it, and you're fucking pulling hard on a brake. It's like the most rad thing. But I was not in that space, and I was looking. I was like, oh, there's all these beautiful farm fields or whatever below me up on the top of the Palomar ranches. And the wing collapsed, and I just didn't have the experience to fix it. And so I'm looking up at it, and I'm trying to stall it. I'm trying to go through all these things, but I just didn't have it together. And I look down, and I see the ground rushing up. And paragliders who hear the story, they're like, you were a fucking idiot for not pulling your reserve. But I look down, I'm like, I've been in fucking static lines. Like, I come down pretty static. I come down pretty fucking fast. And I just got super lucky. I was on, if you've ever driven the road up to Palomar, there's a road that goes along it, and there's a super steep hillside along there, and I just landed on the hillside, and the chute was, or the wing was in a parachutal stall, so it wasn't like nothing. it just wasn't a fully flying wing. And so I hit a little bit harder than you'd hit on a regular static line jump. And I just fucking PLF'd and my fucking head hit the road super hard. So I rolled down the bottom. I had a helmet on. Head hit the road super hard. And I popped up like a fucking shot deer. I'm like, oh, I got away with it. Got out of my wing, took it to the side of the road, packed it up, and then I hitched back to where we had launched from. And that was like the first big accident. I was like, okay, I got lucky and I got a new helmet because the helmet was cracked. It was fucked.
Jesus Christ, dude.
But 4 years into flying, I looked around and I'd had these 2 more accidents. And without exception, every single person that I looked up to that I knew who was like, they were all the best pilots I knew, all had been not like had a collapse, not had a bad landing. Every one of them had been in the hospital.
Yeah.
I was like, this is just, I don't have the fucking stones to keep doing this. And I'm looking at like the risk reward at 40.
Yeah.
It's not here anymore.
There was a warrant at, I don't know if you were there.
Oh yeah. I remember
Warrant
that
Hankins.
guy. Yep.
And dude, he was like a CW03 or some shit. And I think he worked in ops or training or something. And dude, he was, you see him on Friday, everything's fucking cool, like quarters Monday morning. They're like, oh, hey, Warrant Officer Hankins had a fucking high-speed malfunction or had some kind of issue with his paraglider out wherever the fuck. And, and dude, we didn't see that guy for like months. I mean, like almost a year. Wow. And then he came back and he was like, I mean, his head was like, he was essentially like a
walking
like
vegetable.
A 10-year-old.
Yeah.
No way.
Shit.
And like his wife was taking care of him, and I mean he was in his khakis and shit. And they basically they had his retirement ceremony. They're like, yeah, you're basically retired, and he lived for the rest of his life. Needing a caretaker and shit. But
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Like I was talking with my neighbor the other day who has one of my cool neighbors.
The harmonica?
No, not the harmonica guy. It's a cool neighbor.
That's the neighbor who shall not be named.
Yeah. And he just got this like speed triple, beautiful bike. He's a cool guy, just moved from New Jersey. Young dude, just kind of like moved out to the West Coast to kind of explore. So he's discovering surfing and kind of discovering like the good West Coast kind of lifestyle. So he bought this speed triple and he's like having fun with it. I'm like, he's asking me like,
that's a bike?
Yeah, it's a beautiful Triumph. It's a gorgeous bike. And it's like, dude, do you ride? I'm like, and I thought about it. I'm like, nah. I was like, dude, I'm not afraid of dying, because that's like afraid of the sun setting. Like, we're all gonna die. I'm not afraid of dying. What I am afraid of is getting fucked up and living.
Yeah,
like that would be like, I don't want to do that. That's the one reason I never got into stuff like that or like got into motorcycles. They're super fucking cool, man. Like I would love to be able to do that, but I'm so afraid of just getting fucked up and living and then having to like. There's so much other shit I want to do with my life. Yeah. I don't want to do that.
Don't trust anybody else on the road around me.
Dude, that's the worst thing. Like, you see, I mean, I drive like a fucking biggest asshole as it is in my fucking car, but dude, at least you got like a cage around
a steel
you.
pillow around you.
But dude, I'm like, yeah, it's everybody else. I mean, just driving on the road, you see people, you're like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. I can't imagine being on a fucking motorcycle and just fucking. Yeah. Okay, I'm dead.
You're done. Like no room for error, no nothing. Yeah. You're just fucked, and then like, risk versus reward, man.
Yeah,
and it changes, right? At 23, had I found paragliding then, I'd probably be dead, and I would have been a much better paraglider up until the point I was dead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what happened with Australia? Because you went to the East Coast. Where did the Australia trip come in?
So Australia, the first time was with the Navy, and then you weren't there because they'd finished it out, and that part was super cool. We had Jason Mulaney with us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he took my spot.
Yep.
And I think who took Indy's spot when Indy got the DUI over there?
I think we kept Indy.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Indy had a charmed life.
Well, dude, because I remember it's so fucking funny.
I was like, which DUI?
During that fucking,
Which of the 300?
Well, I think he got one on base because they had. I know him and Tage were in similar.
Oh, they were in cahoots, yeah.
Yeah, similar scenarios because Tage got a DUI on our deployment over there, and they had sent Tage back kind of in the penalty box.
Yep.
And but Indy, I think, was living at the command still, and kind of like, it was the Tage and fucking Indy show.
Oh,
They're like they're paint. I mean, they're like going around painting the command. They're like they're fucking
paying the penance.
EMI. You know.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they got it. Indy. So I don't know if you were here for this one. Maybe not. I forget what they call it. Before you deploy, you have to pass whatever the big test is.
Yeah.
I don't know if they even do
ORE.
it. ORE. Yeah.
Operational readiness exam.
or something like that.
Yeah.
And so our thing was we were going to start at San Clemente and go up to maybe Port Hueneme and go over the beach and do an SR and come back and blah, blah, blah. And so everybody gets ready and we're all packing our stuff. And I'm a new guy. So it's like, everything's going to be perfect. And we'll get to that. So we get there. I'm one of the swimmer scouts. We go in there over the beach. And everybody circles up to just get your shit together before we go off in our separate little elements. And fucking Indy, who knew all the lane graders, everyone else is packed and ready. So you come in, you take your bag off, you put all your shit in your bag, now you're dry. He just takes his fucking, his waterproof bag or whatever the fuck they're called, unbuckles it and just shakes it out. He had not packed anything. He had just stuffed everything in his fucking bag. And we're like, what the fuck, dude?
It's like a yard sale on the beach.
Yeah. And he's like, what? And he fucking pulls out a headlamp, a white headlamp, puts it on. He's like, what? I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah. So he packs all of his shit up and does his thing. And then the other piece there was we split off in our separate elements. I think George Peterson and Happy went off in their element with JD, and they fucking shot a rattlesnake or something. I guess they're supposed to be super quiet, and I'll probably let them tell the story, but apparently some rattlesnake came up and they decided that
They're going to shoot it?
they're going to shoot it.
Like with real ammo on a fucking training op?
Yeah. Everybody had their own disaster because we all ran out of water at some point.
They kept fucking with us.
And we were, as me, Jason, it couldn't have been JD because JD was with me. Me, Jason, and JD go along the riprap along the highway there. And so you're going through these giant stones and it's fucking it's dark and the waves are crashing. And Jason was walking point. And you're here walking, I'm walking risk security, checking everything out. And then I hear in front of me the slipping sound and then I'm like, what the fuck was that? And I'm like, hey, Jason, you okay? And he's like, yeah. And he had slipped off the rock and fallen into a dead seal. And up to his fucking waist and dead rotting seal. And we had just changed out from all of our cold wet shit and all of our warm dry shit. And me and JD look at him and we know we're going to be in a hide site for the next 3 days. And it's hit the surf, dog.
Oh, God.
Go wash that shit off.
It was fucking disgusting. So he went out and washed the shit off. And then I remember that night we got up and we're standing our first watch and I'd fucking forgotten gloves. And I was just sitting there my hands are fucking freezing. I'm putting them on my fucking arms. And he wakes up and it's his turn. I'm like, hey, Jason, it's your turn. And he's like, okay. He's like, how you doing? I'm like, oh, I forgot my gloves. He's like, fucking stupid new guy. And pulls out an extra set of gloves and fucking hands it to me. I was like, this guy.
My hands are sweating.
Yeah, totally.
Dude, Jason was always a good operator. I remember when I was a new guy, or I was going through STT with this other dude that I graduated buds with. His name was Ed Cawley. And Ed didn't make it through STT. He got canned in STT and never got his trident. But he was a roommate with Jason in PB. And so I got to know Jason a little bit during that time. But yeah, it was one of those weird things because I think Jason done maybe 2 or 3 platoons and then was in training cell. And then when I fucked up my knee, they were like, hey, we need somebody to jump in this platoon. That's when he jumped in. And which was fucking weird. Because I want to say we were probably about halfway through our workup.
Yep.
Or maybe even more. I'm not sure. But, and dude, they tried to get a handful of dudes to go in that fucking platoon. Guys were like, nope. They're like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, you get a head start. Why wouldn't you not want to do that?
Yeah, I don't. Guys literally were just like.
Especially if it's after diving block.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may not have been, but. I can't remember. But it was one of those things where I'm like. That was only my second platoon. I just remember why the fuck wouldn't you want to
get after it?
Jump right back into a fucking platoon. And I was jaded because my first platoon, we actually did some real world shit. So I just thought that's how it was every fucking platoon. You we did real world shipboardings and shit. And we're like, oh, this is fucking
You guys
cool.
got to do that in the fucking 90s?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah. We were attached to the fucking Independence battle group. The Indy was going into the Gulf. And my OIC was Jay Hennessy, and he was like, "Yep. Well, we're supposed to be working with the Indy. Like, we need to go there too." So we like hook and crook. Like, at one point, our platoon was like in 8 different fucking places, you know.
Yeah.
And we finally get over to fucking Kuwait, and yeah, we were like making it fucking happen, and you know, it was pretty fucking cool. And then
That's rad.
Then it was like all of a sudden, like, okay, time for you guys to go back to Guam, because all our shit, most of our shit was still in Guam, you know.
Yeah.
So we're like, this fucking sucks, and all the channel flights were originating out of like Bahrain, or not all of them, but a bunch of them were originating out of Bahrain. But fucking whatever command it was, Fifth Fleet or some shit, they're like, you can't come to Bahrain unless you have training here. So like we were like, well, we're just trying to catch a fucking flight out of there. Because everybody would go to Bahrain was like the party. It's like the Vegas of the fucking Middle East. Like people were like, oh, let's go to Bahrain and fucking party. And they had so many alcohol-related incidences.
Yeah.
So finally, we found there was the USS Tucson, a fucking submarine. They're like, hey, let's go do some sub-ops for a couple days. And so, dude, we fly in Bahrain. We go do sub-ops off the fucking coast of Bahrain and shit, and then get done.
And then fly out.
Pack all our shit. We were on this fucking C9. Take off out of Bahrain. Land in like UAE. Refuel. No real time there. Like hung out in the fucking airport and shit. Take off again. And they're like, oh... Our fucking pilot's like, oh my God, I think there's something going on with the plane. We're going to need to land in the Maldives. So we land in the Maldives, dude. We're like, oh, we've got to see what's going on with the plane. And so, dude, we land. We're all like, all these fucking island paradise, dude. Like every hotel was like a different little island and shit. And I'm like, dude, this is fucking badass. Like,
That was your first platoon?
Yeah.
It was okay.
Oh,
Like,
shit,
SEAL
man.
team's
Yeah.
gonna be all right.
Yeah. Get back on the C9, fly, finally get to Guam and pack up all of our shit. And I was a new guy. There was only one other dude in the platoon that essentially didn't have like a really serious girlfriend or that was married. And so me and him agreed to stay in Guam because
And just
dude,
make out for like 3 days.
scissoring. But no, it was dude, the C5 would land and break down. And then would, leave Guam, go to Okinawa, because the platoons coming from the States to relieve, the platoons in place, they would fucking take off from the States, land in Hawaii, go to Hawaii to Guam, unload shit, then take the rest of the gear to Okinawa, unload their shit, pick up the platoon from Okinawa, go back to Guam, pick up the platoon from fucking Guam, then go to Hawaii, usually break down in Hawaii because, why not? So by the time we fucking got back to the States, dude, like we were like, I want to say it was like 17 days after like
Everyone else, yeah.
our whole platoon was back there. But I mean,
It's a good time,
It
man.
ain't like you're standing weapons watch on a fucking pallet. I mean, our pallet was locked up the whole time, so we were just a brand new guy just hanging out in fucking Guam,
pirating it up,
partying and
dude.
shit. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good time, man. You guys want to take a quick break?
Yep.
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Off to Kingston.
There we go.
Jamaican
The
me
official clap.
horny. So before we left, I was talking about like you're coming into like essentially the west side of the Panama Canal, or as it is it run north to south, or is it
East-west.
okay? Because I mean the way that Panama is kind of shaped, it's all like fucking weird, and there's lake fucking where the fuck it is in the middle,
Yeah,
Lake
funny.
Titicaca or whatever the fuck it is, and it's probably not Titicaca,
No,
but
yeah. I don't think so.
what is it? It does start with a T though.
Yeah, I was trying to think of it.
Anyways,
So-
but yeah, you come into it with a boat. There's no fucking cell phones. I mean, or you're calling Channel 16. Hey, when? It's not like there's a fucking line of people waiting to fucking go through the Panama
Yeah, how do you
Canal.
coordinate
So how
that?
do you?
So it's this rad. I mean, part of it is radio. So all of the ports anywhere are set up on channel 16. Like that's the
Yeah.
thing is you're expected when you get in calling in like, hey, this is SV. The boat was called Apocalypso. It was like Apocalypse for the dudes and Calypso for the girls. So that was fucking awesome. There's also a Jimmy Buffett song that was we listened to a lot. You'll come in, you'll call in 16 and be like, hey, this SV Apocalypso. Here's what we want to do.
Gatun Lake.
Gatun Lake, yep. And for some of them, it depends on the port. Like the ports are different sizes. For Panama, obviously they see a lot of boats, and so it's on you to get off your boat to shore. And usually in all these harbors, they'll have a little runabout that comes up, and as soon as you're clearly anchored, they'll come up and be like, "Hey, need anything? You want to ride in? It's $5 or $2 or whatever it is." And you'll go into shore, and then you have to go, I think, to the Panama Canal Authority, and you have to pay to go through the Panama Canal. It's $2,000, which I didn't have, so I called my mom, and I'm like, "Hey, Mom, can I have some money?" And so I could only get $500 a day out from the ATM, so I was there for an extra 4 days.
Holy shit!
But when I went into the PCA and the authority to get the permission to go through the canal, and then they schedule you, there was this Russian dude in there, and he was like a total glad-hander, like hanging out vodka. I was like, oh, that guy's kind of a cool dude, super thick Russian accent. And so I ended up talking with him. I think we went through the canal on the same day, and then he comes up later in the story back when I got to Florida.
That shit's like by tonnage, right?
Yeah, there's a minimum of whatever it was, and I think it's more now. And then once you get up into like an actual big boat,
Yeah, it's like millions of dollars.
It's not cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you go through the canal, and that's pretty cool. So you'll go into the locks, and then they close the door behind you, and the water goes up, and they open the door, and you go through, and you have to have I think 4 people on the boat plus the pilot. And so we had a couple people come through, and it's pretty typical in the canal that you'll just sit there and hang out, and there's basically a bar at either end of the canal, and that's where all the sailors go. So if you ever want an adventure, or for anyone who's hearing this, like if you want something rad, go down to the Panama Canal, go hang out in the bar, and just look at like the little
You sit and watch fucking boats come in and out.
Oh, well, you'll get on boats. And so it's
no
like,
shit.
oh, this boat's going to Tahiti looking for crew. And you're like, yeah,
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'll do that. It's fucking, the sailing world, at least 25 years ago, I'm sure it's not that much change now, is super open. It's like
That's interesting.
Dude, that's fucking
Yeah.
pretty
So
crazy.
you're
a
not
rad
on the
adventure.
boat. You're in the bar, and the boat is going through the canal while you're doing this?
No,
or
no,
you're
you
on
go to the
boat?
bar to like to find the crew to go with you, and then you're on the boat. I might have some pictures of that. And yeah, you have to have 4 people because each person is responsible for a line that goes up to the side.
Oh,
And you have
okay.
to keep the boat from.
I was wondering how they got them situated in the reservoir or whatever it is while they're moving it.
Yep, in the lock. And so you'll go up to the lake, Gatun Lake, and then you motor through that, and then you get to the other side, and you go back down, and then you're out. And
How long
that's
does
it.
that take?
A day. Yeah, you can do it. You can stay in Gatun Lake overnight, but I was just like, for some reason, and I mean, I've had a great life, so I can't say like I should have done something different. But on that trip, once I got, I don't know, at some point, maybe from the beginning, it was like a race to finish it. Mm-hmm. And I wish I'd be able to go back to my younger self, be like, dude, you
What's the
have
hurry?
nothing to get to.
Well, here's another
You're not
question.
going to like school. Like, just fucking take your time.
enjoy
Like,
it.
keep
Yeah.
going south. Go
I
around
mean-
the fucking horn. And no one ever, like, it wasn't anyone's responsibility. I just didn't realize, like, you're not supposed to race. But I was still in that, it took a long time to get out of kind of Navy mode. Like, get
Yeah.
it fucking done now.
Yeah.
Yesterday is better than today.
Set a goal, accomplish it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next thing.
I will say that's one of the things. I can't remember who mentored me when I retired. Man, it might have been Harry Humphreys. Told me to just stop wearing a fucking watch. And I still don't really. I mean, still don't really wear a watch. But
Yeah.
it was like, dude, because 20 years of doing something where you constantly. I mean, you're pretty much punished if you're not there
Yeah.
on time in the right fucking gear with the right equipment type
always
shit.
on the clock,
You're
yeah.
always racing. Even to this day, I drive like I'm.
Getting somewhere.
There's times I'm like, fuck, man, I'm driving with a sense of urgency, but I don't need to be.
Yeah.
You know? But going back to what we were talking about before, we left a little chunk off. So when you flew back to, was it Nicaragua? When your boat was not down hard, but you were waiting on parts and
Yep.
shit. So you get back down there, like, what was, like, I don't even go into details, like how much shit you had to fix the boat with, but basically you got down there, fixed the boat, and then went down the Panama Canal. Like, no issues between.
No, there's issues.
Oh no, it was fucked.
So I got back to the boat, and it had been anchored for 30 days, and a bunch, when anything's anchored, stuff will grow on it. And so the anchor line had a bunch of barnacles and the rest of it. And I got out the boat, and I put all the stuff on, like putting a winch back on. It was pretty straightforward. And I went to start pulling up the anchor, and it was just like slicing my hands. I was like, dude, I can't do this because I'm sailing for that thing, I did sail by myself to Costa Rica, which is the next country down. Like, it sounds bigger than it is. It's a day sail. It's a long day, but it's not that big of a deal. But it was also like solo sailing. And so I'd started 2 months earlier, not knowing basically how to sail, just like day sailing and having a good time. And this guy, Jason, had done a really good job of teaching me and getting me able to kind of run the whole boat by myself. And we'd had super cool times. Like, we came out of the tip of Baja's, the fuck does everybody go down to Cabo?
Yeah.
We pulled into Cabo, and I saw a fucking killer whale in the harbor there. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I did not expect to see that. And the water there is crystal clear, and so you anchor, and you can see your anchor on the bottom. And that was also when I started learning that, like, some parts of the sailing community are super fucking weird. And also that every time you pull into a harbor in a small boat where it's obvious you weren't out for a day sail, like, people open their boats up to you. And they would see that, like, 2 dudes sailed down from San Diego in the 22th boat, like, hey, come on over for dinner. Like, you guys must be hungry.
Yeah,
and we'd be
yeah.
like,
That's cool.
yeah.
Like, no. Fuck you, nerd.
I'm gonna stare at my MREs.
But they're also fucking weirdos. Like, we went over to this one boat, and they were homeschooling their kid. And the kid was, I don't know, 10 or 12 or something, but he talked like an adult. Like, I've always been really good with kids. I've always been like the uncle that's fucking awesome, and I love kids. I think they're rad. They see the world in amazing ways. But this kid was like an adult. You couldn't have a kid conversation with him. Like most kids, you can go up and you get in the ribs a little bit, and you're like, hey, buddy, what's going on? Or you fucking smack them around, not beating them, but just like they like, kids like being fucking rough.
Goo goo gaga.
Yeah, all that shit.
They're like, I'm 15.
Yeah. Yeah. It was great. It was just like, oh, these adults are fucking this kid up because he doesn't have any other social interactions. He doesn't talk to a bunch of other kids.
He doesn't know how to be a kid.
Doesn't know how to do it. And so he knew how to, like, do all the stuff on the boat, but he didn't know how to be a kid. I was like, super weird. And I met other families whose kids were fucking awesome and weren't like that, but they'd taken a lot of time to make sure their kids had plenty of exposure to the world. So I started pulling up the anchor, and I was cutting my hands like, fuck this. And so I just pulled out my knife and cut the anchor. I was like, I'm a fucking pirate. I'm out of here. I'll figure this out on the other side. And I sailed to...
So just leave without the anchor.
Mm-hmm. I had a spare, so I but it wasn't a better spare.
2 is 1, 1 is none.
Yeah, I was down to 1. So then I got into, I think it's Capos is the northernmost town, and I'd had this really ripping day. And in sailing, like, good sailors listen to us are like, oh yeah, everybody can do that. But for me, it was like this cool thing. It's like, I can sail this thing by myself. You put the spinnaker up. It's this really big sail. It does take a lot of technical ability to run it by yourself in heavy weather. And like, I had it at the time, so it was like, I fucking got this. And there's this giant sail out there, and I'm calling out the commands to myself because there's stuff that you'll say and do. And it's like, this is fucking awesome. And then,
Jive ho!
Yeah. Like, oh, trip me. Like, there's no one here, Nick. Like, you're talking to yourself. And then I, pulled the kite down and come into Capos. And
As long as you didn't start talking like a fucking volleyball. Wilson!
No, I didn't get that far. So drop anchor in, I think it was Capos, and then went into town. And I went into a bunch of bars, and I was just like, hey, I'm looking for crew. And so I just look around for people who look like they were my age and might be into it. And there's this one group of kids who, I think they were from Seattle or Washington or something. They were down on their semester abroad. And this one girl was like, yeah, I'll totally crew. I was like, all right, well, here's the rules. Your bag is no bigger than this, and I don't wear any clothes. And if you're cool with that, she's like, all right, I'll be there. I was like, all right, 7 a.m. And so I said, we don't have a boat because the guy that I'd been sailing with had lost. We had in the Navy, one of the pentathlon events is you have a little inflatable boat that you row with one paddle. And so we had liberated one of those boats to use as our dinghy. Mm-hmm. And
liberated.
Yeah. this is America. And in Port Escondido, I think we'd gone out to the bar and we brought a bunch of people back on this boat, this little dinghy. Too many for the dinghy. It was getting swamped. And we had all these people on our boat, and we had this tiny little boat. There's like 8 people is a lot of fucking people on a 22-foot boat. And we're all drinking, and then my buddy was like, dude, I'm going to take this chick back. We're going to go back to her place. And I'm all for dudes getting their shit. But I was like, hey, don't take the dinghy because you're going to fucking lose it. It'll get stolen. He's like, no, it's going to be fine. I'm like, Jason, don't take the fucking dinghy. He's like, oh, it's going to be fine. He took the fucking dinghy. Of course, he goes, bangs girl, wakes up in the morning, boat's gone. So it's like, we don't have the dinghy anymore. Yep. So this chick swims out to the boat with me, and we get on board and sail south. And I think that there's two super cool things.
Just you and her.
Just me and her. Yeah.
That's a fucking leap of faith for any chick, dude.
I know.
She was adventurous.
No clothes. Yeah.
When we had left San Diego, before we went, you were asking me about fishing. And I'd gone to Squidco here in San Diego. And I'm not like a fisher. I didn't grow up a fisher hunter. Like I fished with my dad, but nothing crazy. And I went to Squidco and I said, like, hey, I'm going to need to fucking stay alive. Is there something that I can just like throw over the back and tie to the boat that will just catch fish? And they look at me like, yeah, it costs you about $150. I'm like, oh, they fucking just saw a sucker coming.
What the fuck's a Squidco?
Squidco's a local fishing store.
Oh.
You probably go there today. And so they gave me this line that was like a line with a bungee cord with a hook and a little spinner bait thing on the back. And I walked out of the store. I'm like, they just fucking took me for $150, but fuck it. Like, at least I'm checking the boxes. And we get out, we're at sea. It's like day 2. And I'm like, oh, Jason, dude, let's catch some fish. Like, I pull out my little fucking bag, put it out, throw it over. It's not a fucking minute, but there's a fish on the line. We're like, holy shit. And we pull this fish in, and it's, I don't know, like a whatever yellow tail, some fucking fish this big. Neither of us know what to do with it. So this fish is like fucking flop around, and I pull it up on the deck, and we both realize like we don't know how to cut up a fish. We don't know how to do anything other than like grill a fillet of fish that's been prepared for us, which is embarrassing. And so this thing's flopping all over the place, and I'm like, we have to kill it. And my buddy had given me an asp because we thought we couldn't have a gun. And so I fucking whip out this asp, and I'm like beating this fucking fish to death. There's goddamn fish blood all over the boat. And Jason's like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, dude, we gotta fucking kill this thing. So finally the fish dies. We cut it up, and out of the whole fucking fish, we got, I don't know, not even like a fistful of meat.
Really?
We were just like, because we didn't know what we were doing. Like, we're cutting things off, and it's all fucked up. And so when I got,
Looks like you're buried.
Cut its feet off. Like, fish don't have feet. What the fuck?
give me a breast.
I only want white meat. Like, what the fuck?
Works. So when the girl came on, her dad had been like an Alaskan fish camp guide, and she knew everything about fish.
Perfect.
And so she was getting like the cheek meat out of fish.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And she would make
That's good
ceviche.
shit,
It was
too.
fucking awesome. Yeah. So she significantly improved the standard of living.
Did she also sail naked, or she like?
She did.
All right.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Can you imagine just cruising by that boat? There's 2 people just buck ass
Right.
naked.
Like, wait, does she have a tail?
Yeah. Yeah, that happened off of Florida. It's like we were busy conducting business, and this boat went by, and I was just waving like, hey, we're doing our thing. This is out in God's great ocean. So went down, and then, let's see, one of the cool things with a boat and those long trips is you can pull in anywhere. So anywhere you can anchor, it's not like there's generally rules against it. And so there's this little kind of like forgotten cove somewhere in Panama. I couldn't find it today because I didn't pay attention. But we went in, dropped anchor. There's a little village there. And we swam in, and we got some dried fish. And then I climbed a fucking tree, and I cut off a bunch of coconuts. And we brought the coconuts back to the boat. And I just remember like sailing away, and the sun is setting. The beach is behind us. We're heading back out to sea, and the coconuts are kind of like rolling around the cockpit. It's like, dude, this is fucking living.
That's awesome.
This is rad.
Fucking Robinson Crusoe.
Yeah, no shit, dude.
So good. And then we went south from there to keep going south to get to Panama. And one night we ran into a fishing net. And I just remember that being like this epic night. Because you run into the net, and it's a big net. They're like miles long. And we couldn't get through it. And it was fucking dark. And I was super tired because I was doing most of the sailing because I was still teaching her how to run the boat. And the Humboldt Current goes there. So it's really cold. And so you would think Panama is like warm water, but it's fucking cold. And so I was just looking at it and trying to get it off the boat. And finally I was like, fuck it. I jumped over with a knife, and I just started like cutting the net. And I remember like the moonshine coming down, and it's super dark. You're out in the middle of the ocean, and it's always like a little bit like, what, was that a big shape, or is that just like a shadow? And I cut the net free, and I was fucking cooked at the end of it. And I crawled back in the boat, and I was like, Laura, you got this thing.
What's like the freeboard on, like, you're like grabbing your shit, like trying to. No, it's just like.
Yeah, 2 feet, easy. Yeah. You can come up in the back. It's like, Laura, I'm going to go to bed. When I wake up, we better be fucking motoring directly for Panama. Like, I'm done. And sure enough, 8 hours later, I woke up. It's like, and she's fucking sitting out there at the tow, like, yeah, sun's up. It's fucking super nice.
Oh, yeah.
But we used to, we throw a line off the back. You tie a line to one of the back cleats. And if you've ever been out in boats in the ocean, you know that they'll always get visited by dolphins. And so the dolphins or the pilot whales or whatever would come up to the front and they just swim and surf in the bow wake. And on a little boat, it's super small. And it's got this little bow pulpit. And I used to sit in the pulpit. That's like a steel railing and it extends out in front of the bow just a little bit. And the front curve of that pulpit happened to perfectly fit my ass. And so I would sit up there and take a shit, and I'd be looking back at like the fucking sailboat and whoever poor bastard was driving, unless it was on autopilot. And I'd just be like shitting there and your fucking shit drops into the water. It's like, this is fucking living. But you'd also go
like
up to
prison.
Just like prison. You can't go anywhere. You could go up there and see when the dolphins and whales came up, and they'd just sit there and they'd swim with you for a while. And as soon as I saw them coming, I'd tie the little line to the back, and then you'd jump in and just hold on to the line. And they're 20 feet in front of you. You can see like a whole family of them swimming. And it's like, it's fucking awesome. There's the mom and the dad. And then there's the little baby one taking a shit. And so the fucking shit just like floats back and goes through. Now I've been lower than whale shit. Like that's fucking Navy stuff right there. But it's just a super cool time and a great time to like explore lots of stuff that was non-regulation.
Yeah, man, that's amazing.
That's cool.
What a wild trip.
Yeah.
Cool. Holy shit.
Yeah. So then you get to Panama. How long did she stay on the boat with you? Did she stay?
She stayed all the way to Florida.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
okay.
So I had Jason was the first half and Laura was the second half. And in Panama, we had run out of pot, and so I was like, when you get off the boat there, every fucking cab driver's like, do you want mota? Mota's the fucking whatever their slang for pot. And at the time we got there, we had plenty. And I was like, no, I'm good. And then we ran out. And so I was like, Laura, I'm going to go get some more pot in the city. And she's like, okay, I'll come and get groceries. And so we go in there, and I think the first or second guy is like, mota. I was like, yeah.
You're on the East Coast at this point, right?
Still on the West Coast. We hadn't gone through yet. I was waiting
Okay.
for the time to come up to go through. And I was like, buying pot in Panama, like, I should think about this a little bit before I do it. And so I'd like stripped all the shit out of my stuff. I didn't have anything on me except an ID and the money I was going to use to buy it. Like no knife, none of the stuff that I was rolling around with normally. No wallet. This guy takes me and he's like, all right, how much do you want? I was like, I think I had $40. Like, I'll take $20, which was a lot of pot then for two people. So he pulls up to this apartment complex. He's like, this guy's going to come out and take it, and he'll go inside and get it for you. I was like, okay. Dude comes in, takes it, and probably walked out the back like I never saw it again. And after like 20 minutes, I'm like, okay, you got your $20. Cool. Just take me back to, this other place. So he's like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah. And he's talking on the radio the whole time. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I didn't speak Spanish at the time. And even now, I'm not sure I would have caught everything. Certainly would have caught more than I did. And he starts going away that I'm like, this isn't the way we're supposed to go. And he's like, no, it's fine. And then he fucking pulls in super hard to this little parking lot. And we're pretty close to where I'm supposed to be. And I'm like, this isn't. And as I'm about to say it, these two fucking cars, big like white, not vans, where like SUVs roll up on either side. Panama fucking army or police get out with their M16s. And they're like, get out of the car, blah, blah, blah. Spanish. And I'm like, okay, they must want me out of this thing. And they were trying to roll me up for buying pot. I'm like, I don't have any.
I got robbed.
I haven't buying it.
And they searched me and they did the whole thing. They found the extra $20 and I'm like, you guys can have it. And they're all standing in like a semicircle around me. And all their guns are like low ready. And it was pretty threatening, but I was also like, I just think that we don't understand each other.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they're going to shoot me. So I'm just going to fucking back away. And so I'm like, just put my hands up. I'm like, hey guys, I don't want any problems. I think you're done with me. And they're like, Paka, tucker, whatever the fuck it is. And I'm like, look, if you want me to stop, just say stop, but I'm going to keep, and I like talking the whole time. And I get around the edge of the building and just fucking, I'm like, I'm fucking out of here.
In your chanclas.
Yeah, in my little fucking, in my little birdies. And I ran back and found the grocery store, and Laura's outside with like 2 bags of groceries. She's like, did you get the pot? I'm like, shut the fuck up. Yeah. And we got in the cab. I'm like, get down. They're going to fucking follow us. And I'm just being an idiot, like, we're probably going to get rolled up. And she's like, what did you do? And I'm like, nothing. And we got back. I
didn't get the weed.
I did not get the weed. We got back to the boat, and we still had like a little bit left. And so nothing ended up happening, but dummy that I went like swept up everything and threw it overboard thinking it would sink. and it just kind of like floats next to the boat. There's like this little grass fucking pile of pot next to
Give the fish
eye.
Oh Jesus, man, that's
that was
wild
it.
adventures. That's fucking awesome, man.
So then, when'd you get the next fucking opportunity to go buy pot?
I think I met some folks on the far side
Oh, right on.
that had it. Yeah.
that's
yeah.
fucking wild.
No loaded M16s pointed at you.
No, it was funny because I was like being such a stuck-up team guy, like M16s, plastic pieces of shit. Look at those things, fucking. I don't even know how to say it anymore, but like the front carriers, are like the old black
Yeah.
plastic from Vietnam.
Oh, yeah,
Bake
yeah.
light.
Oh, the heat
yeah.
shield.
Yeah, I'm like, you guys, are you gonna fucking even hit anything? Come on.
Oh, we got sights on them.
yeah. It's fucking big old fucking crazy
Holy
iron sights.
shit.
Fucking A2 flash hider. Look at that piece of shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Thinking it was
great.
so fucking
Right
cool.
on. So you get
turns
through the
out-
Panama Canal. You're on the East Coast now. You're in the Atlantic essentially, or
In the
Caribbean.
Yep.
And so then, did you kind of already knew you're gonna go up the fucking East Coast, Florida?
I didn't because this girl that I thought I was going to sail up to Virginia, and then this girl had said like, "Hey, I'm not interested," and so I didn't know what I was going to do, and I was just hanging out in Fort Lauderdale. So I ended up with a boat there, and that's where I met those Russians again.
Yeah.
And those guys were fucking super serious drinkers. Like I
That's
thought
the
at
same
the time
dudes that you met in Panama.
in Panama,
right?
yeah, the glad-handing fucking Russians.
How did
And
you run into them in the same spot? Or the same guys, the different on the entire East Coast?
I don't know.
Just weird
Like
life
you're all
coincidence?
going generally the same speed.
Okay.
And I was always going, they had a bigger boat, bigger boats are faster, but I was always like going super fast. And everyone else would be like, hey, like looks like there's heavy weather coming in, maybe we shouldn't go. I'd be like, all right, faggots, fucking let's go. And Laura's like, should we really be sailing in this? I'm like, oh, we fucking got this.
So when you're cruising up the East Coast, you're still staying close to the shore, kind of.
And this was just Florida, so it's just Fort Lauderdale. And
no, but I mean, you leave Panama, you still have to kind of hug the coast, or do you just say fuck it? I'm
no,
gonna
you go. So we went
I'm gonna
straight
cut
up
straight
to
across.
Isla Providencia, which is paradise. Still difficult to this day to get to. There's two islands that are off the east coast of Central America. Isla Providencia is one of them, and I forget the other one. They belong to Colombia, and they are known for being like big drug runner islands. The other island, you'll find it if you're looking at the map.
Yeah.
The other island is like much bigger and has way more whatever fucking coke running through it. But Providencia is like this tiny little bubble of paradise settled by the English, and so they speak English. And I remember pulling in there, and there's a
San
reef.
Andreas?
San Andreas, yep.
Yeah.
There's a reef around the harbor, and it's only got one opening. And I had gotten super sloppy because the boat's so small, the draft, the depth that it goes down below the water was like 3.9 feet, less than 4 feet. And so where other boats had to really pay attention to going through reefs, I could always be like, I got this. And I'd fucking go straight over the reef. And people in the harbor would be like, no. I'm like, dude, you don't know. I'm a fucking
I know my
sailor."
boat.
Yeah. And we scraped on this one. So I was like, maybe I don't know my boat as well as I should. But just scraped off some paint and then came in, and it was paradise. It was cobblestone streets, and you got off, and there's like a croissant bakery there, and people speak English, and it's all super nice. And you walk across this little causeway to the elementary school, and kids are getting out of school. It's like, I could fucking live here forever. And then you realize, like, no, it's a small island. Like, I couldn't be here for more than a weekend. But it's super beautiful. So from Isla Providencia over to Roatan, and then from Roatan up to, there's a Cozumel, I think it is.
Oh, yeah.
There's another island
Yep.
that's just off the Mexican coast there.
Yep.
And then from there, there's some heavy sailing because you're going against the current or the wind to Florida. And that was like just big 12-foot seas, super unpleasant for a couple days. And then you get to Florida, and it's like, I'm back in America. This is awesome. And then realizing, like, I still didn't fully realize it then, like, the trip's over.
Yeah.
And I think, like, fuck, I could have gone the other way. I could have gone across the top of South America and come up the outside, or I could have gone down to the fucking Horn and come around. Like, that would have been rad. But I didn't.
Shit, that's wild, dude. So you ended up going to Jamaica?
So I sold the boat to a guy in Jamaica. I met that dude, Frank, in the grocery store. Frank came in and sailed down with me, and we did run aground on a sandbar in the Bahamas on the way down. And so luckily it was at low tide, so you just wait for the tide to come up. And it's like, it's a funny thing. There's so many things in the rest of the world where you don't have to deal with physical reality. I mean, even out here, if like, you have to work to get in a fight here. Like people don't want to fight, or like you have to work to get in a car accident. You have to be a pretty big fucking idiot. I'll probably have a car accident on the way home or something. Right, but like there's all these things, there's all these guardrails and safety rails to stop you from doing things that might hurt you in this country. But once you get out, they're like, there's no sign that's like, hey dude, pretty fucking shallow here. Like maybe don't come this way.
Fucking Darwin takes over.
Yep. And so just like stop, and the boat kind of tilts over as the tide goes out, and we just got off. We're like, all right, I might as well take a bath. I got to fucking clean the bottom of this thing anyway. And then the tide comes back in. You're like, all right, let's keep going. I think we can make it. And so you go down through Jamaica and Cuba, and I remember coming around Jamaica and heading west, and the smoke from the island comes in, and like you smell land. There's a smell of land for sure after being out at sea for a while. And then
you went around the east side of Cuba.
We went around the east side of Cuba. Yeah.
Between Haiti and Cuba, or did you go on the other side of
Dominican Republic? No, it's between Jamaica and whatever the fucking next thing is. Is
Haiti.
Is it Haiti?
So Haiti and Dominican are one island. So
that's right. Yeah, because Cuba is not on the way. It's further to the east.
Did you have to plan your trip around hurricane season out there?
I probably should have, but I didn't. Like I didn't think of that stuff. I was still indestructible. It's like, dude, nothing's gonna hurt me. And I remember other people in the harbors and marinas are like, hey, dude, you should not go. Like, the weather is going to be bad. I'm like, what's it going to do to me?
I got a 22-foot sailboat.
I'm a goddamn pirate.
Fuck you.
Yeah, you just don't know. And
Up your butt, Jobu.
I just kept getting lucky the whole time.
I think if I were to vagabond sail, it'd be like the Greek islands and just go from one to one to one. And
that'd be cool.
Just fucking, hey, phooey.
Kill.
Sorry.
What happened to the? I cut you off before you were mentioning running into the Russian guys again.
Yeah, so I ran into them again, and that was just like a one. I saw them, and they were always super good to me. And they're like, "Hey, come on over and let's like get a drink." And I was like, "Drinking with Russians? That sounds like a good idea." Like, I fucking got this.
Keep up this
Famous last words, dude.
And we had I was working at this marina at the time, fixing everything above deck on a sailboat, and I had a little dinghy with a little outboard motor that I borrowed from them to get around. Because in that part of Lauderdale, it's all fucking waterways. And so I got in this dinghy, and the Russian's like, "Oh, come over at whatever 5." And so it's like, "Hey, Laura, let's go, go hang out with fucking Sergey and Ivan and the rest of them."
Eat onions and drink vodka.
Yeah.
Do I have to wear clothes?
Cruise over, yeah. So we cruise over there and get up to the boat, tie up, and they're like, "Hey, come on up, turn up." And I get down, and it was just like a caricature. You went down in their boat, and they had built their own boat. They had sailed from the top, Omsk is the name of the town, up this river on the top of Russia, over the top of Russia, down through the Bering Strait. In the Bering Strait, they had pitch poled, which is going end over end, dismasted. They had 2 masts. They dismasted, so lost both masts, and had to get towed into Kodiak. One of the guys had gotten thrown overboard, and they had to retrieve him, like fucking gnarly.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Gnarly sailing. And I met them way later in the trip.
You're like, you should have got one of these 22 footers.
Yeah, this bad boy. Fucking pitch bowling. So you get on board and you go down on the boat, and it was just they opened a cabinet and like empty vodka bottles would fall out, like plastic ones, not nice stuff. And I was like, "Oh, we are fucking in for it." And they're like, we have pizza. I was like, "Okay, let's fucking see what happens." And I don't know, like 8 hours later, they put me back on the dinghy, and I just like fired it up. And luckily it was rubber, because I just like bounced off of every fucking thing. I was just completely trashed. And I was like, "Should you be driving?" I'm like, "I got this." And it took forever to get back to our boat. And I'm sure they were fucking laughing. And then as we left, I think like 4 months ago, I had a client. I was doing some cryptocurrency consulting, because my life has changed significantly since then. And this company was a couple of their partners were out of Russia, and I was like, "Oh, I think they were out of Omsk." I was like, "Oh, I told the story." And he's like, "I think I know that guy."
No shit.
And he fucking hooked us up. And 25 years later, I'm talking to Sergey, who's like part of the Omsk City Council and does like sailing in Russia stuff, and built another boat and sailed around again.
That is fucking crazy.
Fucking rad. Yeah, the world's a small place.
Man.
Small place for doing rad stuff. Yeah.
That's wild shit, man.
So what happened? You get down to fucking Jamaica. You're
So
sold
Laura,
in Jamaica?
Yeah, Laura had left. Frank came down with me, and then he couldn't get a visa back into the States. The guy I sold it to worked at the embassy and worked
Frank's
some
the
kind
dude
of
that keeps sneaking into the fucking U.S., right?
Yeah. Yeah. So now the embassy guy helped him sneak in, and this time got him in legally. So Frank was kind of out of my hair, but we'd gotten there and we sold the boat and we didn't have any place to stay. And I didn't know we were going to get there as fast as we got there. So we had like, I don't know, 10 days or something in Jamaica. So the embassy guy that I'd sold it to was like, hey, you can stay at our place, until you have to leave. No big deal. And I'm looking at like Frank and I'm like, God, I got to get this dude out of this guy's house because he's a fucking train wreck. And like, he's a total fucking pothead. But Frank took care of it for me. He's like, I'm going to go off to, I think it's called the Blue Mountains, like a super big pot area of Jamaica. And I was like, I'm going to fucking take off too. I'm not going to sit around here for 10 days. This is kind of boring. And so I got a ride up to this jerk chicken festival up in Boston, which is at the very top right, the northeastern part of Jamaica. And it was the first time in my life I'd been a minority. I've always been in like white America and I will always be a white dude. And I never had that thing where it's like, oh, I'm not like the number one cat here. And I walked into this festival and I had my shirt off and I thought it's fucking everybody is black, except for the people I came with. And they listened to some music and then took off. And I was by myself walking around, no shirt on. And these dudes come up to me and they're like, hey, put your shirt on. And I'm like, I'm about to get fucking jumped. And so I'm like super careful and I'm like putting my fucking neck on real quick and I get my fucking arm through and the other arm through.
Keep the
karate
like, chop arm out.
Yeah, like fucking ready to go. And they're like, all right, cool, beat it. And I wandered around, ate some food, and then it's like, I forget, maybe 60 miles back to Kingston. I'm like, oh, I got time. I'll fucking walk back to Kingston. This will be cool. So I start walking along the road, and between Kingston...
Say 6D miles?
60. It's something like that. Maybe it's
like,
40.
I'll just walk it. It's fine.
I got a couple days. I got this shit. My flight's not for a couple days. So I start walking, and between Kingston and Jamaica, basically there's a road that goes along the
And you're in flip-flops this whole time?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a road that goes along the coast and goes to a city up there, and then there's a road that goes, basically bisects the island, goes down to Kingston. So it's like, I'll walk along this thing. And between the city and Boston, where the Jerk Festival was, there's like a constant stream of cars going back and forth, taking people back and forth. And there was a bus that would go by, like a mini bus, and they would stop and be like, hey, brother, you okay? I'm like, oh, yeah. Like, where you going, brother? I'm like, I'm walking to Kingston. Oh, you cannot walk to Kingston. I'm like, sure, I can walk to Kingston. Yeah. And they're like, oh, you cannot walk to Kingston. So they go back and forth, and he gives me not a hard time. He's being nice every time. And finally, he's like, hey, it's getting dark. You're going to get fucking jacked. Like, there's not good people on the roads after dark in Jamaica. Get in. I'll give you a ride. Like, I'll take care of you. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, I'll just see what happens. So
Put this in your mouth till the swelling goes down.
Yeah. No, slightly different story, but that's one after bites. So I got on the bus with him, and I'm like riding back and forth, and he would stop halfway every time. He'd get off, go into a little bar, have a drink with his buddies, and then keep driving. And after like 3 or 4 drinks, he's like, okay, I'm done for the night. Do you want to stay at my place? It'll be safe. And I had like a super good vibe from him. So I wasn't worried about it. So like, yeah, sure. So he drives up into the mountains and it's like going up this fucking road. There's no lights or anything. And then all of a sudden there's one like bar and a street light in the middle. This must be like a mountain village, but I don't know it at the time. And there's like 10 Jamaicans hanging out. And this is now like 11 o'clock at night, bugs flying around the lights and everything. And we stopped there.
Everybody have dreads over there?
No. Not everybody.
Weird.
It's so dumb.
Yeah, you think so? No, and so
We're watching too many Steven Seagal movies.
got out, had a drink with these dudes, and then kept on going and get up to his house. And he lives in this tiny house way up in the mountains, and it's 2 rooms. One's the bedroom and one's the living room. And I'm like, okay, like I can sleep anywhere. I had a little bedroll with me that I had, and he gets everybody up. He's like, get out of the bedroom. We have a guest. And I'm like, no, dude, I can sleep. I'll sleep anywhere. He's like, nope, you're a guest. You get the bed. He gets the whole family, like, I don't know, 8 or 10 people out.
Thanks for keeping it warm.
Yeah. I'm like, I guess I'll get in here. I'll get fucking bed bugs or something. And I went to sleep, woke up in the morning, and I've always woken up super early. So it's like 6 in the morning. I'm like, I don't need to bother these people anymore. And I start walking back down to the road. And it was just like this kind of classic bucolic countryside, smell of wood smoke in the air, and the farms are on the side, and it's this red earth, and people are, hey, white boy, what you doing? I'm like, I'm walking Kingston. You cannot walk to Kingston. So then the fucking second night, I ran into these like street urchin kids and started talking to them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we stay in this house that's being constructed on the beach." And so I went and stayed there for the night. It was like this concrete house. We stayed up on the second level, and they had super good pot, and we just sat up there, and I think we had mangoes. And I just remember like looking out over the beach and like this half constructed house, and me and all these like illiterate street kids and talking about music and shooting the shit and getting super high. And I was like, this is fucking okay.
That's awesome, man.
Dude, that's so crazy.
And then the third night, I ended up on the road that goes down to Kingston. And that night, I was about halfway, it was more than halfway through, because like, all right, it's time to hole up for the night. Because I'd heard like, don't be on the roads at night. And I got off the side of the road. I'm like, okay, it's pretty steep there. I'll just dig out a little hole and I'll sleep here for the night. I'll be fine. And I dug out a little hole that I didn't realize was on top of a fucking ant nest. And I sit down, and it's just like bam, 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 bam. I'm fucking getting hammered with ants, like jumping up, like what the fuck? And so all these, I run back up to the road, all these fucking Jamaicans driving back and forth. See this white guy like just fucking smacking himself. And I got a fucking taxi cab, and I'm like, hey, I'm done with this fucking adventure. And went back.
It's a ghost.
And then Bruce had his own adventure in the Blue Mountains and brought back this incredible pot. And we sat out on the back deck of this embassy dude's house and smoked it. And I just remember it was like hanging on the edge of Niagara Falls, and the water is coming over you, and it's like knocking your feet out behind you, and you're just this massive amount of like water and life and vibrant energy is there, and you're just like closing your eyes and like, this is so fun. I'm like, I am high in Jamaica. I am never gonna get fucking higher in my whole life. And then I woke up the next morning, got on a plane and came back to I think we flew to Indianapolis.
Oh shit, man.
I bet it's kind of hard to settle back into like normal life after just being vagabond for so long. Like it's almost like re-assimilation.
Yeah, I think it took a long time, and that's been something super nice for me to see guys get out of the Navy now. Where like I got out 25 years ago, and so I only had 5 years to get brainwashed. And I see guys get out now, and they've had 10 years or 12 years or 20 years or whatever. And it's been like, I think of it as like it's one of my responsibilities when I meet those people. It's not to go out and find them, but like when they come into my life, is like, oh, it's my turn to be the guide and make sure that as you go through that transition back to civilian life, there's someone there that understands where you were and also understands like the path way down from where you are. And is not some like homie who's with you right there where you're like, oh, what's going to happen next? Like, all right, this is how this will probably go. This is probably how you're going to feel right now. These are like the ups and downs that you're probably going to hit that I've seen so many times with my buddies that have gone out. And now I can kind of help walk you through it. But yeah, that transition is, we've all experienced it. So
yeah. How long was that total trip? Like 5 months?
5.5 months, yeah.
Shit, man.
Yeah, but a long time ago.
That's a hell of a lot of adventure.
It was, super fun. The whole thing was rad. It reminded me of another story. This is the dick sucking story, although there was no dick sucking involved. So when I finished up BUD/S, you go to jump school, and I had bought the 1973 VW bus that I ended up flying out the front window of later in the story, but I bought that from Monty Sherritt's, and I was driving that out to jump school. And so I get in there from, Coronado, if I could take off, like, fucking 48 miles an hour going up into the mountains. And I bought a little boombox and a shitload of the D-cell batteries, and that was like my music system with like CDs. So I'd be like reaching down on the side, like fucking with a CD to keep playing it. And I drove straight to Albuquerque, and I got to Albuquerque and I turned it off to go like take a piss, I don't know, somewhere, and it wouldn't turn back on. I was like, fuck. And it's at night, and this like human creature comes out of the darkness and is like, hey. I'm like, hey, what's up, man? Like, what's going on? I'm like, oh, I'm like this young kid, so I'm expecting everyone to help me. And I'm like, I fucking broke my engine, or I did something. And he was like, oh, or she, or whatever it was. It's like, oh, I can work on Volkswagens. And I just believed it. And I was like, okay. And I fucking open up the back, and they get in there, like start throwing shit out. And I like had this intuition, like, actually they don't know what they're doing. I'm like kind of tapping them, like, hey, actually, you're good, dude. Like, beat it. So I put the shit back in that he'd thrown out. Luckily, it was just like some rags and shit. Closed the door, went to bed, and then woke up in the morning, called the tow truck. I'm like, hey, I don't know anything about cars. My car's not working. Can you come get me? So come get me, tows the bus up onto the back of the truck, and we drive in Albuquerque to his place. And as we're driving, at the time I was into surfing, I had a surfboard on the top. I thought I was the coolest person ever. And we pull up to this stoplight, and there's a dude down on the side of the road, and he looks up at me and just throws me the hang 10. I was like, oh yeah, I fucking surf, hell yeah. Like, this is cool, Albuquerque's cool. And I see him kind of like a flurry of movement. He runs to his car and he starts following us. I was like, I didn't really think much of it, but I was still like paranoid from the Navy, so I'm kind of watching the rearview mirror like, it's probably going to be okay. Pulling the mechanics thing. The guy's like, hey, I'm closed for the weekend, but I'll look at this on Monday. I was like, okay, I'll have to find a place to stay. And here comes fucking dude, comes up. He's like, hey, bro, you surf? I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh, rad, I fucking surf too, da-da-da. I was like, okay, cool. And I'm like, well, I don't have anything to do. I'll just talk to this guy for a while. And after 10 minutes, he's like, hey, you need a place to stay? I'm like, yeah, I do. He's like, okay, cool. Like, stay at my place. Sure. The guy's name was Kurt. And it's maybe the first time I'm telling this in public. So we go back to...
Albuquerque's a weird motherfucking town.
Yeah, hell yeah.
There's some shit going there. So Kurt Brand, 25 years, he might be too old to follow up on some of the threats he made. So we go back to his place, and I think the first night, he was like, hey, are you hungry? I'm like, oh, yeah. He's like, let's go out to get something to eat. So go out to the grocery store, and I'm getting, like, I'm a, pour like E3 or something, maybe E4. And we get pasta, and he gets chocolate milk. And I'm like, I'm not really a chocolate milk drinker, but okay, cool, whatever. Get back to his kitchen, and I'm making pasta, and God knows I know how to make pasta. Just fucking water and salt and pasta, put it in. And he comes up and
salt in there?
Yeah, some salt, a little fucking pepper, the old Italian shit. And he's like, hey, you like chocolate milk? And he's holding up the carton. And I'm thinking he's going to pour me a glass. And I'm like, I'll be hospital. I'm like, yeah, I like chocolate milk. He's like, great. And he fucking pours it in the pasta. I'm like, what? What the fuck, dude?
Not what I meant.
That is not what I fucking meant.
It's like, what are you, Elf?
Yeah, you fucking crazy fuck.
Dude.
So we eat this like chocolate pasta because I'm like, fuck it, I'll have it. It wasn't that fucking good. And I was getting like a spidey sense this dude was not totally normal, and it might be like more than I wanted to deal with. And so I think that first night I called my dad. I'm like, hey, Dad, here's where I'm staying. I'm totally fine. Dude's a little bit sideways, but I'm going to be good. And Dad's like, okay, cool. So Kurt had his one-bedroom apartment, little, couch and fucking something like this out in the middle. And it was slightly higher than this table. So I piled up all the pillows on the couch, put a blanket over it, make it look like me. And then I went under the table and just had my little knife out. I'm like, I'm just going to sleep like this. I'm going to be okay.
Bottom down.
I'm just going to be fucking prepared. And got up in the morning. I wake up earlier than everybody. So I'm up before him. So he doesn't see that I play this particular piece of subterfuge. And he's like, hey, do you like to work out? And I'm like, oh yeah, I fucking love working out. He's like, oh, let's go, or you like to skateboard? I'm like, well, I don't skateboard, but I rollerblade. And I grew up playing hockey and rollerblading, and I'd gotten all the fucking gay jokes about it. And I was like, I didn't care. I was like, oh yeah, I'll go fucking rollerblade with you. So we went and skated the aqueducts in Albuquerque. And he was a good skater, and it's super cool. Like, they go down forever, and you fucking go up and down and do your little skate thing. And he's like, let's go to the gym. So we go to the gym, and I was out of butt. So I'm like fucking strong young kid, and I'm doing my thing. And it was me, Kurt, and this other dude in the gym. The other guy's minding his own business. He's doing his workout. Kurt is kind of watching me, but kind of doing his workout, and I'm just doing like whatever, pec flies or something stupid. And all of a sudden, Kurt goes, hey! And I look over, and he's looking at the other dude. He's like, are you fucking looking at him, you fucking faggot? And I'm like, I don't think that guy was looking at me at all. Like, he's smart. Yeah. And the guy's like, I wasn't looking at him. Kurt's like, you fucking better not be like the fucking faggots in this goddamn town. I'm like, whoa, I'm a fucking weirdo. Like, fuck, like it's free room and board, or free at least room. And then he's like, hey, do you want to go jump in the pool? I'm like, oh yeah, I like swimming. Let's jump in the pool. And he's like,
hey, you like chocolate milk?
Yeah, he's like, do you ever when you swim, do you just hold your breath and think you're a dolphin and then like feel like you're tied up? I'm like, nope, never. Like I'm pretty good in the water. I don't ever feel like I'm tied up. He's like, sometimes I feel, and he goes on this whole fucking thing of like how he has these out of body experiences swimming. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Like, as long as you're not charging me rent for the bed, I'll put up with your crazy fucking stories.
Yeah.
So we go back, and this is night 2, and we make another meal, and he starts opening up to me about his life and how his dad is a general, and he'd seen something that Kurt had seen something he wasn't supposed to see, and his dad had him locked up, and he was banished to Albuquerque. And
fucking aliens.
Yeah, aliens, like all the rest of it. And he pulls out this book, and the book is about the devil and how like Lucent Technologies is taking over. And I've always been a weirdo magnet, so I was like, oh, I'm in my element. I'm cool with this. Like, tell me more.
Let's go down this rabbit hole together.
Yeah. So he goes down. He's talking about the whole thing. And he's got parts of the book highlighted. I'm like, oh, like this is a very like serial killer vibe, but like I'm fucking 20 years old. I can handle anything. Like, come at me. This will be awesome.
Got your K-bar ready, dude.
Yeah, I'm fucking ready to go. And so we're talking, and we probably had a fucking whiskey or two. And then he's like, they put a tracker in me, man. I'm
It's
like,
right in my butt. You want to check it out? No way.
and I'm like, oh, really? A tracker? He's like, you know how I know? I'm like, how do you know, Kurt? He's like, when I take that TV antenna, I stick it in my ass, the TV goes haywire. I'm like, no shit.
Let me see.
I would not have thought to do that. To check for a tracker in my own ass. And so that night I was like definitely doing the fucking cushions on the sofa thing. And then walk up to there, got up, nothing happened. He was just like a harmless, super weirdo. Got up the next morning, he was like, hey, bro, I'm going to ask you to do something for me. I'm like, yeah, whatever you want. He's like, I got this book. I've got to get it out of here. Like, I'm being watched. You're the only, like, help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. I'm like, no problem. So I take the book, and it's a thick book, and it's got bookmarks. He's like, this has to get to this place.
Is that the same book that he was telling you that he highlighted?
Yeah.
Stuff? Okay.
Yeah, like this has got the secret code to
like
unlocking
penthouse
the
letters.
fucking conspiracy. Or whatever.
Pages are all stuck together.
Yeah. So I take the book, and he's like, it has to get this place on Virginia Beach. You're going there. Like, you got it's like, all right, cool. I got you, Kurt. Don't worry about it. And I'm driving down the highway, get out the city limits, fucking roll the window down. Like, I'm out, dog. Yeah. No fucking way. And I get to jump school.
So what was wrong with the car?
Oh,
Needed
so
a battery?
I forgot. So I got back to the mechanic. It's Monday morning. I'm like, okay, there's going to be like $1,000. I'll have to fucking borrow money from someone. And the mechanic's like, what's wrong with it? I'm like, oh, it doesn't start. Puts key in, starts right up. I'm like,
Fucking Volkswagen buses.
Yeah. Fucking Volkswagen, dude.
Hey,
So-
it's fate. The world just wanted you
Yeah.
to hang out with Kurt.
Yeah.
if I met that guy. So I get to jump school, and it's whatever, 2 or 3 weeks
Starts
long.
right up.
And I'm sitting I'm in formation like week 2 or something. And my grandfather had died in boot camp, and so they'd called me out of formation then. So I knew like when you get called out of formation, like something is bad. And it's like, hey, November, Hawks. I'm like, yep, right here. I'm like, fuck, who died? And they're like, there's a phone call for you. I'm like, okay. I was like, this is gonna be bad. Wait, what is it? Hey, this is Nick. Hey man, this is Kurt. What's going on?
No way.
I'm like,
oh my God,
how did
dude.
you? Hey Kurt, what are you doing? He's like, I told you, my dad was a general. He's like, you got that book? You get it out to him? Like,
Oh, God.
I didn't lie. Like, I haven't given the book to those guys yet. Haven't got that far. He's like, okay, cool. He's like, where are you going next? I'm like, I don't know. I'm not sure where I'm going to get stationed. And that was it. I never heard from him again. But I was like, that dude tracked me down in jump school and
That's
somehow
crazy.
fucking got to call and got through these people. And
He just calls the Red Cross. He's
Something.
like, hey, there's a guy.
yeah. No idea how it happened.
God.
So Kurt, your book didn't get delivered. My bad.
It's probably some bum on the side of the road. He's like, this is fucking amazing.
It's all true.
Now I understand why the pages are stuck together.
Holy shit, dude. I wonder what happened to that book, though, you know? Like, I wonder if that whole side quest was meant to be to deliver that book to somebody that was
Somebody
supposed
on
to.
the
Probably
side
that
of fucking-
birthday one that you took to the strip club.
Right?
Yeah.
The birthday book.
Side of fucking I-40 somewhere just collecting dust.
Oh, some crazy stuff, dude. Holy shit. You got some wild stories.
There's some crazy shit going on in Albuquerque, man. Although I did have a good time over there when I was like living there for like 6 months when I did that Netflix show called Obliterated. And I live right in like Nob Hill area. There's some fucking cool bars and shit there. And I was like,
The food's pretty good.
Food's
yeah.
amazing.
I
Yeah.
mean, it was very fucking,
It's still
very mellow town, you know?
Yeah, Albuquerque's. I went to high school in Santa Fe for a while,
Yeah.
so I would always like drive through or fly into Albuquerque and go to the prep school and public high school there. So my mom moved to Santa Fe after we left fucking Santa Rosa, and so it's a weird town though, dude. I never spent too much time in there, but I hated that whole thing though, dude. I hated Santa Fe. But yeah, Albuquerque's got some.
It's
weird
weird because
some
Santa
weird
Fe is
stories
like
in
such a cool place, but I can see if you're not there for the right reasons or you got some background or it's like, oh, it's not your thing.
I think
Yeah.
you have money and live in the mountains.
Fantastic,
It's
yeah.
probably that'll do.
Yeah, my mom's like a big hippie, so she loves it there.
Oh yeah,
but I was
just
like,
feeling that energy come up from.
dude, yeah. And I was like, it's beautiful. Like, it's beautiful to drive through, and the sunsets there. It's the most beautiful sunsets in the high desert. It's fucking gorgeous, but you can't do anything with the terrain. You know, you just look at it. But it's not like the mountains. You go climb the mountains. Like high desert and like you just wander out in the middle of fucking high desert. And it looks like
desert.
you can't do anything with it.
Yeah.
You know, you can't even drive a car around. You can't do anything with it except stare at it. It's kind of useless. Yeah, Santa Fe I was not a big fan of that fucking place. But
We had some land up in north of Taos for a while,
Taos is fucking gorgeous.
which was super cool. It was up in this little place called Lama. And that was the real estate boom of maybe 04 or something, somewhere around there. And we thought we were ballers, and I was doing contract work, and I come back thinking I was rich as fuck and like not really that fucking wealthy, but like, dude, I've never seen money like this before. And we bought this piece of land that turned out to be the most expensive camping I ever did because we lost it when we went bankrupt. It was like $197,000. Like, oh, we're gonna fucking pay this off in like 3 months. We got this shit. It's like, nope.
Oh, shit.
Went out there, like camped on it like 4 times, and then it was gone.
So you got out before 9/11, right?
I did.
Were
Yeah.
you out in the middle of the fucking ocean when that happened? You just get into port and
No. So that September 11th was I was back in Indianapolis. I went to like community college there for a year because I was thinking at the time that I had just taken this like detour into the Navy, and the Navy turned out to not be this thing I wanted it to be. So now I was going to go to school, and then I was going to go to the Olympics for swimming, and then I was going to be a fucking 3rd grade teacher. Like that was my plan, and none of that happened either.
What'd your uncle? Because you say your uncle was a team guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, did he have any like life, mentoring? They're like, no, stay in, or you should have.
He was kind of jaded, so he got out, and I'm not clear to this day. He might have had some issues in the Navy, but I'm not sure what they were. And he might have just gotten out the same way I got out, where it's like, oh, you get out honorable discharge, like you do your time.
Yeah.
He'd certainly had some like kerfluffles in the Navy,
Right.
And then he got out and he went and worked in Hollywood and was a cameraman up there.
Oh, right on.
And he'd like invent these badass fucking underwater cameras and do like all the underwater shit that you would expect an ex-frogman to do.
Yeah.
Super cool dude. And he married this girl and they had a kid. And he was working on some set or something when the kid was being born. And I guess the story is that he went to the director and he's like, hey, my kid's being born. Like, I got to go. And the director's like, no, you're fucking hired to be here. Like, you're staying here. And George is like, nope, I'm fucking getting out of here. And the director's like, you're coming through me. And George is like, no problem. Fucking smacked him. And the guy took him to court. And George's wife was a real estate lawyer and thought that was good enough to defend him in the courts. And it wasn't. And so he ended up becoming a felon because he had attacked a person with... He was a lethal weapon because it's like, this is back when like Navy SEALs were still fucking super like secret. And so nobody knew what you could or couldn't do. They didn't know you like you couldn't gut a fucking fish. Yeah. And so, so he got done up for that. And he just kind of kept working Hollywood forever.
Yeah.
And then he's out in North Carolina now.
Oh, right on.
But I always looked up to him like, oh, this guy's the most badass thing ever. And I think for him, he was just like, this kind of shrimp kid is my family. So he introduced me to some super cool super cool dudes, but also like, kid, you got to make it on your own. Like, I'm not your, I'm not your fucking dad or your thing. So,
yeah, that's wild, dude. So you, to keep things chronological, so the Navy, got out of the Navy, went that wild journey on the East Coast, and then where did you end up after that? So you met Lee, and then you started contracting after that?
So I met Lee in 2000, and then I did a year in Indianapolis, decided school wasn't for me. I started writing at that time, and that's where like I discovered I was good at writing. I sold a article to Sailing Magazine that got published, and it was like, fuck, I can do something beyond like shooting guns or whatever, which I also thought I was really good at. And then you guys probably have had the same thing. Is like, you think as a team guy you're the best at everything. Like, I'm the fucking best guy I've ever around. I can fucking shoot the eye out of a sparrow. And then you meet someone who can shoot the eye out of a sparrow at fucking 100 yards. You're like,
yep.
I'm not really good. And none of us are really that good.
Dude, totally.
Yeah.
And I never went to dev or any of those things. So like, maybe those guys are that good. I'm sure they're far better than me. But it was also this realization, like, I'm not really that good at stuff. I can do a lot of push-ups. I can run fast. I can swim fast. But there's like stuff I'm not good at. And then I hit this writing thing. And I'm like, oh, I can be like world class at this. I got this. So did a year in Indianapolis. And then we came out here, moved out to San Diego. And I went to another year or two of community college here at like Mesa.
What were you studying?
Political science. Like, I didn't know what to do. It's like, oh, you get the GI Bill and you just go to college. Like, that's what you do. And then gradually, and this is kind of how the whole rest of my life went, is like, okay, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go to college, and then you're supposed to get married, and then you're supposed to have kids, and then you're supposed to do this thing. And I didn't do almost any of those. Like the only thing I did is got married.
To a woman.
To a woman. So yeah, plus one there. It's worked out well. But no, like no kids. We had a couple of miscarriages, and for like when we first met, I was like, oh, I want like a dozen kids. I love kids. I love big family, and then we just couldn't have them. And we got through that like biological imperative that you have in your late 30s. And on the other side of that, I was like, fucking pretty nice not having kids.
Yeah, dinking.
Like, it's not for everybody, because I've heard you talk about like, I think you want kids now still.
Yeah, I have one right now, but I never got to grow
It's
up
the
with
daughter,
her, so
yeah,
it's a little bit different situation.
And she's at the Naval Academy?
Yeah, I mean nothing to do with me, but yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean you gave her the foundational.
All I did was donate
Yeah.
fucking DNA.
Yeah, that's it. DNA goes for something. Yeah. I remember you talking about that before. So yeah, for us, it was just, we saw that thing. And so didn't go to college, didn't have kids, ended up buying a house. But like the rest of my life has been totally like scavenge, hunt, adventure, like figure things out as I went. And I always have felt like I just haven't done enough, which I think is a good place to be, because I always want to do more. Like I'm not done yet. And there's all these heroes I have, like this guy, Sir Richard Francis Burton, who lived in the late 1860s, I think he was around then, spoke 30 plus languages fluently. They said he could stand in the middle of a crowd of people who spoke all different languages, answer every man in their own language, and that person wouldn't know he wasn't a native. He translated the Kama Sutra. He translated 1001 Arabian Nights, like a badass adventure. Went all over the place, discovered was the source of the Nile, like all of these amazing adventures. I'm like, that's the kind of dude I want to be. And then I like compare my life to him, like, I'm not really doing that well. But then it's like, comparison's the thief of joy. So,
yeah, not done yet either, too, man.
No, not done.
Yeah.
I got some time.
Yeah. So you went, so you did community college, and then how'd you get into contracting after that? How'd that go?
So got out in 2000, and then 2004, I'd done the community college. I'm like, I need money. And the contracting thing came up. I'm like, oh, that's adventure. Like I never got to do this war thing. I'm going to go fucking chase the war, chase the elephant. And I signed up, funnily enough, that this podcast is named Liberty Risk. At the time, my email was libertyrisk@hotmail.com.
Oh, it's cool. You got that one. Yeah.
And so I started applying to all of these contracting companies.
Probably not the best email to apply from.
No, and luckily, I think it's DynCorp was one of them, like one of the big ones back then. The guy wrote me back, and he's like, hey, with an email like that, I'm not going to hire you. No one will ever hire you. And that was all he said. There was no, like, I wrote back to say thanks, never heard back again, but it was like,
It's good advice.
super helpful. And so I got, Nik Hawks at Hotmail or whatever.
Squared away guy. Yeah.
Super square. Fucking all right angles at gmail.com.
I did that with, there's another team guy, I'm not going to say his name, but his email was like, dummy 69 at Yahoo or some shit.
It's like 16 when
and
you made it.
we're doing like a PSD, and we're having to like, send information to multiple people, and it's like the client, and he's like looking through these email addresses. It's like, Kevin_Ken at blah, 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 and, blah, blah, blah. Dummy 69. You're like,
God damn it.
Yeah.
dude, come on,
Take
bro.
30 seconds to make a new email, dude.
Yeah. But you just don't know. Like when I started doing, so after that, I think I was doing notary work. Jason Mulaney got me like these notary gigs. And so during the real estate boom, I would drive all over Southern California and watch people sign their loan docs. And it was like this easy job. And I remember when I started it, I'd walk in dressed the way I always dress, like shorts and a fucking t-shirt, shorts and a long sleeve if it's super cold, flip-flops. And I would show up with my little briefcase and all my shit squared away. And I'd go to these loan officers like, hey, where do you need me to go? Like I could drive anywhere, I could do anything. And they would be like, oh, come back tomorrow. And I was like, the fuck? Like I'm a fucking frogman. Like, and I'm super squared away. And then I got in the elevator one time and I saw this dude he started complaining about this thing he'd done. I was like, you did that the dumbest way possible. Like no one should ever work with you. But he's dressed in a nice suit.
Yeah.
And it hit me. I was like, all they do is look at you.
Yeah.
That's it. And I wish I would have known that. You'd think you'd know that in the military, but I just didn't fucking pick that up. And so I went down to Nordstrom and I found some gay dude in the men's department. I'm like, hey, I don't know a
Suit
thing about
me up,
fashion.
bro.
I gotta look gayer than you.
It's like, here's fucking $1,000. Like, just can you dress me?
Gay
like,
me up.
I'm not fucking ashamed. And he did a fantastic job. And I literally
Like,
walked
quit
in.
trying to put shit in my ass.
No.
Gay guys
Give me
got
some
good
pants.
style, man.
Yeah. And maybe he wasn't gay. Maybe I remember him being pretty gay. But I went in the next day, button-up shirt, belt, fucking pants, nice shoes. And they're like, hey, Nick, yeah, I got something for you and fucking wherever. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me.
Yeah.
But that's it. And it was like
This
this.
shit works.
Yeah, it was that thing. It was that easy. And then the other crazy thing that happened then was I was driving all over the place, and I grew up super allergic to dogs and cats. And so I'd always been allergic to them. And when I was doing the notary thing, I'd had one experience before where I wasn't allergic to dogs, but every other time I'd been allergic. And the one experience was there was a girl that I was sleeping with, and she had a puppy in the same bed as us. And I was like, oh, that thing's like, I'm going to fucking die. But I also have business to conduct. And so
Power through it.
Is it worth it to me?
I woke up in the morning like no problems, and I was like, that's weird. Popped up out of bed and fucking got out of there, and just chalked it off as like, it's kind of a weird thing in the universe. Maybe it's just because it's a puppy.
It was a multi-poo.
It was a lab repeat.
Hypoallergenic.
So then I started doing the notary stuff, and a notary signing takes about an hour. You come in and you put all these papers down, and you fucking sign all the paperwork and go through it, and you have to explain everything to everybody. And there was a couple things there. One is that, like, a lot of people got into loans they certainly shouldn't have got into, and I facilitated that just by being there. But it's like, you fucking sign the docs. Like, I can look around this house and tell you this is not an $800,000 house, and you should not be taking out $400,000 cash. But
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
not my name on the paperwork. And so they would sign it, and then a couple times we'd do the whole thing, and at the end of the signing, like a cat or a dog would walk around that I hadn't known was there, and all of a sudden be like, and I started sniffing. I'm like, and it was real. It wasn't like I was trying to fake it. I'm like, what the fuck is that? That's not right. Mm-hmm. There's something I don't understand about the world. There's something I don't understand about the universe. So I started going down this path, like, I'm going to fucking cure myself of allergies. Like, that doesn't add up. I'm going to figure that out. And so I bought every hippie, crazy thing you can think of to cure yourself of allergies. With the exception of drinking your own piss, I've done it. Like, I've held the little electric shock things, and they fucking run electricity through you while they like run it also through allergens.
You should talk to Dirty.
Yeah. I don't think he was doing it for the same reasons. Like, all that
has a
stuff I
dog.
did. And I got, I found this book called You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay, who owns Hay House, which is like a big book, and I think in your mom's world, but it's all like self-help stuff, and she's super famous in that world. And I read that book, and it's all affirmations. It's like, I am not allergic to dogs. I love dogs. I love animals. Animals are good for me. Like, I have folders of these affirmations. It was months and months and months, and a couple months into it, I'm like, we're going to get, my wife Lee is like, hey, let's get a dog. And I was like, yeah, I wanted to get a dog. It's like, I'm also allergic to it. She's like, okay, your choice. Like, if you want to live on meds or fix it, like, whatever it is, but when we get it, we're not ungetting it.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. I was like, okay, cool. And the first 3 months were like hell on earth. We got a little cattle dog, and I loved her. She was awesome, but my nose was running all the time. I couldn't breathe. I'd be in bed at night next to Lee, like looking up at the ceiling, and like breathing as hard as I could just to stay alive. And I had told her, I'm like, hey, I think this has something to do with me getting attention when I was a kid for being allergic. Because I get like rolled out of the fucking school in a wheelchair. Yeah. There's like massive attention for a kid. So I was like, you cannot pay attention to me. It's like, no matter how bad it is. And she talks about it now. She's like, it was crazy. Like, you'd be dying. And I had just like fucking sit there. I couldn't go to sleep because you're being such a fucking loud breather. And I would
you
do these
shut the fuck up?
affirmations and affirmations and affirmations. And then one night I was like having this moment, and I was just meditating and getting as deep as I could get. And I went, it was like, and I had this big breath. I was like, whew, holy shit. And I was breathing all of a sudden. I was like, dude, it fucking worked. It fucking worked. And then it was like, my like lung, my throat started closing back up. I'm like, no, it worked. Like, I fucking did it. And so I got up and I did more affirmations. And then like that moment broke the spine of that thing. I'm like, I can fucking do this. And I just went at it harder and harder. And I wrote thousands of affirmations. And I've had 3 dogs for 15 years now, and like no problems.
Holy
like
shit.
Totally fucking cured myself. But that's what I look at coming out of the notary, aside from making money, was like this giant gift.
Man,
Fix
yeah.
yourself.
Dude, it's crazy how much the mind like controls your body, and you don't even think about it, things like that. But yeah, there's so many stories like that. It's crazy the impact that you can have
Yeah.
on your life from the physical realm. Fuck, man. You guys want to take a quick break?
Let's do it.
Sure.
Good dude, man. Unfortunately, shit like that happens, but we're back.
We're back. Okay, so Nick is super squared away, obviously. So he sent a whole list, a 3-page list of all these
there's no way you
stories.
did that.
No, I didn't do this.
No, you asked me for like, hey, do you have some stories? I'm like, God, I've done a bunch of podcasts, and it's always nice to have people cue you up with stuff.
Oh yeah, it was great.
Nobody knows your life better than you do.
There's so many little things. So I think what we'll do, and we'll just shotgun a couple of these because I'm reading the headlines of some of these stories. I'm like, what the fuck? These are crazy.
Yeah.
So we're just going to shotgun a few of these, and that'll just bounce
see where it
into
goes.
all kinds of stuff. What was the one that caught
The
my eye?
grapefruit.
here?
is where we're gonna
Yeah,
start.
yeah. Whitney and flip flops and the grapefruit story.
So I think I'd just finished that sailing trip, and I came back to San Diego, and my buddy Bernd Haferkamp, Toast, most people know him as Toast on
Oh, yeah.
teams, was getting married to his future wife, Katrina. And we've been on pentathlon together. I knew Toast. He's named his kid after me. Like, he's a super close friend. I love that guy. He's rad. But I think we were at some party, and he's like, hey, me and Katrina are going to get married tomorrow on top of Mount Whitney. You want to come? And I was like, yeah, sure. And
Wait, you were in San Diego?
yeah,
So we just gonna fly up to fucking
Drove through the
Washington?
night.
Oh fuck, dude.
Holy shit.
so drove through the night. We got there.
Life's
You just walk
adventures.
there. You can't walk to Whitney.
Yeah. So we get there.
Yeah, man.
You gotta walk to Whitney. So I think there's a couple of us. There were a couple of us in the car. Me and I think Kevin Monford and Heidi Fioran and Barrett Katrina. And we get to Whitney, and you have to have a permit. And we somehow figured out a way to like, oh, if you climb it in a day, you don't need a permit or something like that. So we're like, all right, cool. And all of us were on pentathlon together, so we're all super athletic at the time. And I had flip-flops, and I had this big thing at the time, like I do everything in flip-flops. So they're like, hey, you gonna put your shoes on? We're ready to go. I'm like, I got them on. Like, let's fucking do this.
Well,
And
he also used to take these demon bells, the 72-pound demon bell, and run barefoot up Cowles Mountain carrying the 72-pound
Oh, jeez.
kettlebell.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, that's
fucking nuts.
in fact, if you go to Cowles, you have to know where to look for it. But to this day, there are still little boulders. So I've got this thing that I do. I remember when I was a kid, I would read about Indian braves and like a rite of passage for manhood. One of them would be running all day with a mouthful of water and then spitting it out. And I was always like, oh, I got to do that. And I was like, I never have a fucking day just to run. And so what I would do is I'd go to Cowles, and I would take a big gulp of water at the bottom of the hill, hold it in my mouth, and then halfway up off the side, I've got these boulders hidden. And there's a couple people maybe who watch this who have taken up. And it was always guys who wanted to go to Buds. Probably like all of us, you get folks who feed people to you, like, oh, they want to do whatever it is you did. Can you talk to them? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll talk to them. Like, but we're going to be running when we talk. And so I would take these guys up, and when I took someone else, we wouldn't do the water thing because you can't talk with water in your mouth. But I'd always, halfway up, there's these boulders, and you reach into the bushes, grab a boulder, and carry it up. And I always found that to be a nice way to have young dudes who think they're super fucking hardcore realize that, like, maybe they're not quite
Yeah.
ready for the thing they thought they were ready for.
And it's shit's just uncomfortable too. Like, you know, there's people that are like, say, oh, I'll throw 40 pounds in a fucking rucksack and walk up there. Like, yeah, try carrying a fucking 30 or 40 pound rock.
Yeah, way
With no straps
different.
on it,
Way
or
different.
you know, you're just
Yeah,
like,
it's a pain in the
what
ass.
the
Yeah.
fuck?
So I was doing that with the demon bells, and then I found the rocks, and I figured that. And then I was doing this thing where I'd like carry the mouthful of water up.
And you were doing this
and the rock.
barefoot at the
Yeah,
time?
and I'd spit the water out the top.
Barefoot
And then
or
back.
flip flops or
Barefoot.
both?
That was barefoot.
Jesus,
Yeah.
dude.
I'll still occasionally do that just to see if I have what it takes. So
Dude, I'd
Whitney- so
live like a fucking stone's throw from fucking
From
Cowles
Cowles?
Mountain.
From which entrance?
The
you know?
the one off Golf Crest in Navajo.
Okay.
Yeah. So my first house I bought was literally right there in the corner of
Yeah.
Golf Crest in Navajo. Yeah.
All right.
The golf course right there.
Yep. Yeah. I'll come from the other side. I forget the name of the drive.
Yeah, the one you go into Santee, whatever the trailhead is there.
Yep, there's like
it's
a big-
longer,
big
but it's
fire road.
less fucking steep.
Yeah, and there's usually less people on it. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's less narrow, and you can
Yeah.
pass pretty easily. So for Whitney, we get up to the top. We get these guys married. You know, we'd gotten the marriage license. It was this cool thing. All of us fucking hustle up to the top, and we were 14,000 feet, but all of us are in like great shape. We just competed. Maybe this was before I went on the sailing trip. We just competed in the Worlds. Like, we were fucking fantastic. And we're coming back, and I have to take a shit. And I'm like, hey, and if you've been up to Whitney, you're up above tree line. There's not like nice, beautiful leaves everywhere. And I didn't have any. I might have like a backpack with a water bottle. I'm like, I'm not wiping my ass in the backpack, but I had a grapefruit. And I ate this grapefruit. I'm sitting there, like we ate the grapefruit halfway through, and I look at the skin. I'm like, oh, it's perfect. Like the inside of grapefruit is white and fluffy. This is
nice
going to be
texture
like,
to it. Yeah.
this is going to be perfect. And so I wiped my ass with a grapefruit, and that acid ate the fucking O-ring out of my asshole the whole fucking way down, and every step was like, and everyone's fucking laughing at me because like, you are such a fucking idiot. I'm like, and like, we got to go faster, man. I'm like, I don't know if I can go much faster.
Been better off with rocks, dude.
Holy
shit.
Yeah.
So all the way down my by the time I got to the bottom,
asshole.
yeah, like this red ring of inflamed fucking butthole.
Oh my god.
Now you know why that dude's asshole was like that on the sailboat.
Maybe he'd been grapefruit wiping. I don't think he had a grapefruit though. There's another thing up at the top there. We were coming back. This is before the grapefruit, and the trail is fairly well marked, but it's also, you could easily get off trail. And we're going. There's a ton of Asians that go there as like a tourist thing, and me and Bernd are walking along, and we hear this like, help. We're like, where is it? We look over, and maybe like a little further than the corner of the room, but like 30, 20 feet away, there's this Asian dude like festooned with fucking cameras and backpacks. And he's just standing there. He's like, help. We're like, hey bro, you all right? Like, you don't have to yell or anything. And he's like, help. We walk over, like, what's up? He's like, I can't find the trail. And Barrett and I are like, this guy's probably pretty cooked. Like, let's fucking help this dude out. So we were just like bullying him and
nice
fucking
camera,
pushing him
bitch.
down the fucking, grabbed him, get him back on the trail. And we're like, get going. And I think he might have had some altitude sickness or whatever, like wasn't in the best shape. And he's got all these cameras. So we take all of his shit off and we're just like, we're pushing him down the trail in the way that like team guys interact with normal people when there's like, when there's shit to do. It's like, get a fucking move on. And like, not being an asshole, but like, don't stay up here. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah,
and if
you're
we have
gonna
to
die.
carry you,
You
it's
gotta
going to
get
be a
down,
fucking
yeah.
problem. So like, just keep fucking moving. And he's like this, I don't know, little fucking Asian dude, getting bullied by these two fucking Americans down there. And we get him down to the bottom of the camp where he's like fine and his tent was set up. And now he's like back to normal. He's like, dude, you guys saved my life. And we're like, no, like we actually had a good time.
Yeah.
Like, pushing you around. And he's like, take this camera. And it's like a $6,000 fucking super nice camera. We're like, we don't need a camera. Like, I got enough shit to carry and my fucking ass is hurting. Like, take your fucking camera. But
Should have handed me this earlier. I would have wiped my ass with it.
filming that
His
thing?
lens cap.
But I guess he gave Bernd gave the dude Bernd's number, and every year on the anniversary of that, the guy has sent Bernd like flowers or something. It's like, you guys
shit.
saved my life. Coming off that
Wow.
mountain.
Oh,
Like,
shit.
I didn't think of it that way, but
Chinese weren't that bad?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You didn't
yeah.
have a T-shirt on or anything?
I was going to wipe my ass with a T-shirt.
We used to run. I mean, obviously, we run all the time on the Strand.
Mm-hmm.
I used to have to shit on the way back sometimes. I had so many T-shirts that had like the one sleeve
Oh, yeah.
ripped off. Like, a whole chunk missing,
that was
dude.
fucking your standard, SOP. One sleeve, second sleeve, then you start tearing from the
Yeah.
bottom.
It's my
So
running
you're
shirt.
you're wearing like a half shirt, no sleeves.
top, dude.
Yeah, that way you can still throw your uniform top on. It looks like you're still wearing a
As long
T-shirt.
as you got the neck, dude.
Yeah,
You got to do what you got to do.
Yep.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious.
Fucking-
All right, that's a good one.
Great
Sailing. I think we cut a lot of these lower than whale shit. Is this where you?
Yep. That was the one where it's like holding onto the back of the boat and the whale's in the.
shitting all over you.
High in Acapulco, Mozart rock and roll.
Oh, we came into Acapulco and went into town and we got the super great pot. And I just remember we had told the people we got the pot from, like, hey, you want to come out and sail for the day? And they're like, oh yeah. And we had the reason we had the solar panel on the back was because we had these Bose 501s or 301s, like the outdoor speakers. And what I thought at the time, like, Bose is the best speaker ever. Like, these are like the epitome of fucking speakership.
Still pretty fucking nice.
Mm-hmm.
They're okay. And so we would blast fucking rock and roll. And we went out this time, and one of the guys was like, oh, we're all fucking high. And they're sailing across Acapulco Harbor. And he's like, I'm going to put on Mozart. And it's like, I mean, we have it in the fucking CD case, but it's kind of classical. Like, it's not what we do. And it just hit me being high, like, this is old time rock and roll. Like, and we all started fucking talking like, this is what they listen to, bro. This is how they fucking rocked out. You know, the fucking 5 of us are on this boat. I'm sure the boat was like fucking going all over the place. Like us jackasses fucking sailing around Acapulco.
We're rocking out like the 1800s.
Yep. And now every time I hear classical, I'm like, oh, that's
awesome.
what they rock.
I guess it was back in the day. I mean, wasn't Mozart? Was he the composer who was banned for being too provocative? The music was too provocative, or something like that.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
Or is Beethoven one of those guys?
He's a crazy fuck.
Yeah. Drunken El Salvador. Did we hit that one already?
So I don't think so. I pulled into El Sal, the Bay of Fonseca, and we had come down. It's this giant big bay in Central America, and I think it's ringed by 3.
It's got 5 naked dudes.
There's
got to
be more rock and roll Mozart than this.
Oh yeah, there is.
Yeah,
There
rock
is.
out with your cock out on a boat with that thing. Yeah.
All right, continue. I'll find a better one.
Yeah, you'll get some good stuff. Might be. Is it Beethoven's Ninth? Might be good. Maybe.
Yeah, but that's not Mozart. That's
not
Beethoven.
Mozart. No, there's the.
I'll find one.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
find one.
You just keep going. So we came into the Bay of Fonseca, and it was the tide was going in, and it was this really calm night. And so you come in on the boat, and the tide was running at like 5 or 6 knots, and we were doing 3. And on that boat, usually you were just doing 3 knots all the time. And so all of a sudden we're going 8 knots. We're like, fuck, we're going super
We're ripping,
fast. This
dude,
is
yeah.
awesome. And you're seeing the land go by because you're going into land. And we pull up to this pier. And we're right outside the pier, and these fucking dudes in like black fatigues, M16s throughout Central America, come up, shades on, and I'm like, fuck, like our paperwork better. Like these guys they're gonna fucking bust our balls. I can see it coming a mile away. And they walk down the pier, and they're fucking holding their shit at low ready. And we get there, and they're like, all right, where are your papers? And I pull them out, and we had most of our stuff squared away. And I started talking to them like, oh, like, you guys are in the Navy. I was in the Navy. And all of a sudden, like, they broke character, and they decided, like, oh, we fucked with this guy enough. Like, hey, dude, what's going on? Fucking come on back. And those guys took us back and got us fucking trashed. And we're, like, walking around the fucking town, shooting off guns, like, woo, El Salvador! I was like, what? But I remember when they came down, I was like, we're going to jail, Jason. Like, I probably didn't fucking cross a T or something. We were done. And those guys turned out to be fucking hilarious. And then when we were leaving, we had to check out, and they're all on the boat. We're fucking hungover. And this kid swims out. I got a picture of this kid somewhere. He had a little shade hat on his head. And I like kids. I'm like, oh, come on. Like, let me show you around the boat. This is super cool. Like, there's not much to show, and he was smiling and smiling, and he's just about to dive off, and I'm like, we're ready to go. And I look down at the tiller, and my watch that had been on the tiller that's like critical to doing everything is gone. And I'm like, Jason, do you have my watch? He's like, no, it's like no one takes it. And I fucking just grabbed the kid. I'm like, where's my watch? He's like, I don't have it. I'm like, I'll take all your clothes off. Like, we're getting that fucking watch back. And he pulls his head off his head. The watch is right there. Fucking snatch it off. Throw him off the boat.
Oh,
Get the
little
fuck
shit.
out of here. Yeah.
Little fucker.
All right, found it.
Yeah.
They said this is the most rocking Mozart song.
I can see if you're really high
Requiem.
on a
No,
sunset.
it'll get better.
All right.
Go ahead.
I like that you're going for it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Full retard.
Crossing
Tehuantepec.
Tepetec?
Yeah, Tehuantepec. That was like the big wind story. You have to stay super close to the beach.
Oh, that's right.
When the dude was like, "Oh yeah, way
Spacey fuck, yeah.
Hey asshole!"
We might have hit most of the sailing.
I think we did. I'm just going through them in order here.
I'd love for those 2 guys to fucking listen to this podcast in Germany and just be like, that's him.
That fuck guy's still
That's
alive.
him. He's still alive.
Yeah.
That motherfucker.
They're like, "That ain't how it happened." How do you know? You were high as fuck. Oh, wasn't that high?
Frank's like,
It was
fix it.
Beethoven, motherfucker.
Yeah, right.
Let's see. The sub 6.5.
Oh,
This is a year at school?
Yeah, that was just like I got out of the Navy, and I think I was trying to make friends, and my mom invited me to like hang out with one of her spin cycle buddies, and they're like, "Oh, we're doing a triathlon," and I was like, "Okay, cool." Like, I don't fucking care. And they're like, "We need someone to do the run." I was like, "I'm actually going to be better at the swim," and like, "No, we got a swimmer." And I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm a pretty good swimmer, but okay, fine, get your swimmer. And it just happened to be like one of the days where everything lined up, and I ran this sub 6 minute half marathon the whole time. And it's the fastest I've ever run the fucking longest distance. And I've run longer and I've run faster, shorter distances, but it's always been like, for me, like, dude, I fucking, at one point, I ran a fucking sub 6 minute, like held the sub 6 mile for half
12
marathon.
and a half?
They did 13, something like
Jesus.
that. 13.1.
That's
I
it.
remember-
Yeah. It was like
Jesus.
it's like this magical race because the guy came out of the water a little bit late, and then the dude came off the bike super late, and it's like, oh, there's no way you're going to catch up, and it's just like that Rocky moment, like, dude, you haven't met
Watch
Nik
me.
Hawks yet.
Yeah.
Fucking watch this guy burn.
You don't know me, son. No shit, dude. I remember when I was teaching in third phase, they had the 13 miler, I think, on the island, and
14.
14 mile. Yeah, I only did it twice, but you go. It's like before dawn,
Yep.
and you're running through. And I remember one time we're running with the commander of the command, some 06 or whatever,
big
came
mucky
down.
muck, yeah.
Yeah, it's like me and him were like leading the run,
Nice.
and we're running across like the last bit where you're running.
You're in like Chuck Taylor's.
I think I have running shoes on. Somebody was running in like Vans or some shit like that. They were dress shoes. He had dress shoes. He didn't bring fucking. Like, bro, you're just running. Just go. But we're
Nice
running
core
down.
frames there, dipshit.
We're running down, and the sun was just coming up. It just broke in sunset, and we're clearing the around the runway. We're running around the runway into the sunrise, or I guess it was coming up the other way.
Yeah.
And dude, it was fucking like just one of those magical moments where you're just leading the buds class.
Yep.
They're all super happy because we're almost done.
Yep.
The sun's coming up. I'm like, this is a fucking dope moment.
Okay.
Dude. It was fucking dope. I wish cameras were around back then. I would have taken a picture, but yeah, it was
Like,
this.
hey,
yeah, right.
get my angles.
Say cheese, Captain.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's certain little moments like that. And then we talked about Lee on here. Breakfast Cafe. Is this the singer or the Seeger? Thesiger? What's that one?
Oh, Thesiger. So that was this guy, Wilfred Thesiger, that when I met Lee, one of the many ways I knew, like, this is the fucking right woman, is she's like, hey, I've been following this guy who was in World War II was in SAS, but also as like this really well-known adventurer, was a contemporary of Lawrence of Arabia. It was like this amazing, one of the last of the great adventurers. And he's still alive. He was like 90, and she tracked him down to a retirement home in Surrey, England.
Wow.
And this was right after we'd first met. And she's like, I'm going to go to England to meet this guy. And I'm like, well, I fucking grew up there. Like, we can just stay at my grandparents' house. This will be cool. And she's like, okay. And my dad's like, oh, great, I'll come too. It's been, I haven't seen whatever.
Family trip. Yeah.
And so poor Lee comes, my whole family invites himself along, and we all go on this fucking trip. And then Lee and I went and saw this dude, and this guy had been crossing the empty quarter, which is like the bottom of Saudi Arabia, like the giant fucking expanse of desert in Saudi Arabia, with the Bedouin in probably the 30s or 40s, maybe the 50s, when it was like, there's no GPS, it's untracked, like he's the only white guy for 1 million miles, whatever it was, and just wild stuff. He had grown up in, I think, Ethiopia, and had seen Haile Selassie in parade, and Haile Selassie had given him this fucking sword, which is like hanging on the wall of his retirement home. So he's got
Who's Haile Selassie?
the emperor of Ethiopia that started Rastafarianism.
Wow.
No way.
Okay.
Yeah, like crazy shit. Like, this dude had done all of this wild stuff and had been in the SAS, and it ended up being a little bit of a template for me, because at that point I was still super full of myself as like, I am a Navy SEAL, and that's the core of my identity. Mm-hmm. And then I looked at this dude who'd been in the SAS early on in World War II when it started, and also had decided, like, hey, I'm going to do more with my life than just this one thing. Like, there's many more adventures to do. Mm-hmm. And like, opened my eyes, like, oh, maybe I can be more than like a stone cold killer. Like, I could do a bunch of other rad shit. And so getting to meet him, and he's this like 6'2", super thin, cadaverous dude walking around the corner in a 3-piece suit, classic English adventure. And he's like, oh, would you like to come up to my room for tea? I'm like, oh yeah, well, that would be awesome. And for Lee,
some chocolate milk?
No chocolate milk for that guy. That guy was fucked straight down the line. And he had a blanket on his bed that's kind of threadbare and looked like the Mexican blankets. And Lee, he's a hero of Lee's. And she's like, oh, what's the story of the blanket? He's like, oh, that's the blanket that I covered myself. That's what I covered myself with in the desert. And he's like, when I lay at night and look up, I can still, it gives me the shivers. I can still see the stars. And you're like, oh, that's fucking awesome.
Damn, that's fucking
Talk about a
rad,
life
dude.
well lived, dude.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
So he was apparently tramping around in Afghanistan And there's another guy, I think Eric Shipton, who's another famous adventurer. And I think this is right. I think I have the names right. They're cruising around in the, whatever, the Hindu Kush, somewhere super high in Afghanistan. And they come across this old dude in the road, and they camp for the night. Or they come across him at the end of the day, and they all camp for the night around the fire, and he's got just this little blanket. And they're like, hey, dude, do you need a blanket? He's like, this old guy. And he's like, no, I'm not a fucking pansy. And it was Wilfred Thesiger. It's like this 70-year-old dude tramping around by himself in Afghanistan, like these badass adventurers with their fucking down bags and everything. And he's like, no, that's not how we roll.
That's awesome. Keeping it old school.
Yeah.
I love it. So this is under the same theme of Lee. I'm probably mispronouncing this. Nimitz?
Yeah. So Lee's story is cool enough. So she went on the camel farm. She worked on there for a while. We talked a little bit about that. And then at some point, she was talking to Tom Smith, to the boss, and he's like, oh, you ought to talk to that Nimitz fella. He's one of them nomads. And she's like, what do you mean one of those nomads? And it turns out that this guy Nimitz had this amazing story. In the 80s, there's a giant famine in Africa and throughout Mali. And so during that famine, Diane Sawyer had gone over there to do a piece on like the starving African kids. And one of the kids she talked to was this kid named Mohammed. And she's like, hey, what's it like? And he's like, I don't ever get to eat. And she's like, oh, have you ever seen someone die? He's like, I see people die every day. And she's like, oh, cool.
Nice reporting, Diane Sawyer.
Good talk. And that airs, and then I think a lady in Indiana sees it, Cheryl, and turns to her husband. And he's like, that's our son. And the husband's like, I don't think so, but let's go to bed. So go to bed. She wakes up in the morning. She's like, let's go to Africa. We got to get our son.
She just decided she was going to adopt this kid?
Yep.
Wow.
So she calls, tracks down Diane Sawyer, tracks down the kid, brings Mohammed back. Like, this is this epic quest to bring this kid back to Indianapolis to kind of, white bread America.
They just go over and kidnap him.
More or less. Go through the whole crazy process of adoption, and he's been back for a year, and they're teaching him, he's born a Muslim, so they're teaching him about Christianity. It's like, oh, it's Christmas. Like, ask for whatever you want. Do you want, like, whatever, a fucking pony? And he's like, I want a watch, and I want my best friend Nimitz. I'm getting emotional.
Why don't you get you a sandwich or something?
Yeah. So they say, okay, we'll go get this kid.
How old's this kid?
Like 10?
Yeah.
10 or 11. So they go back and they talk to Diane Sawyer, and they're like, hey, we need help finding this kid. So she puts it out on the news, or she introduces them to their contacts, and then she puts out on the news like, hey, we need another adoptive family. And this other family steps up and like, yep, we'll take him. And so Nimitz comes over to Bloomington, Indiana, is now the adopted son of these really wealthy real estate developers, but has lived through a fucking famine. And like Mo had this, they both have fucking crazy stories. Like Mo had gangrene on his leg and tried to burn it off with battery acid.
Wow.
He speaks like 10 languages. He now works for the State Department. But Nimitz was this kid who was like, they're like, oh, now you're in America. We're going to make you a Boy Scout. And he's like, okay. So I go to Boy Scout, and he sees like the Scoutmaster like trying to start a fire, and he's like, dude, get out of the way. That's how you gut a pig or whatever it is. And so ends up growing up, and he's got this background with camels, and he wants to show people Mali and the coolest parts of Mali. So that is the nomad that Tom Smith was talking about, that Lee's boss was talking about. So Lee's like, introduce us right now. Like, this is a guy who'll be a key to Africa. And so they end up Nimitz and Lee becoming super good friends, and they start this company together, and they're doing these expeditions into West Africa, and it's all custom stuff. It's like when you're super rich, you're like, hey, I want to go do this one thing, or National Geographic called them up and like, hey, we want to find this flower. No one's seen it for 40 years. And so they'd arrange like the camels and the trucks and the rest of it. And then at some point,
here it is, pick it. No!
So they do this whole thing, and then IMAX reaches out, and they originally wanted to do something else, and they learn about Nimitz's story. They're like, oh, let's do a fucking IMAX on you. This is like an epic thing. And then this is right before Lee met me. He was at some music festival in West Africa and just got shot. People were like, the locals are like, hey, we don't like you bringing the white people over here. You're fucking done.
Whoa.
And killed him. And
Damn,
the whole thing fell
so
apart, and she lost
dude.
all of her, they lost
Holy
all their camels, all their trucks,
What
everything.
country was that in?
Mali.
Fuck, dude.
But she's got rad stories. Like, she's in Timbuktu. Like, it's funny.
That's crazy stuff, man.
Yeah.
All over the place. And the guys from there, they'll be at a bar, and someone will be like, fucking, I haven't been to Timbuktu. He's like, I've been to Timbuktu. And he'll pick pockets. He's super good about you being a bar. And I remember when we first met him, because that's how he fucking stayed alive. He's like, oh, I can pick a pocket. I'm like, no, you can't. Let's see. And he's like, fucking pulls a wallet out of the guy's pocket and like tap him on the shoulder like, hey, here's your wallet back. Like, fucking A. I guess when your fucking next meal depends on it.
Yeah, no
Start
shit.
getting good.
Well, backtrack to the beginning here. So Navy time on the trash can story.
Yeah, this is because we said we weren't going to do too many Bud stories, but this is a good one. So I woke up in Bud's one morning and I was kind of sick. And I told my buddy.
First phase, second phase?
First phase, yeah. Larry Beckhouse. I'm like, hey, can you get breakfast for me? Like, I don't want to fucking run over. I'm not feeling good. I was whatever, gonna fuck throw up. And he's like, yeah, sure. Goes over, gets breakfast, brings it back. It's like cold eggs and bread, and I'm not feeling good. I'm like, fuck this. And I throw it in the trash, and then I go do the day's work. And I think it was a Friday, and we must have been gone for like a day. So it sat in the trash for 2 or 3 days, and we came back on Sunday. And there is this fucking line of ants that are coming up the outside wall, across the windowsill, down the inside wall, across the fucking floor, up into the trash can, and they're moving that entire fucking breakfast back to the ant colony. And it's this strip. And we walk in, I'm like, holy shit. And
They're trying to steal my eggs!
Yeah, my fucking eggs. And Larry's like, you're cleaning that up. I'm like, that's your problem. I was like, all right, no problem. So I go down to the cleaning locker, and I grew up like not a dude who cleaned a lot of shit. I was fucking super lucky. And so I just grabbed everything in the cleaning locker, the fucking wax and the fucking glass spray and everything I'd find, like just mixed it all together. And I'm like, oh, this will kill them. And I spray it on them, but it's fucking spray wax. So it shellacks them to the fucking floor. And now I can't get them off. And I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Like, let's just see what happens.
Just wax over them.
Yeah, like it's like we're fucked. We're just going to fail inspection tomorrow. And there was 2 dudes who didn't make it. Maybe Pete Scobell was in there and he made it. But me, Pete, Larry, and then one other guy were in the room. And the third guy who didn't make it was so pissed at me. He's like, dude, we're going to fucking get beat. I'm like, they don't like me anyway.
You're going to get beat anyway.
We're going to get fucking beat anyway. Like, and they would.
That was always the shit in Buds. It would kill me. And people were like, dude, we're going to have to go get wet. You're like, just resort to the fact that you're going to be wet 24 fucking 7 for the next fucking 10 months.
What do you
not
think
know
we
why
do
you're
here?
Yeah.
Like then when you don't, that's just a fucking luxury.
Yeah, exactly. Your default is wet and nasty.
So the fucking instructors come around the corner. As soon as they see me, they're like, Hawks, your whole room drop. Like they like to fuck with me. And I was like, I was there for it. I turned 18 in boot camp. I was super young. It's like, I don't know any different. And then they got to the room and they're like, what the fuck is this? And it's like, I don't know if you've been an instructor. Have you like seen this thing? Like you just have to ham it up super hard, and they just did a super good job. I was really scared. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to go to the brig, like so bad.
Totally.
And they ended up saying, you're going to clean every trash can on the compound, and they will all be clean. And then you'll have that, whatever, done by Friday or whatever it was. And so Larry and he's like, you fucking asshole. Like you could have just thrown the goddamn thing away. So I go down and look at the first trash can, and I go get the hose and I spray in the inside trash can. It's not even close. Like there's shit that's in those trash cans that will never come off.
Yeah.
And then we got the fire hose out and we're doing it. And I hold the trash can and Larry's got the fire hose and he fucking turns it on. It like knocks me in the trash can back. So now there's like a dirty, wet trash can rolling off. And there's like 30 of these trash cans. And so we decided that the best way to do it was to go up into Coronado where there are
Buy
plenty
new trash
of
cans.
Go buy
We didn't
it,
have
yeah.
a lot of money. So we just went down the alleys in his Suzuki Samurai, and we would dump all the trash out of the clean trash cans and then put it in the back of his fucking truck. And then we had a couple of them, like, I remember, like, holding trash cans on the back, and as we're driving, like, I wasn't strong enough to hold them off the ground. It's like, ding, 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 ding. Like, dude, we just got to get, like, 8 more trash cans, man. And we got them back, and then the next Monday, it's all, like, brand new clean trash cans throughout the compound.
So you're talking like the dumpster trash cans?
No, like just the steel.
Like those metal trash
metal
cans.
trash cans, yeah.
So you're cleaning them in the...
We were supposed to clean them, but I just replaced them with the Coronado residents.
Yeah. Make sure there's like
That's smart.
shit in those trash cans from like the fucking 30s, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're never getting that
Legacy
shit
trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd probably have to like set them on fire to like get everything out of them.
It's a simunition run.
Oh, the sim run. I don't know if you were there for this.
New Guy Super Challenge
There was
with the gas mask.
no. This was at is it NTC, is a little Navy base
Yeah,
here. We used to do sims.
Yep.
And so they had a thing, and this is like my first and only platoon. And so we're doing Mount. I don't even know if it's called that anymore.
Military operations
Now it's
and
called
urban
Sound.
training.
Yeah. I'm sure it's something fucking way
Yeah.
cooler.
Yeah.
And so and it's all simunition stuff, and you're in these like barracks, and the barracks are these giant long fucking rooms. And at the end of the day, it was like, this was kind of, I felt like my role in the platoon was like, all right, if there's something rad to do, I'm going to fucking do it. And I heard people talking about like, oh, someone should do a sim run. I'm like, what's that? It's like, oh, you open one of the door and you fucking run to the other, and everybody gets to shoot at you. I'm like, why would someone do that? And I'm like, oh, we'll put money in the pot. I'm like, yeah, done. And so I think everyone put like $20 in the pot. So there's $100, $200, something like that. Like a fortune to me at the time as a fucking E3. I'm like, hell, like you guys are going to pay me?
It's
Not
a
going to
week's
hurt
worth of
that
salary,
fucking
bro.
bad. Yeah. And so the rules were everybody lines up and you have to have your back foot on the wall. So like you can't be at the door when they come through, but there's 2 doors and they're like, you can come through either door you want. I'm like, oh, I'm going to fucking trick everybody. And there's like the entire platoon and all of training cell all lined up. They're like, this guy is a fucking idiot. And so I was like, oh, I'll do it naked. And Chief Mayor, bless his heart, is like, no, you're not going to do it naked. You will wear a flight suit and you will wear a cup and you'll wear a fucking mask. He's like, you don't have to wear anything else, but you're going to wear that shit. I'm like, I don't need a cup. He's like, wear a fucking cup.
Yeah.
Smart man.
Yeah, thank God for him, Mike Mayer. And so I'm like, I'm going to fucking trick everybody. So I run around to the far door and like shake it. Like that's going to fucking trick anybody. But it takes a while to run back and everybody saw me in the fucking windows. So I come back to the door. I'm like, here I go. I'm going to be fucking fast. And I open the door and it's like, I get in, and guys are like howling, laughing because I fucking get in the door and they're just lighting me up the whole time. It's not even like, it's not close to fair. It's not like I can run fast enough. And there's dudes lining the entire fucking wall, and they're just laughing the whole time. And I get through, and just like the right side of my body is like all a fucking welt.
Oh my God, I bet.
And I got out and I was like, oh, I was like, it fucking hurt, but that's rad. And then we went to the bar and I'm like, oh, fucking drinks for everyone. So like I come out of it at zero.
Net zero. Yeah, dude.
Just being an idiot.
Oh, fuck, dude. Some of these we already hit. UXO at the island?
So that was me and George Peterson went to a breachers course, and part of it was out at the island, and part of that was putting a mine on a boat. I think they're like in a little demo donut. You got a bunch of shit you can blow up, and it's like, oh, put your mines on the boats and see what a mine does to a boat, the little limpet mines. And so George and I put our mines on there, and mine went off and his didn't. And he was super pissed about it. And I think at the time he'd be like, that's not what happened. But he was blaming me. He was like, fucking this bullshit. Like, your mine must have fucking knocked my mine off. And he was really upset about it. And I felt bad because we were and still are super good friends. I'm like, dude, I'm really sorry, George, because it shuts the whole range down. There's like unexploded ordnance. You can't fucking do anything. And it's a lot. And so I felt super bad about it. I'm like, I bet I can go fix this. I'll just go up there and I'll pull the fucking TDFD out of the mine and I'll put it on the ground.
Time delay firing device for people who don't know. Yeah.
Yep. That you're not supposed to tamper with.
Yes.
Like if you tamper with it, it will blow up.
Yeah.
Like that's part of the design. And I'm like, I could be super smooth.
I'll be really fast.
Yeah. Like I'll be super smooth. It won't notice anything. And I get up there, so I sneak out that night.
And it's only 24 pounds, so I mean, no.
It's just blow me backward. And everybody's pissed about it, and they're all pissed at George because it's his mine, and George is pissed at me because he thinks it's my fault that his mine didn't go. So night falls, everyone's like, all right, the fucking thing shut down. Like the course is basically shut down until we can get going again. So I'm like, I'll fix all this. I'll take care of it. And I sneak up there, and I get to the edge of the demo donut, and the boat is on fire. Like the whole thing is like slowly burning from the bow to the stern where the mine was. And I fucking peek over the edge and I see the mine. I peek over the edge and I see the mine. I'm like, I don't think it's going to go. Like, I think I got this. And I was like, this doesn't make as much sense now, but at the time it made more sense. I was like, if I'm not wearing any clothes, then the fucking clothes won't burn me. So I'll just fucking do this naked. So I take all my fucking clothes off and fold them up, put them on my
theme here, dude.
I know, right?
So I, come over the fucking berm and into the demo donut, and there's the burning boat, and the fucking mine is sitting right there, and I'm getting closer and closer and closer, and I'm like, I'm gonna fucking, like, I got this. This is awesome. And I get super close, and it's really fucking hot. Like the boat is on fire, and I reach out, and I still to this day I don't believe in God, but something is out there because the fucking TDFD is here and my hand gets here and stops. And I'm like, no, keep going. Like, we got this. And whatever it was, like, that thing's not moving. You're not getting any closer to that thing because you're going to fucking die. And I sat there for like, I don't know, it must have been like 3 seconds. It felt like 10 minutes. And then finally I was like, can't do it. Turned around, fucking walked away, walked back down, put all my clothes back on, walked back down. I was like, fuck it, like, I'll just take it. And the mind blew that night. And that was it. No one ever fucking knew about that.
Wow.
But that was like one of those things like, another like inch.
Your higher self's like, no.
Yeah, like, you may not believe in me, but I got some shit for you to do later on.
Holy shit. Oh, that's wild.
Some of the many dumb things.
The Mountain and the Bull.
That was in the Philippines, so that was one of those things was like, hey, if there's something fucking awesome to do, I'm fucking doing it. And we were in the PI. We went over from Olongapo across whatever the water is to some island, and there's a mountain right there. So there's a range there, and you go through and you fucking cut down trees, machine guns, all the stuff you do as a fucking team guy. And there's a mountain off to the side, and it was always like, hey Nick, how fast do you think you can get to the top of that mountain? I was like, oh. I looked, I was like, 5 minutes. And everyone's like, no fucking way you're doing that in 5 minutes. And I look at it now, it was like Cowles Mountain. Like, no way you're getting to the top of Cowles in 5 minutes. But at the time, I just didn't have that great judge of distance. And so everybody put their money in, fucking time starts, and I fucking book it. And as soon as I get through the first line of brush, there's this field with this giant fucking bull in it. And it's like this big Filipino, whatever the fuck it is.
Water buffalo.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm not a farm boy. Like, I don't know if that thing's going to kill me or not. So I'm just like edging by. I'm like, hey, Mr. Bull, we're cool. I'm just going to fucking get by you. And then I ended up getting by it and going up. And there's this video that's probably lost to the sands of time now. But you see it's like zoomed in. And you see me running up this trail. And then it like zooms out. And it zooms out. And it zooms out. And it zooms out. And they're like, he's been running for 15 minutes and he's halfway up.
Holy shit.
And so it took me like, whatever, 45 minutes round trip. And everyone had packed up. And by the time I got back down, not only clearly I'd lost the bet and passed this bull twice, but they're like, dude, you're making us late. And so everyone's like pissed at me. I'm like, dude, I just had this fucking epic effort. And all these guys are like, what the fuck, dude? Why did it take you so long?
That's fucking funny, dude.
Unappreciative assholes.
Yeah.
Korea and the clogged intake.
This was in Korea. We were going to do some like training thing. And we got on the Swick boats. And this was just one of those times it's like it felt good to be a fucking team guy because it's all rainy and shitty and it's in the winter and it's at night. And so you're going to go to this insert. You're going over the beach. You're going to fucking do whatever you're going to do over there, your little SR thing.
You guys are probably coming off the fucking ARG too, right?
It wasn't an ARG. We came off of Okinawa. We had a generally good deals. I've had good deals my whole life.
Yeah. But I mean, you were part of the Bravo, right? The ARG Bravo.
I don't think so.
You guys are stationed in Oki.
Yeah, Station Oki, but we never were on like any other than this one ship, which I basically got on in Oki and then got into the Mechlizine time machine. And like 10 days later, I woke up like, oh, we're in Korea. Cool.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's that night, and it was just like those fucking proud to be a frogman moments where the LT looked around. So we get on the Swick boats, and they start it, and it's like, and they're like, oh, what the fuck is going on? And one of the guys was like, oh, it's probably clogged with something. Someone's going to have to go over the side. And I was like, then the LT's like, who wants to go? I'm like, I got it. And one of the Swick guys is like, no, I got it. I was like, okay. And he goes over there and he gets like, sticks his head he gets in the water and sticks his head underwater and then comes back up right away. And he's like, oh yeah, it's clogged. And we're all like,
well, pull this shit out.
Yeah, pull this shit out. And he fucking couldn't do it. And it was just one of those things where the LT's like, Nick, you want to do it? I'm like, fuck yeah. And I got over, and at the time I had this ripping breath hold. And I just remember being like down on the bottom of this fucking boat, like pulling out this giant burlap sack and looking over, and there's that dude like sticking his head underwater, looking at me like, sticking his head underwater. And I came back, I pulled it up and fucking threw it up, and then the thing went on.
And you were naked, obviously.
I didn't have clothes on. Yeah, I was like, I'm not gonna get my fucking clothes dry or clothes wet. I'm like, come on, Kevin. I'm about to go on an op. I gotta be warm. And so the LT was like, oh, cool. He wrote me up for some award. And then I think 2 days later, I was out with Don Lefevre, and we had these brand new rental vehicles, and we had just gotten them. And when they gave them to us, they're like, hey, last fucking team guys we gave these to, like, wrecked them. Like, you guys be careful. And Don's like, no problem, man. I got this. And he's like, hey, Nick, can you drive this one? I'm like, oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think I ran into a forklift, and then he ran the forklift into the van. And so instead of getting my award, I just got nothing.
Your name got just like downgraded to a fucking dental appointment.
Yeah. I got nothing.
These are good. All right, I like this kind of shotgun style. Okay, so I think we
Where in
covered some of these
Korea were
already.
you guys at? Like Pohang or some
Yeah.
shit?
Yeah.
Chinhae or
Back to the Lee theme here. Bowl of cherries.
The last day that we were in Indianapolis when we were coming to, this is going to do the bosses choked out as well. I might as well tell these two together because they're both extraordinary examples of not doing well with alcohol. So the first one was, I think we were out one night. This is pretty early in Lee and I's relationship. And we had gone out for Thai food or something in Indianapolis. And go out, and she was working as a waitress. I was going to school in the GI Bill. Go get Thai food, and her boss at the restaurant sits down next to us, Emily and Joe, her boyfriend. And they were like, oh, cool, you guys want to go out and get some drinks? And I was like, yeah, sure. And Lee didn't realize at the time. She looks back and now she's like, you should never be around alcohol because you're just like super fun for about an hour and then an enormous problem, like not worth it at all. There's an asymmetric fucking balance there. And so she's like, oh, yeah, we'll go get a couple drinks. And I'm like, hell yeah. Like, I haven't got to drink in a while. This will be fun. So we go over to this martini bar, and the boss and the boyfriend's like a finance guy. And we start talking, and I'm having a super good time. I'm fucking drinking a ton. And I get to the point where I have to take a piss, so I go and I grab an empty glass off the bar, and I'm sitting by the door, and I fucking piss in it. And the next person that comes in, I'm like, hey, free drink, man. No. Like, I'm just having a good time being a fucking team guy. And Lee's like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, come on, man. This is just like good old fun. And she's like, I got to work tomorrow. I'm out of here. I'm like, okay, like, suit yourself. I got this place. And so I'm there talking to this dude, Joe. So Lee goes home, Lee takes off, and I'm talking to the boss's boyfriend, Joe. And we're at I didn't tell the story. Maybe I told the story yesterday.
Yeah,
you heard this
the
one.
weekend, yeah.
Yeah. So there's this guy, Joe, and because I was like, fuck, I just told this story. And he was sitting there, and there's some other guy talking to his girlfriend. And we're on the L of this bar. We're here. They're there. And he's like, oh, man, I should have been a SEAL. I should have done it. Like, I never did anything. And, look at this. Like, that other guy's talking to my girlfriend, and I can't do anything. I'm like, dude, I got you. Watch this. And so I fucking walk around. There's a big dude. And I just tapped him on the shoulder. When he turned around, I fucking hit him as hard as I could. And I hit him on the jaw, and he was like, whoa. But he started coming back. I'm like, fuck, if this guy, like, comes back, I don't have what it takes to handle a big dude. So I slipped around behind him, fucking threw in the choke, took him down to the floor. And then I had been used to being in like mini bar fights here where it's like, you don't stick around. Like you're not waiting for them to say, oh, you got me. Like get the fuck out of the bar because the bartenders will stop you, at least they used to here, and wait for the police.
It's usually not.
Hold on, this guy's really fucked up.
Yeah. So I put the dude down put the guy down on the floor, and then I'm like heading for the door, and I see this bartender or the bouncer coming at the same time to angle me off. I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna have to I'm a little guy. Like I don't have the ass to fucking push big dudes around. I'm just gonna have to beat him to the door. And we get to the door at the same time, and I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna have another stupid fight. And he just fucking pushes me out the door. He's like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, hell yeah.
I was.
As a matter of fact. And it's snowing outside. It's winter or it's like whatever, spring or winter in Indianapolis.
You're
There's
wearing
snow on the ground.
flip-flops.
Wearing flip-flops. And I was like, dude, I got fucking E&E. Like, they're going to fucking track me. They're going to bring out the dogs. Like, maybe I killed that guy. Like, I got to fucking go. And so I'm like, I'm doing the stupidest shit. I'm like crossing the river so the dogs can't track me and like wading down the river in my fucking flip-flops and super fucking cold. Coming out the other side where I see rocks and no snow. And I finally get back to my car and I'm still drunk. I'm like, I'm just going to fucking sleep it off here. And what I didn't know is that back at the bar, everyone's freaking out. And they concocted this story that the guy had hired me to kill this dude who was talking to his girlfriend, and they're calling Lee like, you need to come get Nick right now. Like, you may not be fucking working here tomorrow. And she sees her phone blowing up. She's like, those assholes are drunk. I'm not definitely not answering that. then gets
She
up
wasn't there?
No, she'd already walked home.
Oh fuck!
And
I missed that part.
She gets up in the morning and she's like, "Oh, Nick's not here. Like that's weird." And she goes back to where we parked the car and like my car's running and I got this little Mexican blanket because I just like curled up like I'll just go to sleep here. And there's a little pile of vomit right outside where I politely opened the door and fucking vomited, closed back. And then she went into work and then we'd like the whole fucking shit show fell on her and they're like, "Oh, you're putting hits out on this guy," and she's like, and meanwhile I'm like going to school like skateboarding and barefoot, like do. That was like a fun night. Just being an idiot.
Oh, I love these kind of stories, man. That's
Put
fucking
out of
hilarious. Wait, what was the bowl of cherries in that though?
Oh, so the bowl of cherries. So we went to another bar later on. This was as we were leaving. This is like a week or two later, but both are good examples of this. And we were both drinking, and Lee decided that she would go into the storeroom and find a fucking bowl. She found a bowl of maraschino cherries. And meanwhile, I was in the bar drinking, and I was shooting pool, and I'm not the greatest pool, but I'm okay. And I was winning. And I look back now like this guy was going to fucking take me. He was way better than me.
Reeling you in, yeah.
Yeah, but I was thinking, I was like, dude, I'm fucking winning. Like, hell yeah, I got this. This is going to be good. I'll put some fucking money on this. And thank God Lee had been in the storeroom, comes out with his bowl of maraschino cherries and starts fucking throwing them across the room at people. And she's throwing them and hitting people, and people are looking at her like, the fuck are you doing? Because she's at the time like 34, like a 34-year-old woman drunk at the bar throwing cherries. And the bartender's like, "Hey, fucking knock it off."
Does she work at the bar at the time?
No.
She just went in the store?
She just decided to like, let herself in. So she takes the whole fucking bowl and just fucking whips it across the bar. And they're like, "Both of you out of here."
I can see why you guys get along.
Yeah. It's like we slept in the back. I had like a 1965 Ford F100. We slept in the back of the fucking truck that night and then drove home in the morning. It's like,
Nice.
That's awesome.
my dad is like,
Mexican
"You guys are
blanket."
fucking idiots." Yeah. Bundled up.
Scoot over.
Do we already do the drunkathlon wedding Kevin Kent cameo?
We talked about Kevin
That's what-
coming into the
yeah.
Okay.
wedding. So
So
for
I
the
couldn't
wedding,
find my
this is
fucking
like,
hotel in Ensenada.
despite it being by the flag, it's just like a general recommendation is when you do a wedding for team guys, one of the best things I think you can do is just prior to the day of the ceremony, hold a drunkathlon. And that is, it's basically whatever athletic events you can come up with separated by smashing a beer. And so you'll get the dudes, like everyone has his fun because you fucking smash a beer, you go do like run a wheelbarrow through soft sand, smash a beer, run a fucking bike, smash a beer out through the surf, and you've,
Like a monster mash.
yeah, you'd fucking drink a 6-pack. And I think one of the ones we did was a shot of tequila and a cup of milk. And I've got this great
curdled
video
milk
of
coming
fucking
up.
this dude just vomiting straight up. And there's this like fucking thing of vomit going vertical. But it makes it so that the wedding ceremony is super quiet because everyone's still
Everybody's
like
fucking
recovering.
hungover as
Yeah.
fuck.
They're just like, "Hey, it's great to see you guys married." You never get like any jackasses fucking
Just
the
get it
whole
all
thing.
into the system early.
Yeah.
That's a smart move,
Till
dude.
me, Tage, and Fallon show up.
Yeah. It was
Oh,
unexpected.
we missed the drunkathlon.
We got this.
That's perfect. The Mexican peso that saved our marriage.
This was Lee and I were living in PB, right down the street from where you live, 967A Burrell Street.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's on the same block.
Yeah. We lived in this little place, and we got in some fucking giant argument. And as you do, you're fucking yelling at each other. Get the fuck out of here! And I'm like, I'm fucking out of here. We are getting divorced. We're done. And she fucking hides the keys and hides my wallet, so like I can't go down and get divorced. And I took. We had like a bowl full of coins, and I fucking grabbed all the coins, and like that's the money I have, and I put it in my pocket, and I start walking down, and she's kind of following me, and she's like, "Man, I'm sorry." I'm like, "Get the fuck away from me!" And it's like this, big to do walking down whatever the big street in fucking PB all the way to Mission Beach, and she's crying, and I look back at this like I should not have done that, but I was like being an ass, like, "Get the fuck away from me, crazy fucking lady! Call 911. Get the." She's like, "Bunny, I'm sorry, Bunny." And so I eventually start running because I know she can't keep up with me running, and like she just fades away. And I'm like, I'm fucking getting divorced. We're fucking done. This chick is crazy. I'm like, I need my freedom. And I get down, I run and walk all the way down to downtown. I get to divorce court.
You literally
Downtown?
walked. Holy shit.
I wonder if I swam across the little fucking thing. Anyway, I get downtown and
hitchhiking.
I go to the wrong building first, and so I'm like, I'm already pissed, and then I stand in line for a while, and they're like, oh, this isn't divorce court, that's like the next building down. So I get down to that building, and I walk in the door, and a divorce, whatever the thing it is, like nobody's happy there. Everybody's fucking sitting there, and like their lives are falling apart. It's not a great place, not a place of joy. And I walk in the door, and I'm still fucking pissed, and I just found this place. Like, where's the front? Where's the line? And it's like, nobody's in the line. They're like, step right up, sir. And I come up, I'm like, I'm here to get divorced. And they're like, okay, like $25. I'm like, no problem. Fucking pull it out, slap all my coins down. I'm fucking counting it out. And it's like $24.50, $24.75. And then I pulled the last thing out, which I thought was a quarter, and it's a fucking Mexican peso. And she's like, what's $25, sir? I'm like, come on, I'm fucking close.
Pretty close,
like,
yeah.
This chick is crazy. And everyone's looking at me, and I look around, I'm like, anyone got a fucking quarter? And they're all just looking at me like, nope. Fucking look back down. And so she's like, I'm sorry, sir, I can't process, I can't do anything. I fucking grab it back off, and I get this fucking Mexican peso. And it turns out that $25 is enough for the bus ride home, but it's not enough for the divorce. And so I always talk about this little fucking Mexican peso that saved my marriage.
No shit.
That's fucking funny.
Dude, it's crazy how these little things add up,
Somebody
These
is watching out for you.
Yeah. These little breadcrumbs,
He's been working overtime.
Holy shit. All right, that's good. Strength of feeling.
I just like just a good relationship thing is that Lee and I have been married. We've been together since 2001. Been married since 2004. The wedding was in 2005. So we've been together a long time, and I've gotten to see like a lot of the difficulties of having a good relationship, which takes a shitload of work. And there's lots of times you're like, this is the dumbest thing ever. Like, you're a fucking cunt. Like, get away from me. And you've just got to get through that. But one of the ways that I found to make it easier to negotiate arguments is this idea of strength of feeling, which is, I came up with it myself. I'm sure other people have come up with it. Someone probably wrote a fucking book about it. I just thought it was mine. But it's just, whenever we disagree and it's getting heated, it's like, hey, what's your strength of feeling in this? And it's 1 to 10. 1 is like, I don't give a single fuck. 10 is, I will burn down a village and watch every child fucking fry alive in order to achieve this goal. And if your strength, like, just tell me your strength of feeling are. Because if you're a 7 and I'm a 2, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
And that has been so helpful. Lee will routinely misuse it. She's like, I'm a 10. I'm like, you couldn't watch a kid fucking burn alive.
At best an 8.
But like, I'm a 3, so I'm like, fuck it. It's not worth like proving the point. And it's just helped us. We've still had plenty of arguments, still had plenty of nights where like we go to bed angry, which I think is, I've never found that to be useful advice. Like, never go to bed angry. Like, sometimes you're just fucking pissed.
Dude, I think that's the worst marriage advice is never go to bed angry.
Yeah.
Because I'm super fucking pissed, and then you're not going to figure it out. And then if you do acquiesce to something, you're resentful about it.
Yep.
And the world looks different the next day. And most of the shit that we fight about the next day, I'm like, it's not that big of a deal.
Well, you're trying to figure out a fucking problem, and you're tired as fuck. And you're like,
and you're hungry or whatever.
you're like, fuck this.
No, just talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah.
The problem will still be there tomorrow.
Yeah.
You should have clear.
I've heard of the
focus on
same
it.
shit where people are like, oh, so what do? You just sleep on the couch? I'm like, no, I have a bed. She can sleep on the couch. I ain't moving.
Yeah. Dude, I tried that advice my first marriage where I said, oh, never go to bed angry. So many nights it was up to like 3 or 4 in the morning just arguing.
Gotta get this
I'm
out.
like, and I gotta be at the fucking team at 7. I'm like, dude, fuck this shit.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, no, not doing that shit.
No, it's not. It's not useful.
Let's see, X Up.
Exup, so that was
first failed business.
the first company that I had, the first kind of failure in business. So that was 2004. I came back from contracting in Iraq, and I got in this job with Triple Canopy, and there was 2 things there. One of them was gone through the whole fucking screening thing. You know, I'm sure I'm a fucking badass, and me and Seth Farwell both get like the call to come do it. And Seth they're like, hey, we'll have you do site security, and Nick will do PSD. And at the time, PSD was like the coolest thing you could do. And so I was like, oh, I'm the fucking badass one. Hell yeah. Like, they recognize my excellence. And I don't know, do you guys know Seth Farwell?
Oh, yeah.
So the most beautifully ripped human you've ever seen.
It's
at least
crazy athletic too. Yeah,
Yep.
It's nuts.
I remember during the training thing, he came down the stairs of the shitty hotel in Memphis or whatever with his shirt off. And every dude there looked up and was like, that's a man. Yeah. It was like, fuck, I don't say that about a lot of dudes, but that dude fucking ripped and hard. So funnily enough, Seth and I get the call. He's for the site security. I'm doing the PSD. And we get off the plane in Iraq, and they take one look at us, and they're like, little guy, site security, big guy, PSD. I'm like, that's not what you guys fucking said. I wouldn't have come out here. And they're like, get in the fucking car, kid. And so I got in the car, and then I remember I was super pissed about it. I was like, I didn't come out here to fucking run site security. But that's just how it's always gone for me. It's like I'll go head on into these things, and then it changes. And at one point, I was sitting down with one of the guys, and he's like, you seem like you're pissed about this thing. I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking pissed. You guys lied to me. And he's like, no, we didn't lie to you. It's just the truth changed. And I'm like, I cannot work for this company. Like, I'll finish out my contract. But that was the thing where I was like, oh, that's how it works here? I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
So I came back from that, and this is, I was like, oh, what we could do in Iraq is super cool because we're building all these shitty buildings over there. And when we leave, the Iraqis are just going to have these shitty buildings, and we will have just like trashed their fucking country. And what we could do at the time, I was way into natural building, sustainable, and all this stuff. Like, we could ship these buildings over there that are called, the forms are ICF, insulated concrete forms. So it's this set of styrofoam blocks that kind of folds out on hinges, and then you fill the middle of it with concrete. The outside is this 3 or 4 inch thick foam. It's fantastic. The foam is insulative. The concrete is thermal mass. They are super thermally efficient. So in a place like Iraq, you could just use a really small AC to keep it cool. It's blast proof, bulletproof, all that stuff. And then once you start, because I was running site security, I would see all the shit trucks come on. I was like, oh, well, we can fucking recycle the shit. We can compost this. Like, we could make this place way more secure, because who drives a shit truck in Iraq? Like, not the most trustworthy person. And we can just have less traffic coming in here, and we can fucking grow our own food, which is a totally separate thing. Like, I've been growing my own food with shit for a long time. With my human shit for a long time, which is another story. So I had this idea. I was like, oh, I'll build this whole company, and it's such a good idea that people will just like give me money to do it. And it turns out like that's not how business works at all.
Unfortunately, yeah.
So I had this great idea, and I've learned that like great ideas are not that difficult to have. It's the execution of them that is.
Well, and like trying to get money from the State Department or from governments that you know, not that anybody couldn't see that would be a good idea, but you know.
It wasn't going to make the money.
Well, fuck, man. We already got this shit plan in place. Like, we don't want to change it now.
Yeah,
you know, it's like,
we got a plan that makes us more money, and it's less good for them, but it makes us more money.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We're not here to make Iraq nice.
Yeah, exactly. We're not trying to turn it into fucking America. Come on.
The government is not interested in efficiency.
No, no.
Sure.
That was a good first lesson.
All right, we went through a couple of these. Oh, welding school. You'll be the boss?
Yeah. So I was trying to figure out like what I was going to do. So I've done a bunch of different things. And at one point, there's a thing called Voc Rehab that you can get as a Navy guy or as a military. And it's not the GI Bill. It's just a vocational rehabilitation. So it gives you a new trade. And electrician, plumber, whatever. I was like, oh, I'll be a fucking welder. This will be awesome. Like, I'll always have work, and I like welding. I like working.
Is that the place on 32nd Street that does this?
There is a place like, I mean, there's probably a couple places around like this. And so I went there, and I remember I go there the first day, and it's all Mexicans and me. And it's all these guys, like, they actually fucking need this job. Mm-hmm. I can get anything. Like, and my parents are okay enough. Like, I will very likely never starve. And I walked in there, I'm like, fuck, like, maybe these guys need this more than me. But, like, I'm here. I want to learn a fucking trade. I want to contribute.
Yeah, welding's cool, too.
Yeah, welding's badass. And so I get there the first day, and I'm like, okay, what am I going to do? You know, you start off with stick welding. And
how do you weld a stick?
So very fucking brief. It doesn't really matter, but you fucking hold this stick in a certain way and you strike it. And then as the stick burns, you're fucking laying this bead down and you're welding these two pieces of metal together. And there's an art to it, and it just takes reps to do it. And I did a couple of them, like, oh, this is super cool. And I walk out and I was talking to this guy, and I'm like, oh, this is hard. Like, I'm not getting it. And he's like, you don't have to get it. I'm like, what do you mean I don't have to get it? Like, I know I'm new here. He's like, you're white. You're going to be the boss. Is that how that fucking works? And that was it. They all called me...
El Presidente.
No, they all called me Mijo at first, which is like my son.
Yeah.
And then...
Jefe.
Yeah, then it was like, okay, like, hey, you got any jobs? Like, you think you can get us? And I'm like, dude, I'm behind you. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. And I got to a point where I got good with sticks. So you go horizontal and vertical and upside down, all that stuff. And then I went and I I inherited like $10,000 or something from grandfather, grandmother. I got like a tiny little chunk of change, and I went and bought a big welding machine, a MIG welder. And I realized that if you can use a glue gun, you can fucking MIG weld.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't need to go to this school. I'm going to start a fucking welding business on my own. And that turned out to also not be true. Like, you got to have customers if you have a business.
Yeah.
Not just $10,000 worth of fucking welding equipment in your garage and fucking PB. But I did.
Yeah, I
And that
did
didn't
too. At
work
one point, I bought myself like a $1,500 TIG welder.
Yep.
I had no idea how to fucking TIG weld. I bought a MIG welder as well,
Yep.
which is super fucking easy.
Yeah.
I was working. What's the Army version of the Navy Seabees? The
Red Horse.
Red Horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were in I think Qatar, and
I don't even know that.
I had to.
Come on, you know everything about the Army.
We had to go. Yeah, we had to go.
We never use those
We had to go
guys.
build some shit. So
Dude,
the
those
Red-
guys are great in
They're
Basra.
great, man. Yeah, they taught me how to stick weld. Oh, they were welding some metal frames up to do some demolition charges on for breaching.
Yep.
And so they tasked me to go and welding all this shit up. So yeah, the Red Horse guys taught me how to stick weld. It was way harder than MIG welding. MIG
Yeah.
welding's fucking crayons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or stick welding's fucking tough, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you don't have like argon and all the fucking exotic gases and shit to push your fucking your reel and I mean,
Yep.
I don't think you need anything with a fucking stick welder. You need the sticks.
Oh,
and
it's
you
got
need
the
fucking,
flux. Got the flux on the outside of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's very
yeah.
versatile.
But you don't need like
It's amazing
argon and. all
You
this
have
stuff.
to have skill.
Yeah,
You can substitute equipment for skill with MIG.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely burn the fuck through your metal
Yep.
with a stick
yeah.
welder. But yeah,
shit. All right, cool. You guys want? There's a few more. This is great, dude. I love
Yeah.
this
There's
format
like
with
a-
all this stuff.
yeah.
Do you want to take a break? I gotta pee again.
Jesus
I know,
Christ!
right?
I swear, I
It
got
happens.
drugged one time at a concert, at a Tech 9 show in Colorado Springs when I was still active duty.
Yeah.
Because I literally only had like 2 tall boys and like 3 shots of Jaeger. And like my boys were like dragging me up on the front doorstep and like knocked on the door and just like left me there for my wife to like deal with. And I fell like into the shower, pulled down the shower curtains and everything. I'm just a hot fucking mess, dude. And about 4 a.m., I just wake up. And thank God, because normally I don't sleep with underwear or wear underwear.
Yeah.
But I woke up about 4 a.m. and I was like, no. And I just saw my fucking underwear just like filling up with this
Fucking
load. I'm
bulge.
like, how is this possible? Like, dude, most guys like piss themselves when they're drunk. I just shit myself when I was drunk. And like, thank God it was in there. And then I go in the shower and I'm just like waffle stomping the fuck out of this. My ex-wife's like still passed out. But next morning for like next month, she's like, babe, we really need to figure out what's up with our shower because it smells like shit. And it's all probably just underneath the drain.
Yeah, totally.
Like not actually washed down. And she's like, God, it fucking smells so bad in here.
It's probably you.
I'm like putting everything over top of my underwear in the trash can, trying to hide it. I got away with it, but I was like, all right, that's a low point in my life.
Oh God. Yeah.
Till the next time.
Do you remember a guy? I think it was on the East Coast, but Michelle. I went to.
Yeah.
We were roommates. Well, we shared the way the Buds barracks are set up. There's 2 people, 2 room, and then you share a bathroom, right?
618, yeah.
Yeah. So we got and we got to clean it all the time. Right, so fucking, I walked into the bathroom one time and fucking Michelle's in there with the fucking drapes open, in the shower, shitting in the fucking shower drain. I'm like, what are you fucking doing? He's like, oh, I do this all the time. Like, because you get in the shower.
I don't want to clean the toilet. You're like, what the fuck,
It's
dude?
like, you get in the shower, but then realize you got to shit. You don't want to get out and all wet, and then get back in. So I just shit in the shower and push it down the drain with my toe. I'm like, I'm never cleaning that fucking bathtub again, bro. That is you the entire time. Like fucking gross, dude.
Dude, that is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty disgusting. All right, so there's still a ton of stories in here.
Yeah,
but
we can skip most of them.
We're coming up on like 340 right now, so these are fucking great. So I'm trying to go. I picked out a couple that just sound
good.
fucking crazy, like bucket of blood. Like what is that?
Oh, that was as an instructor. So morning swim inspection, coming down the line. Everybody's got their hands out with their CO2 cartridge and their knife. And I'm inspecting this dude, and I just out of the corner of my eye, I see someone down the line kind of do this thing, where like they fall asleep. And
I remember this, yeah.
And I was like, huh, it's fucking weird. And I saw who it was. I'm like, hey, fuck's going on? So I finish up with the dude I'm working on, and I go down to him, and I stand in front of him like I'm going to fuck with him. Like he's just falling asleep. And he's like, his eyes are kind of woozy.
This is an SQT, right? Or is this third phase?
This is like first phase BO.
Fuck.
doc.
Okay.
And his eyes are kind of woozy, and he's like, I don't feel so good, Instructor Hawks. And I was like, what the fuck? And I looked down, and it was as if, he's standing up, it was as if someone had pulled his pants out and taken a 5-gallon bucket of blood and poured it into his pants, and it all came down his fucking left leg. And he's like, whoa, and fucking falls down. I'm like, what the fuck? And so I'm like, oh, medic, get over here. And it was West Baldwin. And Westy fucking runs over. And what had happened was when he fell asleep, he grabbed his knife, and his knife came in, and it nicked his iliac artery. And so Baldy cuts off the dude's shorts, and his nutsack had already filled up with blood. It was like this big blue fucking nutsack. And
that's
I'm like,
hot.
They're like, holy shit. That's fucking pretty bad. So Baldy sees hey, we're not going to fix this on the beach. This is not like a Band-Aid problem. And so they load him into the ambu, take off. And of course, medical is at the, the entrance of the beach. Like, bring him in here. And Baldy's like, no, we're going to Balboa. Mm-hmm. So they get to Balboa, and I guess the doc there is like, oh, we never see this. Get the interns in here. Check this out. And Baldy's like, this guy is dying right now. Get some blood. Do your doctor fucking thing.
Fuck the interns.
But I've seen this before. This is not going to end well if we wait for the interns.
Hey, asshole, fucking get this goddamn artery tied off first.
That thing's a big problem. So they end up getting the guy, getting his artery sutured up or whatever it was. And Lee and I went, I was the proctor of that class. So I went and visited him that night in hospital. And I brought him a little book. And I was like, oh, you're going to be here for a while. You got something to read. I'm like, how you feeling, dude? What are you going to do? He's like, I think I'm going to be a nurse, Instructor Hawks. I'm like, okay. That's it. But I think he walked around the command for a while, and then I think he went back in. I think he finished it off.
Oh, shit.
But it was just like...
Did he make it through buds?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
I think so, yeah.
Is he a nurse?
Crazy,
I don't think he stopped deciding that course of action. But that was I'd never seen that much blood come out of someone fucking once.
I've heard that story a few times. But it's funny. There's a team guy that I was chatting with on Instagram, and he's like, somehow that story came up, and he's like, oh, I was standing right next to him in inspection. It's like, holy shit, dude. That was fucking wild.
It was a crazy one.
Bucket, another one. Bucket in the ceiling.
Oh yeah, this is just practical fucking joke stuff. So at Indoc when I got there, so I went back in 2007, the very tail end of 2007 to be an instructor. So as civilian, GS, whatever the fuck we were, and no one really knew what to do with us or how to treat us, which I've found awesome because it's I'm not an E6. And they're going to have me wear this E7 belt, but I'm not an E7. Nobody knows what you're doing. It's you basically can't do anything that bad because nobody knows where you sit in the chain of command. And so I felt like it was on me to run the practical jokes. Because it's well, nothing's going to happen to me. You can't fucking fire me. And so me and Dan Call went in one day, and they've dropped ceilings just like this at Indoc. And so... I don't know what it's like now, but at the pool on the second deck is where the instructors are, little drop ceilings like this. And we spent the weekend rigging up those big 5-gallon buckets. We cut the top off of it, and we drilled a hole in it, made a little harness on the back so that you could sit on the wall and pull a string, and that string would go up through a pulley system across the thing, down to this bucket, and pull the end of the bucket up. And then we positioned it right under one of the grates. So it's when obviously the bucket goes. And we had set everything up for where the OIC always stood. We're like, this is going to be fucking awesome.
The class OIC or the phase OIC?
Phase OIC. yeah. It wasn't, it was, the fuck is this, Zach? I'll remember his name. He ended up being awesome about it. So we're all standing around at fucking quarters, and he had come in while Dan and I were setting it up over the weekend. We didn't expect anyone to come in. And he's like, what are you guys doing? We're like, we're just, get some, O-course shit just prepped.
Don't worry about it. It's
and
fine.
He's like, and fucking walks away. I'm like, I think we're going to get away with it. This is going to be good. It's fucking Monday morning quarters. Everyone's standing up. And Dan and I are like fucking idiots. Everyone's like, what are you guys fucking doing? And we decided I was going to be the one to pull it. And so I kind of edge over to the wall, which wasn't where I usually stood. And people are like, what are you doing? Because it's something's off. Guys are alert. This is not a group of fucking office people. And I'm like,
Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah,
dude.
totally. And here's this fucking 550 coming down from the wall from this hole in the ceiling. And there's the OIC right there. And I fucking yank it. And we hadn't thought the whole thing through. So it starts, the pulley comes off of the wall and it starts like sawing this hole in the fucking tile instead of like doing what it's supposed to do. I'm like, fuck, and I'm yanking. Everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing? And Zach Haas was standing right behind the OIC. And so they all kind of heard this thing happen because it's like creak as it comes up, because you could hear like all the stupid pulleys we'd set up. And then here comes fucking 5 gallons of water. And they looked up and the OIC sees it and he had super fast reaction. And he runs away from it, but he fucking bounces into Haas. And then he turns around and runs the other way right into this fucking wall of water. It was awesome. Like, it was one of those things where like, dude, you cannot get a fucking better practical joke. Like, completely fucking. And he was like, goddamn fucking Hawks. Like, fuck. And Zach looked at me and he's like, I'll take care of this. Because they were fucking buddies. And they walked down and he's like, he didn't want to do nice things to you, but I think you're going to be okay. But maybe don't push him again.
Oh my god, we had a good
What
time.
do you do for that though, man? It was like, it's in good fun.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. It's not like I poured acid on him.
Yeah, I mean,
Were you a BO before you came over to SQT?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the insurrection on the next thing. Is
Yeah, let's go into that next.
how'd that come about when you were back at the Strand? Obviously, you moved back to Coronado or San Diego.
Yeah.
Was that just like one of those things, like, oh, this is a good opportunity to go be a fucking civilian instructor, or is this some shit just like kind of fell in your lap, or?
A little of both. Like I was at the time, CrossFit was 04, 05 maybe.
Yeah.
And Dan Bayer and I used to go down and work out at CrossFit San Diego, what it was. And he ended up dating my
Eddie
sister.
Lugo,
And
right?
Eddie Lugo, yep,
Yeah.
yep, and Lisa. Dan ended up dating my sister, and they had their thing. And then Dan and I were buddies, and he knew I was a good swimmer. We had gone through buds together, and he was like, hey, the center is looking for a swim instructor. And I was I think it was 07, so I think, yeah, we were at the point with Quiet Hero, which was our clothing line, that we were going bankrupt. Like we had this thing where we got into Fred Siegel, we got into Nordstrom, like we're like, oh, we are the fucking biggest, baddest ballers ever. And Nordstrom's like, hey, cool, we're going to do Net 90. We're like, yeah, sure. Like, what's Net 90?
Yeah.
And this other place, Genomics, was like, oh, yeah, we're going to do this thing. Like, we want $30,000 worth of T-shirts. Like, you just got to send them to us, and then we'll, net whatever it was.
Then we'll pay for them when they sell. You're like,
so it turns out they couldn't pay for them because they went bankrupt. And then Nordstrom on Net 90 was too much for us, so we went bankrupt. And so I think during that time, I was like, dude, I don't know what I'm going to do. And then Dan was like, oh, we need a swim instructor. I was like, all right, what does it pay? And so he ended up getting me hired for the swim thing. Zach and I got hired at the same time because they needed 2 instructors at boat in these civilian positions. And then within a couple days, it's like, they're not going to call you coach. They're going to call you instructor. Like, we're not going to do this thing where you're like a mister. Mm-hmm. And we just need instructors. And so you can also do the swimming thing and you can have fun with that, but you're going to be a fucking full instructor. So that's how
that's cool.
Yeah, that was a good deal because I was instructing at third phase at 2007, got out in 08, and Ivan Krusik was my boss in third phase in demo. And then he went over, got that good deal, was basically in charge of the civilian guys at SQT. And then I was getting out and looking to do something else, and he got me that job essentially at SQT as a civilian, GS11 or whatever it was, which is a fucking phenomenal gig, bro.
Yeah.
That was an amazing fucking deal.
Oh, you were straight GS.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it was really cool. Like I still owe Evan a lot for that. It was a killer gig.
It was a ripping deal, yeah. You go in there, like, show up at 6 a.m., work out, run a fucking morning evolution or 2, and then be gone at 2.
Yeah, then you work a class for like 5 or 6 weeks, and you have 2 to 3 weeks off, depending on what it is. And it was a really fucking good gig.
When we started, me and Zach started at the same time, and we do the evolution, and everything's done by noon. So we're looking at each other, and we're like, all right, we're going to take off with everyone else. And the OIC is like, no, you're not. You guys are on the clock for fucking 8 hours. We're like, what do you want us to do? He's like, I don't know, but you're staying here until fucking 2 o'clock. And so we spent, like, in the first month, we learned how to juggle. We did all this shit. By the end, we're fucking like juggling tennis balls, and we play like fucking office basketball. We could fucking hit any bank shot. We could jump onto any desk. Like, there was nothing at that office we couldn't do. And I think after a while, he's like, all right, this is not really that productive.
It's better if you just leave.
Yeah. Do your own thing.
Oh, shit.
Like, look what I did yesterday.
Then the next thing,
Juggling chainsaws.
Yeah.
insurrection and SQT.
Yeah, well, that was why I came to SQT.
Yeah.
So at Bo at the time, we felt like the training was getting easier, and there was a dude in charge who I didn't have a ton of respect for because I'm like, God, this guy is just trying to get his fucking star, and he's making things easier, and he's letting guys do shit that, like, I get it that it hurts people to run in boots, but it's just part of the fucking program, and you just have to be hard.
Yeah.
And running in boots is not by a long shot the hardest thing you'll ever do as a team guy. So, like, I get it. Less injuries, running shoes. It's just fucking lame. Like, you, at some point, you have to be a fucking badass, and that's part of it.
Yeah.
And there was a bunch of other stuff. It's like, oh, log PT needs to be curtailed, and we can't, like, you can't go overtime, and you can't drop them down for this, and, like, during Hell Week, like, go do this or that. And I found Hell Week as an instructor, like, super fun, because it was like, this is the chance that you guys get to get the thing you thought you were going to get the whole time, and nobody's watching this, and so we can just come off the top ropes, and this is not about abuse. This is just like, you guys are getting ready for war. We can't fucking shoot you, but I can fucking come, like, zinging off the fucking beach and hammering your boat as hard as I can, like all 150 pounds of TNT, and knock your entire fucking boat crew over at night, and then yell at you like, that's about as close as we're going to get? That's not legal.
Wasn't there that guy that would hide out behind the berm and try to catch instructors doing
Yeah, the
shit?
CO.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't remember his name, but yeah, there was a CO that was
He's just
literally.
squirrely. He looked like Mr. Burns from.
I can't remember what his name was, but
The
for a
Simpsons.
while there was a lot of that going around where, I mean, literally instructors were going to CMCs going, "Get me the fuck out of here, dude!" Like, I can't.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have zero faith in not only the pipeline, but like when your CO is straight up telling you that he's going to have a student's back more than his
Yeah.
instructor staff. You're
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying, like, I've ran into some of that shit on both sides of it, like being an instructor at SQT and then at third phase the last 2 years I was in. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't training creep, which is, I mean, you would get, I mean, in third phase, like, we would see, like, I was the weapons chief, we'd see, hey, we only have so many hours in a day to train and make guys good. We can either put half the training aside and play fuck games all day long and PT their ass in the dirt until,
Or get him good.
or get them good at shooting. And it's one of those things like, all right, well, look, what are we trying to accomplish here? At third phase, we're trying to make them better shots or better demo, better
Yeah, you're not-
small unit
you're not
tactics,
trying to get
better
them to
land
quit.
nav. Yeah. We're not trying to get them to quit. They already went through that in first phase. So, but then, you know, I would moonlight a couple times on the other there were 3 phases. There was like
Working Hell Week?
No. I mean, in third phase there was like
Land
weapons,
warfare and fucking-
demo,
Oh, yeah.
and then there was like the small unit
Yeah.
tactic shit.
We used to blue and gold it. Yeah.
Yeah, so every now and then I would wind up picking up one of those shifts. And I would see some of the instructors, they're just, I mean, at one point I remember I came back from the airport because I had to pick up my next week. Like, I had the first and the third weeks typically, and demo had like the second and fourth, and then, like, you know, small unit tactics was like the last week, but they would kind of fill in all 4 weeks and shit. And I just remember getting back, and there's a dude in the chili dip, a student in the fucking chili dip, and like I just got picked up from the airport, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what are you doing? And the dude's just like, he can't even form a fucking sentence.
No supervision.
And I'm like,
Maybe it's a bridge too far. Yeah.
you know? And there's like a quarterdeck watches there. I'm like, hey, how long's this guy been in here? They're like,
What guy?
They're like, I don't know. You know, it's like a brown shirt, you know,
Yeah.
that's out there like standing watch. I'm like, what? I'm like, get the fuck out of there, dude. And I literally had to help him out. I'm grabbing these dudes, get his fucking, you know, hip flexors are all like,
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude,
There,
what
there,
the fuck?
there needs
you
to
know?
be
And
some
then,
supervision for sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
I go into
Dirty
the
say you put that kid in there?
Well, dude, I go into the hell box, and dudes are in there like shooting pool and watching. I go, hey, who left the fucking kid in the chili
Like,
dip?
oh,
and,
yeah.
and they're like, oh, fuck. I'm like, yeah, we better get him. I'm like, I already got him out, but dude, the guy's gonna fucking die in there, you fucking retards.
Yeah.
Stupid
God
shit
damn.
like that.
There's a balance.
There's a
Yeah,
yin and
exactly.
a yang.
Exactly.
And I do remember there was some like got to a point where they like, oh, you can only remedial.
Yep.
Or remediation level 1 or level 2 or level 3. If it's a level 3, you got to call the fucking CO and you got to do this and you got to. And it was fucking crazy. So you're sitting there going,
find
"What
the right
the
balance
fuck, man?"
for it.
During that time, a command climate survey came out, and none of the instructor staff were super happy with the whole situation, because it was like, I remember the level 1, level 2, level 3. Now it's like, it's ridiculous. You have to fucking ask for permission.
Yeah.
And so when it came out, it's like, hey, what do you think about, like, it's a command climate survey. What do you think about the leadership? What do you think about this place? And most of the time in the Navy, at least the limited experience I had in the 5 years, like, I was just like, fill that out like, whatever, five. I got shit to do. And I went around to everyone.
Strongly agree.
Yeah. In fact, Zach and I went around to everyone like, hey, I'm not going to tell you how to fill it out. I'm just going to show you what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But I think this is bullshit, and this is like probably your only chance to make a change. Mm-hmm. And so the rest of the phase, I'm sure some of them would fucking tell this differently, but I felt like we were the ones who were like, yeah, we're civilians. Like, they can't do anything to us.
Right.
They might fucking bust you down, but they still, with the command climate surveys, like, you're not supposed to know who said anything.
It's all quote unquote anonymous.
It's never supposed to come back on you. So these guys we all filled it out as like, hey, this guy at the top is like damaging the fucking pipeline.
He was, yeah.
And so that got up to him. It went above him to his bosses. And he was like, what the fuck? Like, there's an insurrection at BO, at basic indoc or basic orientation, whatever it was. And so instead of coming down and saying like, hey guys, I'm pretty fucking pissed about this, but let's have a man-to-man chat, he called everyone in. And he said, it was like a Friday. He's like, I'm going to start reading these command climate surveys, and you just tell me when I read yours. Like, I'm thinking to myself, like, pretty sure that's not legal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so Dave Hall was in that room, and the skipper read a couple of them. And then Dave, who is a senior chief, is like, hey, skipper, you haven't read mine yet. You might get to it, but I think what the guys want to say is like, senior chief, shut the fuck up. And I was like, and he read.
See how this is going to go? Yeah.
He read one more, and there's a dude in the back who is getting out, who had like 2 weeks left. And he's like, you haven't read mine yet, but like, I think that, and he's like, shut the fuck up. And he got one or two more, and I was like, hey, skipper, like, you haven't read mine, but, and he's like, here's our fucking problem. And I think what had happened was that our OIC and our chief had basically dimed out Zach and I. This is my guess. This is total conjecture. But my guess is that the skipper came down and was like, what the fuck is going on with your phase? Who the fuck are the problems? And like, let's get them out. And my guess is that the OIC and the mass chief were like, these two guys are the problems. Like, they ran the whole thing. They're the ones that bitch all the time. They fucking tell everyone else what to do, because we had been there longer than almost anyone else. And so it was just this like setup. Zach didn't say a thing. And Zach had told me before. Zach is like far more mature and understands politics way better than I do. He's like,
a word.
You keep your fucking mouth shut. I'm like, yep, keep your mouth shut. And I got super pissed because the skipper's like throwing his fucking boots on the table. He's like, I went through Bud's class, like, whatever. He's like, do you mind if I run this command the way I want to run it? And I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah.
Yeah, kind of do, because you're
That's
fucking
why we're
shitty
here.
at it.
Yeah.
Clearly, everyone has a problem with it.
So he lost his mind. They fucking yelled at me for a little bit, but it was just like they just had conducted what they wanted to do, which was to get me to say that I had written one of them. And then at the end of so we all walk out of there. It's all fucking real quiet. And all the guys are like, holy shit, that was like a near miss for me. Like Nick and Zach, I don't think they thought like we walked him into a trap, but they're like, maybe next time I'm just going to fucking fill out like the strongly agrees.
All
like,
fives.
Yeah, done. And so we get back to the BO and like we're packing up, and the OIC is like, hey, can I see you down in the office real quick? I'm like, yeah, sure. Come down. And he's like, hey, this has nothing to do with the meeting that just happened, but you and Zach are going to go over to SQT. They need some bodies over there. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's just like,
Thank
why
you,
even
sir.
lie? Yeah. Why not just say like, hey, that was the wrong thing to do. You fucked that up, and he can't fire you, but here's what we're going to do is transfer you.
Yeah, the military is so weird like that, dude.
So-
Yeah, there was an interesting
That's my
thing.
side of the story. I'm sure he's got a different side.
Yeah, at SQT, there were some ebbs and flows, because I think I was there for like 8 years. I think.
Wow,
8.5, yeah. And you don't realize it when you're in as an instructor, because I was instructor in third phase, there for just over 3 years. I think they shortened the billet to 2, but you're useless for the first 6 months because you're learning, and then you're useless for the last 6 months because you're getting ready to go out. So 2-year billet, you're basically useful for a fucking year.
Yep.
And we had all these dudes who would come in, and they have especially officers come in, and they have these great ideas, but the way that officers make rank is they have to change something.
Yeah.
So they have these fucking great ideas. They come in, hey, we're gonna do this, but we'd been there so long, and we'd seen this progression of trying all this bullshit, and none of it fucking worked. So the new officer come in, be like, hey, I'm gonna try this stuff, and we're like, hey, look, sir, like we tried this 3 or 4 years ago. Here's what happened. Here's why it didn't work. If we don't change this, we're probably gonna have the same outcome. So the continuity, I didn't appreciate when I was in, but the continuity of having somebody that has like a legacy form that can see all the stuff going on is fucking hugely valuable.
Yeah.
But the problem is they don't fucking listen to you because you're a stupid civilian. You don't fucking know anything.
Yeah. That was the cool thing I appreciated when I first got to third phase, because like Coach, like Mark Cochiolo, Gordo was there, and they had been there as instructors for a while, and Coach had been there as like the training officer or something in third phase as a warrant. And, you know, having that continuity, I'm sure whenever they decided, like, oh, yeah, we need to get some civilian instructors in here, I'm sure at the time they were just like, yeah, we'll just have these guys as bodies.
Yep.
Not really realizing what they're creating is a good thing, creating that continuity, because, and I was guilty of it, like when I first went to SQT, I mean, dude, I'm like writing everything down. I'm like, hey, well, what about this? And, you know, when you go to a shore command or a training command or whatever the fucking case may be, and, I mean, you see shit, and, of course, you feel like you can inflict change, and you're like, yeah, man, like, well, have you guys tried this yet? And it got to a point where you'd be like, hey, when you first come in, before making any fucking suggestions, just watch a class.
Yeah.
Just watch a class. And then, second class, then you can make some, because, dude, I saw it a million times. I did it myself, where I'm just like, why are we doing it? And then people were just like, dude, just give it a second. You'll see. And then, you know, obviously, then when I went to third phase, you know, several years later, I was like, yep, I'm seeing that. And you'd see dudes would come in like, hey, why are we breaking up the shooting? Why are we doing demo shooting? Or why are we doing
doesn't
this
make any
and
sense.
this
You're
and
like, just fucking breathe.
why are we going to the island for 5 weeks? Or like,
Give it a minute. It'll make sense.
Did you guys ever take your buddies out to the island?
No.
I took my kids out there.
No shit.
I took some buddies
I
out
took
one
Ethan
time.
and Gavin out there. It was fucking awesome.
It was rad, yeah. Yeah, that was like a super good deal. That I had a couple buddies, and one of them was a team guy with me, and then one dude was a park ranger up at San Francisco, and the other guy was like a close to professional climber.
Yeah.
And they had taken me on some rad stuff out in the mountains doing some climbing stuff, and I'm like, let me show you a little bit of my world.
Yeah.
And I brought them out, and they saw demo week. They saw a water shot, and they're like, this is fucking, it was super cool to be like, hey, not all of America gets to see this.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this is pretty fucking cool. We took them up on the range, and they saw a bunch of the stuff that you see at third phase.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Island is a cool place.
It's super rare to be able to bring people to that. I could barely get onto fucking base to watch Breakout couple months ago.
Oh yeah.
It was I could barely get myself on, but then we ended up with like Dan Bilzerian over there, so pulled some strings.
Okay.
Not my strings. I didn't have any strings to pull.
Yeah.
But watching
All out of
Breakout
strings.
with Dan it was actually really really cool. Fucking, it was nice to see that and see like, okay, dude, it's like, it's still fucking legit.
It
dude.
still works.
It's still
Yeah.
legit.
The
Watching
system
all that
works.
stuff, the bullhorns and the smoke and the 50 cals going off. I'm like, oh,
Fuck yeah.
fuck yeah. Still fucking Frogman, dude.
Yeah.
It was good stuff. A couple more on this. So this just caught my eye. Sri Lanka, I like your cock.
So I went and was doing the anti-piracy things. So you'd fly into whatever Cairo, get on a boat, go through Suez or not, pick up the boat on the far side, and then go down the Red Sea around the Arabian Peninsula. And then depending on where you were, you go over to India or Sri Lanka and then kind of come back. And all that depended on the different trips. And I felt like this was a cool license for me to explore that part of the world in between trips. And so in Cairo, I took some time and did a camel trek with a dude that I had met through a buddy of Lee's who was in the camel world, and like did a fucking rad little trek. And we got to Sri Lanka, and I had, I don't know, like a week or something there. And everyone else was like, I'm fucking flying home, or I'm going to Dubai or something. I'm like, nah, Sri Lanka is like cool. My grandfather was here. Like, he had helped consult their government with charcoal in the, whatever, the 60s or something. So I was like, oh, I'd go see where the parts that he saw. And so there was a couple things. I found it a super gay country. I got off the boat and I was like, okay, I'll go like,
Yeah,
okay.
they're all gay. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah.
That was just my experience. So I got off the boat and I'm like, I'll just catch a bus somewhere. And there's a place called the Kingdom of Candy, Kandy. I'm like, that sounds cool. And there's an elephant orphanage up there, the Pinawala Orphanage, I think it's called. I'm like, oh, there's rad stuff to see here. Let me go check it out. And there was a fucking train you could catch. And it's like a train out of the movies, like people hanging off the sides, people on the fucking roof.
The driving experience over there is fucking out of this
Oh,
world.
yeah.
Yeah. So but this is all before that. I get off the ship and I'm looking for the bus to catch. And I go over to where the bus stop is. And there's a Sri Lankan there. And he's got his little fucking radio with the antenna on it, just like a regular walkie-talkie thing. And he's standing close to me. And I don't really care about people standing close. Like, I'm not a big thing where it's like, oh, like some of it might transmit to me. Like, I don't care. But he's standing super close and he's like, hey, what do you like to do? What are you looking to do? And I'm like, oh, I'm going to do this. And the antenna kind of brushes across my crotch. And I was like, he just like, that was an accident. Like, he doesn't know the antenna's there. Like, that's kind of weird. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to do this. And then it fucking like brushes on my dick again. I'm like, oh. Like, and then I'm like, I could push more like, hey, I'm not interested. Like, thank you.
I'm going to give you 20 minutes to stop that.
Yeah. It's just not my bag, baby. So then I was like, oh, that's weird. Like to see, I just hadn't experienced that kind of forwardness before. And I get on the train, go up to the place, and I book a tour to like the tea plantations or something. And we go and we're like walking across. We see the elephants, super cool. And then he's like, okay, we're going to walk through the tea plantations. We walk up into the hills and it's really pretty and like teas everywhere. I'm like, hey, I'm going to take a piss. He's like, okay, I'm going to take a piss too. And we're both sitting there like taking a piss, looking at like two dudes taking a piss in the fucking woods. Not a big deal. And he looks over and he's like, I like your cock. And I'm like,
I do too. Thank you.
Thank you. And he's like, can I suck your cock? I'm like, no, not into that.
I gave it up for Lent.
And that was it. It was just like, huh.
Yeah.
I didn't know, like, I don't know, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, we were working with the Sri Lankan quote unquote Navy SEALs over there for a little bit, and they're all gay, man. It's weird. Like they would show up to the range, and they're all like couples holding hands, and they had
that's cultural, Ryan.
Yeah, I guess. Fuck whatever. But we went at the end of
just skin.
Yeah, it was a ceremony at the end of the training cycle. And so they wanted us to go up, and they're putting on this little event for us, right? So they have they were all drinking tea and some booze, whatever they're drinking over there. And I'm like E5 pissed off fucking team guy, and I fucking hate Sri Lanka. I hate this whole experience. I fucking hate everything about it. So I'm just stewing mad the whole time.
Yep.
And I don't have a lot of patience anyway. So we're over there, and these girls are dancing around. All our team guys are like, "Oh, cool! We just watch the dancing girls." Are like, "What are they doing? The belly dancing type thing?"
Moving bits of their body.
Yeah. We're like, "All right, cool." So they're all sitting in front, and then they swapped out. They had the dancing boys come up, and because all our guys like moved to the back, and all their guys moved to the front, and they had the dancing boys, and then they started getting a little drunk, and then they started asking us to dance, like the other. Like Sri Lankan Navy SEALs were asking us to dance. We were like, yeah, we're going to go. Bro.
You guys were like, fuck yeah.
I've been waiting all month.
Dudes.
I wonder if that's just a platoon or if that's just like more accepted there. That's what they do.
I think it's just part of their culture. Yeah. It's just whatever. I mean, most of the places that I've been to over there, whether it's, all the Arab countries, like, it's weird. They're so anti-gay, but they're all gay. I don't know how they...
Well, I mean, you can only afford so many kids, and you can't have a butt baby, so you might as well just go for that.
We did our trip over there. This is the first deployment after 9/11. Literally, like a couple months after 9/11, our platoon. We stood up that debt down in the Philippines, and then Ron Culpepper's platoon relieved us, and we did bounce there in some other places, but then our platoon wound up in fucking Sri Lanka. And we're training these guys down the southern tip. It's called like Hambantota or some shit. And there's another place called like there's Gaul, and then there's Tangal, and then the other side is on the western side is Colombo.
Yep.
And so, dude, the whole time we're down, we fly into Colombo. We get on these buses, and dude, we're like you're saying, dude, dudes are like putting their fucking Protec helmets on and shit, dude. We're like
Dude.
zooming in and out of traffic. I'm
Yeah,
like, we're
but
gonna
dude,
fucking die.
These buses will pass other buses around a blind corner.
Yep,
like
no
they
problem.
don't give a
Yeah.
fuck. It's crazy.
Yeah. And dude, and the other thing too is like this area of the world. There's in the northern part of Sri Lanka. There's what's called the LTTE, the Liberation Tigers of
Oh, that's right.
Somaliland.
Yeah, yeah.
Small tigers,
Well, these
yeah.
were the first. Every time you'd see a fucking intel bullshit at Team 5, they're like, and the LTTE did this, and so they're doing all these intelligence briefings, and they're like, yeah, this is this. So of course we go over there. We're like, okay, we're gonna have a long gun in each van, and everybody's packing, and so dude, we're down there, we're training, we're doing all this fucking shit, training their guys, the Sinhalese, yeah, and doing over the beach and mostly OTB shit, some like IADs to and from the fucking waterline and back, and dude, so we do this for like a month, and actually this platoon was Chris Beck was the platoon chief, so this makes a lot of sense.
Maybe that's
now.
where he got it from.
No, I'm just no, but it was fucking cool. We had a fucking great time in that platoon. We train, then we do other shit, but we're packing the whole time, and we're in these 3 different little towns, and then we finally go to Colombo, where the majority of these goddamn terrorist fucking threats are happening, terrorist incidents are happening, because they come down, they strike the fucking heart of Sri Lanka and shit. So we're in this house right next door to the embassy. So what do? We take all of our fucking weapons and we lock them in the embassy. So now we're not even packing. We're like, this is the dumbest fucking shit ever. And dude, we're going out in town. We're like waiting for our C9 to arrive. So we're going out in town. Dude, we link up with a lot of these like Russian mobsters that are there, like fucking, basically pimps, and they're like going to all the best fucking clubs and shit. And like we're like, dude, this is fucking rad, dude. Why were we hanging out here this whole time? And so then by the time we get on the plane and leave, and we're like, like it was kind of cool, but yeah, they're definitely gay. It was fucking weird, man.
Just wraps around that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
dude, they did have some good stories, man. Like some of the dudes we were training, I mean, they've been shot and dudes been blown up over there, and like they had like legit war stories, and we're like, talking about the last time we'd been to an island and shit, because this is literally right after 9/11. I mean, this is probably 6 months. This is like January of 2002 when we were over there.
Yeah, I forget. I have to look at the plaque. Sri Lanka. Yeah, I think that was the first. That was before 9/11 when we went too.
Yeah.
I think, if I have those organized.
Well, dude, there's
right.
a bunch of team guys that were down there training, and somebody got fucking stabbed or some shit by some locals down there.
Oh, I think a huge bar
I think it was
brawl.
like Team 1 platoon or some
Yeah,
shit.
I think that was a year before I got there. I think. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. I think Bill Kent told me.
Yeah.
He had
I
more
haven't heard
info
that
on
name in a long time.
Yeah, he was the LPO of our platoon. It's a great dude.
Crazy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild story. I couldn't even begin to tell it. There was so many twists.
I'm sure Matt Lennig was involved somehow.
Yeah, probably.
Same names.
All right, so we'll probably do one more regular story and then lead into the some of the business stuff.
Sure.
And then we'll talk about like what you're doing now and all that.
Do it.
So Leadville, running Leadville, 2013 to 2015.
So it took me 3 years to run 100 miles. Is the way to think about it. Is that I read the book Born to Run, and I was like, oh, that's awesome. We were born to run. Like, I want to run this distance. And I'd always been a decent runner, so it was like it wasn't something I thought I couldn't do. But the first year, I didn't really train for it because I'm like, I'm fucking former Navy SEAL. I got this shit, and I'll do fucking CrossFit. And I showed up to the line at Leadville, and I got to mile 75, and I quit. And I wish like there was not that story. Like I wish it was like, oh, I just didn't make the time. But it's like I was there. I remember what I did. And I remember it's at night, super cold, and I was just cooked. And I looked at the time like I'm not going to make it anyway. Maybe true, maybe not. Running is like a crazy thing at those distances. Sometimes you can turn shit around super fast. But I was like, nope, I'm fucking done. And there's a van that comes up, and I was at the tail end of the runners anyway. And they're just like, hey, are you okay? I'm like, I'm done. And I get in the van, and everyone knows pretty obviously, like when you get in the van, like that means your race is over. And Lee had been kind of running out into the night to meet me because she's like, dude, it's been way too long. Like he should have been here an hour ago. And she sees me getting the van. She's like, don't do it. Like, no, you don't need, like, keep going. I'm like, nope, I'm done. And so for like,
You fucking pussy.
yeah, it's a weird thing. Cause like I went through my whole life with my wife certainly thinking like, oh, I'm fucking married to a badass. And I think she still believes that. But then there's like this little chink in the armor where you're like, maybe I'm not as tough as I thought I was. And so then I went back the next year. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go back and finish that thing. And it had turned out this was like this long, maybe line of lessons learned after the teams were coming out of the teams. I thought like I was basically God's gift to humanity. And then it's like you just kind of the veil gets lifted over time. And you're like, okay, I was a good runner there. I was a good swimmer there. I was a good shot, whatever. But like there are other people in the world where they're actually good.
Yeah.
And my level of whatever competitiveness or my level of ability with them is not even close. It's like putting me in the ring with a fucking 3-year-old. Like it doesn't matter. And so that was one of those things where it's like, all right. And then it ended up being super good for my humility because I've always had a giant ego. And it's like, oh, sometimes you just get faced with a thing where like, you're just not that good. That's it. I wish it wasn't so. So I went back the next year, and that year I was like, I trained a lot harder. The first year I was training, I think the most I'd run was 13 miles. And it's a 100-mile race. And so I remember being at like the coffee shops in Leadville before that, and everyone else is like, oh, I'm running like 60 miles a week. I'm like, I'm running like 5 miles a week, but I can fucking lift. And they're like, that's not going to work. I'm like, you haven't seen me.
Shut up, nerd.
Yeah, it didn't work out. And then the second year I tried to do eat paleo, and I never tested it. So I'd like go on my runs, but I wouldn't like try and eat while I'm running, thinking that like, oh, I went through Hell Week. Like you eat and you kind of eat and run, but mostly like you go and you sit down and you eat, and then you have like 10 minutes to digest or 5 minutes, and then you get up and then you go run. Like they're very different things than fucking eating on the run or moving that long and doing that much. And then, so I missed it the second year. I think I got to mile 60 and I did miss the time cutoff. And then the third year I was like, no, I'm fucking doing this. Like now I'm taking it seriously. Now I understand like the magnitude of the challenge, and I ran way more, and I just ate. I did this ketosis thing where I was like, all right, everybody talks about this. And I talked to a bunch of folks and gotten convinced that you just don't need to eat that much when you're doing the event. And I'd hired a couple of people to help walk me through it. And I ran the 100 miles in like a bowl of ramen, a bag of chips, and like a couple oranges.
Wow.
But it had taken a long time to transition and be like, okay, this is my body's preferentially burning ketones. And then since then, that was in 2015, I've come back to like, I burn carbs like a regular fucking human. I don't burn ketones as much as I did. But it was that whole thing with Leadville was not only running the 100 miles. All right, that's pretty cool. But the other piece of like, okay, this is how much food can affect your body. And then this is how much training can affect your body. And so you can make this bucket of fucking water do things. And it's just up to you to decide what those things are that you want to do. And that was like a little bit of a lesson from Buds, but like way more driven home as an adult.
Yeah, it's interesting. Probably learned a lot from doing that.
Yeah.
That's cool. All right.
It's kind of fucking weird when you actually talk to somebody or learn for yourself actual nutrition and shit. Because I mean, dude, when I was growing up, it was just, I basically grew up on a fucking farm, and like my parents were just like, well, here you go, 3 meals a day.
Yep.
You're gonna eat some fucking vegetables. You're gonna eat some fucking meat. You're gonna eat some fucking potatoes. Or you're gonna, whatever.
Yep.
But it's just like, oh, a little overweight. I'm like, well, just don't eat as much.
Yeah.
Or you'd be like, hey, is this fattening? Like, anything's fattening if you eat enough of it. You're like,
Yeah, good advice.
But then, once you
some
start like
nuance there, yeah.
lifting weights and fucking, it's like, well, fuck, dude, I'm going to have probably a lot better performance if I'm eating fucking protein versus if I'm snacking on fucking a bag of fucking gummy worms or some shit.
Yeah. And
like-
everybody's body responds differently.
Gummy
Yeah.
worms versus protein.
Yeah. So, but I mean, not knowing any of that shit as some fucking retard coming from the Tennessee public school system, it's just like, which, not to say they didn't teach the shit, but I was probably just all like, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, well, they teach you the food pyramid, man. Like to really dial in the nutrition stuff. It really does take like,
Yeah.
you learn about
everybody's
stuff, and then
everybody's body's
yeah, and then
so
you
much
test
different.
and you figure out what works for you.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to
Yeah.
figure that out. So this will probably be the last question off the list, but it kind of goes into a bunch of stuff. So
Why are you gay?
How did that happen? Look, Kevin, it is so much more efficient in the teams to be gay. Let me just tell you.
That would make sense.
Oh my God, yeah.
So you got the ATM business on here, but then I think we just roll right into like the paleo treats, and then your transition in business, and then what you're doing now, and like the projects that you're working on.
Yeah. Let's see. So all of that stuff that we talked about is kind of like ancient history for me. So it's all like pre-2004, probably. I think most of it. Maybe the notary was 05, 06. So I found after coming out of the teams, my actually sister did her PhD on this topic, which was what do enlisted guys and officers do when they come out of, I think it was special operations. So she did all different folks, so not just SEALs and Green Berets and whatever, but SAS, like all different countries all over the place, and found that typically enlisted guys go and start their own companies, and officers go and work in like a C-suite somewhere. Like that's just how we are ended up wired, formed, et cetera.
That makes sense, yeah.
And so I found that to be true for me. It was like, I have not really enjoyed working for other people. I think the break from end of 07 to maybe 11 when I was an instructor was nice, but I also, at the end of it, I was like, I don't like being told what to do. I really, really don't.
I don't think you ever did.
No. No, probably none of us like it, but I certainly didn't. I just found like there's a lot of stuff that could be done that I felt like this is so, we could do this so much better so clearly, but you're just like, I have to ask someone permission.
Yeah.
And I didn't like that. So I had had businesses before, and Lee was certainly the person that got me into this idea of like, hey, you should start and run your own business. Like that's how you maintain your own freedom. That's your ticket. And so we started a bunch of businesses. One of them was Paleo Treats in 09. We also started the ATM business in 09. So we had gone bankrupt on Quiet Hero, which was the clothing company. And when you go into bankruptcy, it's one of those things where like you owe everybody money, and you fucked up and everybody knows it. Almost everybody. And you walk around and you're just like, I'm just a fuck up. Like I owe fucking $60,000 in credit card debt. Like I don't know how I know how I got here, but it's just so fucking dumb.
Yeah.
And you don't feel very good about yourself. And people are calling you all the time. They're like, hey, where's my money? Where's my money? Like you're late on this, you're late on that. And it's like, it is not a mystery to me that I'm fucking late on it. Like I don't need a ton of reminders. And then you go to bankruptcy court, and they basically do this thing. They're like, hey, we're going to sort out what you're going to do. And you've got your two options. You can do a Chapter 7 where you kind of lose everything and start over clean, or you can do a Chapter 13 where you pay back a portion of what you had and you get to keep your house. And so we decided to do a Chapter 13 and paid back some portion of it. And it took 3 or 5 years to pay it back. But what happens when they make that declaration is that everybody stops calling you. Like it's now, you cannot be called. You've basically said to society, like, look, I fucked up. We've made an agreement. That's it. Like the debts are cleared as long as I keep up my end of the bargain, which we did. So we paid everything off. And what I found was we went from like totally underwater and fucked to nothing. No one was calling. Nothing was happening. I was working at the center at the time. I was a GS11 instructor. And I was like, holy shit, this is like the first couple of days, like this is nice. Like I could fucking get used to this. But then by day 3 or 4, it's like, what are we doing here? Like I got to be doing something. I can't fucking do nothing.
Let's rig the ceiling to drop water.
Yeah. I got to do something. So we started the ATM business because we had gone out of business on the t-shirt company, but we still had t-shirts left. So we were going to the farmer's market and selling them for cash. And everyone would come up and we'd be like, oh, we're not taking cards. And they're like, oh, do you know where cash is? And be like, oh yeah, the ATM's, 2 blocks that way.
Yeah.
And I was like, I wonder if we could just buy an ATM. And it turns out you can. They're $2,500 and you put cash in them, and it's the most transparent, easy, like decent money-making business out there.
Oh, dude, I thought you were talking ass to mouth.
Also, a money-making business, depending on which side of the equation you're on. So we put in these ATMs and built that business up, and then sold it, I don't know, 4 years later when it became like so fucking boring that we just couldn't take it anymore. But we kept doing Paleo Treats, and we started Paleo Treats with Dave Hall. So Dave had moved out here to the West Coast. He had bought a house down in Chula Vista, and he had a badass truck and a badass dog, and he was a fucking badass dude coming from Orange, like a fucking radical guy. And I was like, dude, you are not going to get along in the family, like, cul-de-sac thing you were going to think of doing in Chula Vista. Like, just move in with us, stay with us until you find a new house. Like, totally fine. Like, I'm not charging you rent. We're never going to charge fucking friends rent. Like, that's just not our thing. Take your time, figure it out. And we thought it would be like a couple weeks, turned out to be 6 months. And so we became a family. And during that time, he was super hardcore paleo, and we've all been around paleo people. And like, how do you know Like, what's the joke? Like a CrossFit or a paleo and a vegan walk into a bar. How do you know? Like, oh, they'll tell you. So, and you can add in a fucking Navy SEAL to that too as well. And so it's just like, oh, that's going to kill you. Like, that's going to twist your guts. This is going to give you memory loss. You're going to have Alzheimer's, whatever it was. And we're like, Dave, just tell us what to eat. We don't care. We're eat fucking healthy anyway. Whatever you are doing is good. So we did that, started eating paleo. It felt really good. Like, it actually worked for us. We became believers. But after 2 weeks, like, well, what do I have for dessert, man?
To the layperson, paleo is
Gluten, grain, dairy free. It's this idea that
shit that people ate in the fucking Paleolithic.
Over 10,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So after 10,000 years ago, from now until then, is not all, but it's agricultural products. So stuff you can put in the ground, wait for a long time, it grows, you harvest it, all that stuff. Generally, it's got gluten, grain, and dairy in it, and those things typically are more difficult for humans to digest, although there's plenty of exceptions. Paleo is this idea that you should, hunt, gather, all of those things. So the food is super clean, no gluten, no grain, and dairy. So 2 weeks in, we're like, hey, where's dessert? And he's like, oh, like, we're going to eat fruit for dessert. I'm like, Dave, I'm not eating fucking fruit for dessert. Like, that's not a tenable diet. And so we came up with, or Lee and Dave came up with these two recipes, the Cacao Now and the Mac Attack, so a chocolate bar and a coconut cookie. And made 2,000 of those in our kitchen, which is like a quarter the size of this room, and took them up to the third CrossFit Games. And we had just gone bankrupt. So we knew what like a bad business looked like, but we didn't really know what a good business looked like. And CrossFit Games is a 3-day event. And so we're like, we'll sell as many as we can. We'll give a bunch of weight to all the athletes there. Whatever we have left over at the end, we'll bring it back down and we'll take it around to like the 4 CrossFit gyms in existence in San Diego at that time. Sold out 10 o'clock in the morning on the second day. And we're like, oh, this is what a good business looks like.
Yeah.
People are actually pulling the product from you. That's a nice change. And from there, we ended up, that was in 2009. We're now in 2025, almost 26. So fast forward or 15, 16, 17 years. And we figured out how to do shipping. Like when we first started, people would say, hey, can you ship it to me? We're like, yeah, we'll put it in a box. And we'd send it to Arizona and it would fucking arrive melted. But no one else on the planet was doing anything like it. So they're like, fine, I'll fucking put this in the fridge. This is better than anything else. But we figured out shipping, insulation, dry ice, gel packs, all that stuff. In 2015, FedEx, we entered this contest, and FedEx chose us to be one of the top 10 small businesses in America. And so they flew us out, and I sat on their small business advisory board, and we helped build them some pricing stuff that used to be a really good deal and is now a less good deal. And ended up like helping people in the perishable shipping world. Like, oh, you don't know how to do it? Like, let me show you. And we have this whole video series of like, you don't need to fucking pay a consultant to do this. It's physics and it's pretty simple, and there's some sources that you can use and like will help you because food is hard enough. No one is ever going to do the thing that we do as well as we do it. You can try as much as you want, but you're better off like doing your own thing and doing perishable, and I'll help you like wherever I can, even if you're a direct competitor, because I know how hard it is, and I know like how many other jobs I've had to work in the meantime to keep this thing going. So fucking good luck.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel about a lot of the shit that I do.
Yeah. So that was Paleo Treats 2009 until now. And then I got really bored with it in 2015 when I started paragliding, and I got consumed by paragliding. I was sure I was going to be like the best paraglider ever, like, best in the world. I'm going to fucking fly up into a thunderstorm. I'm going to do shit nobody's ever done before. And it turns out that paragliding at some point became fucking terrifying and dangerous. And I was like, okay, maybe I'm not going to be the best paraglider pilot in the world. And so I was looking around for something else, and this was 2020. And a paragliding guy I didn't know but was big in the community. There's only about 5,000 pilots that in the paragliding community in America. And of those 5,000, there's probably like a couple hundred, maybe my numbers are off because these are old, only a couple hundred that fly what's called cross country. So with paragliding, you can, here in San Diego, you can go to Torrey Pines, you go down to the beach, basically the wind comes into the cliffs, it goes up the cliffs, it makes this standing wave. You pull your wing up, you fucking fly back and forth in that standing wave. It's really beautiful. After a while, it's pretty fucking boring because you're just going down the beach, turn around, come back, go down, maybe fly like a little thermal, and that's it. They top out super low. So the adventurous stuff is you go out in the mountains, fly off the mountain like we've talked about, go as far as you can. And that was insanely engaging for a while until I realized I was probably going to fucking end up dead. And so this guy goes, in 2020, this dude named Kiwi, I don't even know his last name because I didn't know him. He went to set a personal record in Nevada and flies off top of a mountain, and last ping is at 14,000 feet somewhere over the skies of Nevada. So this giant search effort gets spun up in the paragliding community to help him. And lots of paragliders are engineers, they're nerds. Like, it's a nerdy kind of sport because mostly you're sitting down and thinking. It's not like a very athletic sport. And so there's like people who are getting space imagery from NASA to look at look at like Google Map stuff and imagery and writing machine learning code to find this guy. There's hunters, hikers,
Wow.
bikers, ATVs, helicopters, drones, like everyone in the community kind of rallied to find Kiwi. And I flew up there with a buddy in his small plane and spent like 3 fucking days getting airsick looking for this guy, because being a passenger in a small plane is not that fun, I've found, for me. And it sparked this quest in the paragliding community, like how do we be found? Because Kiwi had a GPS and he had a cell phone, so like you can't be lost in America with those two things, but turns out you can, especially if you hit the ground fucking hard enough. He was dead when he hit the ground, so none of this mattered to him, but for the rest of the community, it's like, how do we get found? What's the third way? And there's this thing called LoRa, L-O-R-A, which is long range. It's a radio protocol. And then there's a LoRa WAN, which is LoRa Wide Area Network, that is a way to send really small packets of data really long distances. So if we think about wireless protocols, there's Bluetooth, which is short, kind of everything in this room is fine. You can put stuff over, it's low power. There's Wi-Fi, which is high power. You can stream high-def video over it, but it doesn't go that far. It goes 300 feet. There's cell, or LTE, which is how most of our phones work, but it's also high power. And then the fourth kind of pillar of wireless is this thing called LoRaWAN, which is really small packets of data, really long distances, super low power. You can put a device into play, and it'll be there 10 years later.
Wow.
For some devices, we're like, hey, I only need to hear from you once a day. If I need to hear from you once a minute or once an hour, like that timeline gets shortened. But most of the like time in the field, life in the field, is like 2 to 5 years. So there's like a little sticker in my car that is no thicker than this paper that's this size. It's been running for, I think, 2 years now. It like just gives out my radio temperature and position, which you infer from where it comes from. So became this super cool thing. At the time that I found LoRaWAN, there was a crypto project called Helium. And Helium was this thing where they had wanted to build a global LoRaWAN. The way that LoRaWAN works is you have a radio station up, and that radio station receives from all of these different devices that are around. So this device is a soil moisture, this is whatever, weather station, this is a tracker. They all send their thing into the radio tower, and the tower goes down a little pipe and goes out to the internet and says like, hey, I heard from this thing, this is the information I got. I was like, this is fucking rad. Helium was trying to make it so that you were incentivized to put a radio station on your house. And the incentives, when I found it, were crazy and then got fucking batshit crazy. So when I found them, you'd spend $300, put this thing on your house, and you'd make $3,000 a month. You don't have to be a fucking math major to be like, that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
And it also makes you think, if you do that, like how many people do I know who also have roofs that I can put stuff on theirs? So I put one up on my house. I start making $3,000 a month. We were out of money at the time. Paleo Treats was like really difficult. Lee was running it by herself. She was pissed at me because I was just fucking flying paragliders all the time. And then I find this
Where the fuck are you going?
Yeah, I find this cryptocurrency thing, and she's like, you can do whatever you want, but you got to fucking make money. Like, I don't care, but bring some fucking bacon home. And so the first month I was like, well, here's fucking $3,000. And she's like, that's more money than I've seen out of you for a while. Like, cool, keep going. So I did another one. And then in that world, it's all nerds. And they don't have like the outdoor drive that we have. And they don't think about, a lot of them think about radio, but they're like, they think about the way that your conventional way you do radio is like, oh, I'll go rent a radio tower, and that's too expensive. So I just won't do it. I'll just put it on my house. But I had put a weather station out on a mountain in East San Diego as part of a paragliding thing. And we'd flown the weather station in by helicopter. It's like this fucking rugged 6-mile hike in, like 3,000 feet of gain. So I had a weather station on top of a mountain. I'm like, dude, if the thing on my house makes $3,000 a month, I'll bet the thing on the mountain makes fucking way more. So I talked to the folks who own the property. I said, hey, can I put this little thing up? And they're like, yeah, sure. And I put one up on that mountain, and that starts making whatever, $3,000, $5,000, $10,000. It's like this, and it's all in crypto. So it only counts when you cash it out. And so at this point, I'd put up 3 of these stations, and nobody knew who I was in that world. Like, I was just on their Discord. I was just lurking, like learning. I would ask questions. Nobody knew anything.
The lurker.
And then I wrote a blog post about it, because by this time, 3 stations in, it's been 3 months. I'm talking like I wouldn't talk about anything else. You'd meet me at the grocery store, like, hey, what's up? It's like, stand by for a fucking instructional course on LoRaWAN.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to write this down. So I write this blog, like, here's what this thing is. Here's how to do it. Here's the rough guide to helium hotspots. And I put a link in Discord because at that time, like, I started to figure stuff out and people were helping me. And I'm like, I'll just pass this information around. And by this time, these things are making like $10,000 a month for a good one. Still like $300 or $400. And so people read this and are like, can I just hire you? And at first I was like, no one's going to fucking hire me. Like I'm barely got out of high school. Like I'm, if people are going to hire me, it's for my gun skills. And in 2020, my gun skills are not that good because it's been 20 fucking years. Like basically I'm thinking like, I don't know what I'm going to do next. So I put it out there. I'm like, fuck it. $500 an hour. Sure. Like no one's ever going to take that. Book fucking straight. People are just like, yep. Sign me up. I'm like, well, I better figure out a fucking business. So I built this business called Gristle King, and it was all at first consulting. And it was because you guys will understand this more than anything. People ask me like, where does the name come from? Is that when I was a young dude, I was always like the gristly young guy. I was never like a fucking super muscle dude. I was always like, that guy's 150 pounds and 5'8", like not that big of a dude. And I always wanted to be the fucking king of something. I'm like, oh, I'm going to be the fucking Gristle King of this thing. So before I started getting famous in that world, before anyone knew who I was also putting these bandit towers out on mountains around San Diego. So what you should have is you should have permission to put it on property. But because I saw that you can put it up on these mountains, and they started making like $20,000, $30,000 a month, $40,000 a month. And you're like, that's a lot of fucking money. Like, okay, I've got this like ability to be like, right, man, I can bend this little like, don't go here sign a little bit. And so I put them up on mountains, and people would be like, whose fucking thing is that? Like, that's making so much money. And I'd be like, I don't know, but they sure know what they're doing. And people would be out hunting for them. And I was like, making the location look like it wasn't where it was, it was like, whatever, a couple 100 feet away. And I thought that was sneaky enough, but people were insane about it. They would track them down and take a picture. And they'd be like, these look a lot like the ones that you fucking tell people about. And I realized like, oh, I got to straighten my shit up. Like I'm going to get caught doing this. So I pulled all of them off the mountains. And that was like a fun, like night operation. Cause I got one got put up on Facebook, and they're like, this looks like Gristle King stuff. And it was like, I don't know, like Wednesday at 3 p.m. And I looked at them like, but that is my stuff. Like someone fucking found it, and I'm going to get caught for this. And this is not on my property. And so I called my buddy, Zach, not Haas, another Zach. And I was like, hey dude, I need help. Like I haven't talked to you in a while, but I need someone to fucking hump this shit out. Cause it's like 40 pounds of gear, and it's super awkward. There's like a giant antenna. There's a fucking huge solar panel. There's a battery. There's all this shit.
How big's the antenna?
The ones that I was putting in were like
okay.
that high by that high by this.
I'm thinking a fucking tower.
No. Like 3 or 4 feet high, a couple feet wide. But like it's something that you're going to put in a backpack. There's nothing else is going in that backpack.
Yeah.
So he came in. We met up at like 7 o'clock, went in, fucking hiked in under cover of darkness, pulled this thing out. And I pulled him off the mountain. And then from then on, I was like, I'm just going to play this thing super clean and straight. And I'm going to help people put these up in the right places. And that became this like crypto consultancy thing that I ran through 2023. And then this whole thing sprung up because Helium was the first thing that was all what's now called a DPIN, or Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Network project, where you could basically put a thing out there, whether that thing was a radio station or like a camera in your car. You can get paid coins for the camera in your car. You can put a little device in your car that reads the OBD2 port. You can get paid cryptocurrency for that. You can put like a satellite positioning device on your house that helps improve location around your house. You get paid cryptocurrency for that. All of that stuff is this deep in world. And so I spent a lot of time helping companies explain what they did, because it was all like this really technically complex thing on one side. And you've got folks on the other side who are like, I don't know a fucking thing about radio, but I like money. Tell me how to make the most money. And so I would bridge that gap and help the nerds explain what they wanted to have done to the regular people. And then I got less and less interested in that, and more interested in some of the hardware stuff. And now I'm like doing some hardware prototyping for small motors, which just came out of this technical thing. I was like, I've been doing so much technical shit with radios and with sensors and figuring out how to like get data out of devices. I'm just going to build my own thing. And so now I'm building these for like
cool.
half horsepower to 2 horsepower motors, building this thing that you can put it on there, and it has a little machine learning model on there, and you put it on the motor, and within 10 minutes it'll be like, your motor's sick, or your motor's going to last another 984 hours, but if you fucking tighten these bolts, you can get 1,000, 1,200 hours out of it. So maybe tighten that fucking bolt or do the bearings or whatever. So
that's cool. Yeah.
That's
all
like
AI shit, right?
That's the compression of all the time after that.
That's fucking cool, though.
Yeah. There's a ton of AI stuff.
So you're still doing the paleo treats?
Still doing paleo treats. Yep, I brought some there in the fridge, so you guys can have them. So that's paleotreats.com.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm
going to go grab some.
Yeah. They're out there. They exist. And then the rest of the stuff is just super exciting, like what can I fix in hardware and how can I use AI? Because I think I'm convinced that this ability to use AI for your business or whatever you're doing, whether it's image generation or video generation or anything, SEO, building your own websites, like there's a million things you can do with it. That if you don't figure out how to use it, you're just going to get left behind.
Yeah.
And you can bitch as much as you want, be like, oh, it's going to fucking kill the planet. It's too much energy. It's like, you're just going to fucking lose. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you got to crush.
Love it.
That's it.
Want to dive into this stuff?
Yeah, sure.
Have you guys had this before?
I have, yeah.
fucking
Way
delicious.
back in the day, I'm sure.
It's been a hot
Things have
minute.
changed.
Let's see.
It got any booze in it?
It does not have any booze in it.
I
no.
haven't had it, then. Just kidding.
So
Which
How
one's
many
your,
Mustangs do they put in the Mustang bar?
there's 600 horsepower in that.
Shit, yeah, dog.
Which one's your favorite?
I like the Bandito and the Mustang. So the Bandito is like a peanut butter chocolate cup. The Mustang is like a oatmeal raisin cookie / cookie dough. The Mac Tac is a coconut cookie. The Cacao Now is a chocolate fruit nut bar, and the Brownie Bomb is a straightforward brownie.
These are all paleo ingredient stuff, obviously.
Yep, gluten, grain, dairy free. Everything's paleo. It's all sweetened with honey.
What is that
And,
one?
the Bandito.
Oh, you guys are both eating the Bandito.
The Banditos.
Feel left out? Let's see.
Look at fucking. Yeah, let me get half that shit. Let me get most of that.
Let me eat it out of your mouth.
Let me eat it out of your belly button. So they're all obviously perishable.
They're super perishable, yeah. So this is kind of our specialty is saying like, hey, our preservative is temperature. We don't use any chemicals or anything else, which makes it really difficult to ship for cheap. But for folks who are serious about like, hey, I don't want to fall off my diet for dessert. I want to eat a dessert that doesn't taste like a health bar. It's got to taste good. Then that's what we do.
That's awesome.
Damn, that's pretty fucking good.
These are good.
Right on.
I don't know if it's worth $5 or not, but it's pretty fucking good.
That's good because they're $6.
There you go.
I think these might be
It's like the $5 shake.
$6.50 on the site. I remember Dan Call, like this fucking 5-star pirate voice, always used to give me a hard time when we used to sell these for $2. He'd be like, the $5 brownie. Like it'll never sell for $5. Now it's like, well, we've sold a lot of them.
So where do you guys? You just make these at home, or
No,
Now you
so
have
you
a-
can't do that. So you have to have a kitchen. So we started off with hiring a guy to make, after the first 2,000 that we did make at home, which was not what we were supposed to do, but that's what we did back in 2009, is we found a kitchen, you found a commercial kitchen, you're like, hey, here's a recipe, here's how we do it, like you guys make them.
your own packaging and everything?
Yep, and they made them for a long time. And then that guy more or less went out of business, or he decided to move, like, I don't know, an hour and a half east on the highway. And I'm like, dude, I'm not driving an hour and a half east to come to your kitchen.
Right.
Like, it's awesome. You do a good job. You've been doing it for fucking 12 years, but that's not going to happen. He's like, it's going to be so much cheaper. I'm like, you can't make it worth it for me or anyone else. I'm like, don't do that. And he did it anyway, and he lost his entire business. And so we had to go find a commercial kitchen where we can go and bake these things and make them, which is much more of a pain in the ass for us, but also significantly cheaper because now we don't have to pay someone to do it. We do it ourselves.
Yeah, these are great,
Dude,
man.
they're fucking delicious.
Right?
Oh, thank you. Ooh, edible.
I could eat like 10 of these.
Yeah, be careful because there's a lot of nuts in them. So,
Is that good?
He's used to having nuts in his mouth.
no, I'll bet you are. I'll bet you are, Panama. Right?
Is that bad?
Yeah,
You guys coming out with any other products, or have you experimented with anything else, or just sticking to?
we've got
this
another
stuff?
one that we're out of right now, which is the Rocket, which is an espresso brownie. And then what we found is that food as a business is pretty difficult. The margins have to be pretty high, and you have to have this like balance of either lots of volume and low margins, or high volume and low volume and high margins. And that only works if you have a lot of different products. And so we started saying, hey, we'll pay the rent for a shop in San Diego. And then any other business in San Diego that's doing paleo or gluten-free or vegan or whatever, bring them into our shop. We'll treat you just like a vendor would treat you, but a lot better. Like it's not going to be net 90. We'll pay for it when we get it, or within, I think it's a week is what we usually use, like net 7. So that nobody's out because we understand what cash flow is for a small business. And that gives them a place on kind of Main Street, USA. We're at 3275 Adams Ave, San Diego, California, 926.
That's a cool spot.
Yep. Yeah, I think you've helped me move into there. Yeah, you've helped me move like most of my locations.
Dude, that's pretty fucking badass, man.
Yep.
I mean,
And so there's companies up in Encinitas. There's companies down southern Southern San Diego, they're like, we buy their stuff, and we're the place where their customers can come and buy their stuff. We're like, we're open. We pay the $3,700 in rent for 700 square feet of rent to have that ability to say like, hey, we're here for you, and we're just going to take our cut when you come in. But you're
That's
not gonna,
cool. So if somebody has
yourself.
a business that's like local to San Diego, or maybe not even local to San Diego, that wants to like maybe get their foothold into a storefront, what's the best way for them to reach out to you?
You can just email me, Nik, N-I-K, @paleotreats.com. Pretty straightforward. You can go through the website. There's contact stuff. If you're on Instagram, you can go through Instagram. Lee runs our Instagram. And a lot of people follow that Instagram because they're like, this is the best thing I've seen all day. I'm like, dude, it's never about paleo treats. Like, where are my fucking paleo treats? But it's always like her doing funny dances or fucking crazy shit. And every so often she'll put in a paleo treats thing, but like it works.
That's what works, man. Yeah, it's wild. Oh, dude, I love it. This has been, we're on 4 hours and 45 minutes right now.
Been here.
Holy shit, bro. I feel like there's so much stuff that we didn't even like get into on this stuff.
I mean, we're compressing 48 years. It's like reading a book, and these podcasts that like read the book for you, where you think like it's just this incredible compression of information. Someone lives their whole life, 60 years, then they write a book about it, which takes them 2 years to write. And then it takes you, 15 hours to read the book. And then someone else reads the book and reads it for you in an hour. It's like, it's such a fucking gift for those podcasts.
You put it on like 1 3/4 on an
to get that extra fucking thing out of it. You're like, God damn.
Yeah, no shit, man.
You're like, what the fuck?
Well, dude, this has been fucking awesome, dude.
Thank you for having me.
I've known you a long time, but like I didn't know most of these stories.
Yeah.
Like 90% of them, I didn't even know.
Yeah.
And we didn't even get into the stories that I do know.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Well, you got to come on for round 2
Part
sometime.
2.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you guys run out of guests.
We'll do another 5 hours.
Jesus. I'll have to fucking do another list.
Holy shit, man.
Ripping. Yeah. Thank you for having me on. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Dude, thanks for coming. Thanks for making the time. All right, guys, we'll wrap it up. There's as usual on our Patreon, there's going to be the behind the scenes. There's a funny story about pooping pants on the Patreon. It's only be available.
Mud butt.
It seemed like it was more than just mud butt, like mud down to the ankle, mud sock.
In my socks, bro.
Don't spoil it.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll leave the pictures out on that one. We don't need 2 behind the scenes on that.
I didn't get any pictures, but that would have been a good one, though.
I love it. All right, any saved rounds, alibis, anything we're missing on here?
Well,
Okay. Fuck yeah. All right. Thanks,
Thanks.
gents.